In the long room, the anecdotes class ales, and the coffee counter there is a wide selection of fast food. The all-pop restaurant is serving fish and chips and a selection of soft and alcoholic drinks. The Hundreds Bar is open for a roast of the day and a wide variety of drink options too. In the Galidari stand, the 175 Peppers restaurant is serving lunches and afternoon tea. The Dutchy Bar on 2 and Sylvester's and Level 3 will also be open for a selection of soft and alcoholic drinks. The Peter May Terrace is serving a selection of beers, wines, spirits, and soft drinks. For non-members of general admission ticket holders in the ground today, there's a range of options to buy your refreshments. Head to our Bowler's Arms Ale Container, Nick Back Inn, and Brixton Brewery Overton under Peter May Stand. Or head to our Jail inside for a drink at our Gus Aktinson Bar and Brixton Bar. You can also enjoy a selection of hot pies, sausage rolls, chips, sandwiches, and salads at the Boxall Pie Shop located at Block 13. For those at the Bedford stand today, pop down to the Feather Star for a choice of alcoholic and soft drinks. We also have a range of street food options open under Peter May Stand as part of today's Festival of Red Bull.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life, and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval. County cricket action returns to South London. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me for the blockbuster clash. Top of the table, Surrey up against Essex, their old adversaries over the last couple of years. News from the toss, the visitors have won it on what looks to be a bit of a green one, and sure enough they've elected to bowl under leaden skies. And other news from the toss is that Essex, who drew against Durham last week, holding on the final day unchanged. For Surrey, they've made 3 changes, a couple of them forced via the ECB contract arrangements, with Ollie Pope and Gus Aktinson out of the team. Abbott, the overseas, goes home. Sai Sudharsan back from India into the 11, with Tom Laws and Ryan Patel both returning as well. The bell rings, 5 minutes until play begins. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Adam Collins. Well, I'm very much looking forward to this. My last outing in commentary was at the Kensington Oval. Today I'm at the Kennington Oval, and it's lovely to be back. Absolutely beautiful. And today is County Cricket Day.
Yes.
I've got that feel. If you don't know what County Cricket Day means, every day is County Cricket Day, isn't it, really, for all of us? But no, today is a special initiative up and down the country. Some counties have sold out. Some counties it's free. I think Leicestershire, it's free entry today. And there was a hubbub, I tell you, at the tube station, Oval Tube, this morning when I got out. There were people milling about. There's a decent-sized crowd already in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and a dottage of characters around the ground already for what is a massive game. These are the 2 best sides in the country, and they've been the 2 best sides in the country probably for about the last 7 years, haven't they? It's a bit of a hegemony these 2 are putting together. It's a great rivalry. It's like Arsenal and Manchester United in the early 90s. And Surrey struggle often to beat Essex, certainly at home. If they were to do so, they would open up a really sizable lead over the second place team. For Essex, this is an opportunity to go to the top of the table. A win against Surrey would have them, in all probability, leapfrogging the champions.
Yes, some games are more important than others, and this, with only 12 points dividing the team, Surrey on 137 and Essex on 125, really will define the second half of this competition. They've played 8 games, Surrey. They've won 5 times, 1 loss, a couple of draws for Essex. The analysis: 4 wins, 1 loss and 3 draws, including last week against Durham. In terms of the teams named at the toss, for Surrey, who are in vision, well, now just been pulled off to the Essex team, but the Surrey team, Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, who'll be opening in just a moment. Then Ryan Patel back at number 3. Jamie Smith, news about him just coming through, into the England Test squad at 4. Ben Folkes, the man who's made way for Smith, at 5. Then Dan Lawrence, Sai Sudharsan, that's deep, batting all the way down at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good news for Surrey there. Back the Indian international, having played some 1 days for them earlier this year, played a couple of 4-day games in season 2023. The all-rounder Jordan Clark, then the quicks Tom Laws, James Taylor and the Australian Dan Worrell. As for Essex, Nick Brown and Dean Elgar at the top of the list. The captain, Tom Wesley, at 3. Jordan Cox, who's made 750 plus runs this year, already at 4. The all-rounder Critchley at 5. Then Paul Walter, a century last week, at 6. The keeper at 7, Michael Pepper. Simon Harmer, the spinner, at 8. Ethan Bosch, the South African international, at 9, followed by Shane Snater and Jamie Porter, the ever-reliable, at 10 and 11. And they'll get first use of what looks to be, at first blush, quite useful conditions. It was raining as recently as about 35 minutes ago, Daniel. There wasn't a delayed toss, although there might have been. They were just getting the covers peeled back when the captains walked out to the middle, and it's very much the kind of day at the Oval where any side chooses to bowl first.
It's a very bowly kind of day, isn't it, today? And an advantage that Essex have got first up by winning that toss. And they've got a fairly fearsome bowling attack, notwithstanding that they're missing Sam Cook, still recovering from a little niggle. So it'll be Jamie Porter, though, won't it? He's a fearsome prospect in these kind of circumstances on what looks like quite a green pitch. As Surrey electing to leave out Cameron Steele tells you a fair bit about how they expect this pitch to play.
So Burns and Sibley, very solid season so far. The captain, 515 runs last year. He's already got 460 this year, which gives some sense of the way that he's played, including 100 against Hampshire. Sibley, 511 runs at 51 with a couple of centuries. And sure enough, it will be Jamie Porter starting from our Vauxhall end, the JM Fin stand end. Kind of under the radar to an extent, Porter, with so many headlines around Cook, but he's leading the competition, 32 wickets this season. He'll have 3 slips in a gully.
It's still not quite 11 o'clock, you know.
He was sort of 32 seconds away by my clock.
Oh, are we?
Which I always like it when a game begins before 11.
I do. I love it when it starts early. I remember somebody getting out before the official start of the first class season once.
I think we had one of them this year, didn't we?
Did we?
I think it was a 10:59
dear.
on opening day. Away now. First versus second.
And first thing is, you've got to get used to Jamie Porter. It's a little bit like when Steve Smith comes out to bat, I find. The first sort of 15 minutes of Smith batting, you have to adjust to the fact that there's this crazy jack-in-a-box moving around like the most sort of curious character. Jamie Porter, we'll take a look at how he starts his action. There's an awful lot of cranking up goes on.
Away from us. It's a shout, but it's sliding. Umpires in action this week are Graham Lloyd even. Graham Lloyd.
There'll be one.
A late life change of name, and Peter Hartley. Let's see this back. Yeah, hit in line with leg stump, but just drifting, I fancy.
Yeah, decent shout though, wasn't it? Yep. Decent shout. Going down with the angle, perhaps. But Burns does get quite a long way across his stumps.
In the air for a time, but safely down to long leg for the first single of the game. So an experienced slips cordon as well for Essex. Dean Elgar, Captain Westley, Nat Critchley in there as well at third.
Big fan of Critches.
Yeah, you'll probably hear the two of us.
Yeah, it's waxing a bit.
Waxing a bit about Matt Critchley as we go. Wasn't in the test squad.
He can't be that far off. He's had a great season again.
Oh, too right.
Wickets and runs.
Absolutely. We'll go through just how successful and effective he's been since moving to Essex. But yeah, this year,
formerly of Derbyshire, did he not get 100 on his first class debut?
Got one against Australia a few years ago as well in a tour game. Critchley, 448 runs at 45 and hatful of wickets as well. Sibley's first ball goes beyond the bat.
No one told me of this, Riches.
Yeah, Andrew Samson's with us this week.
Oh, I say.
How exciting is this? I did greet him with a frown this morning, with a sad face upon because of what happened to South Africa's men yesterday.
That was indeed very sad. It was very, very sad, wasn't it? I mean,
Samson saying only interested in the rugby. Evidently, the Springbok must have had a win last night.
It was for fans of comedy cricket. It was a bit of a win-win situation yesterday.
Oh, again, Porter spot on in that channel to Sibley right away, beyond the blade twice in a row.
Either India were going to fail to win the second tournament in a row that had been set up entirely in their favour with a preordained semi-final at Guyana, or South Africa was somehow going to throw it away when they needed to run a ball off the last 5 overs. It was the latter.
I'm going to offer an alternative opinion on this South African narrative that's doing the rounds.
Oh, I see. Yes.
I'm a bit frustrated at some of the ball on bat for the first time, or bat on ball even. It's 1 run from the first over after Essex won the toss and elected to field on a surface that should suit. A nice dark Duke's ball with Porter, Shane Snater, Ethan Bosch, their 3 frontline seamers. I feel like the way that South Africa set up structurally with Janssen batting at 7 means that they were only ever 1 wicket away, despite how effective that partnership was between Klaasen and Miller. They were only ever 1 wicket away from completely changing the dynamic of the game, and what do you know? They got a wicket, and the dynamic changed entirely. Like that's not, 30 from 30. It wasn't even that when the wicket fell. It was 26 from 23 after the wicket fell. So more than a run a ball, and against one of those overs was going to be Bumrah.
Yes.
The degree of difficulty on that is not low. To simply chalk it down to, South Africa choked. I think that fails to appreciate the risk that they were taking by batting Janssen at 7. It was a calculated risk, and they won every game until the final, and then when it needed to work, it didn't, because they were up against the best bowling attack in world cricket.
But for every South African, though, it'll never leave their minds that edge of Heinrich Klaasen off a pretty regulation ball outside the off stump from Hardik Pandya.
The ball after the timely delay as well. Okay. Snader gets first opportunity, members end. Burns helps himself to 1 to the short boundary. We're playing out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School this week. I wouldn't say an extremely short boundary. It's a pitch that's 1, 2, 3, 4 across from the test strip, to put it into some context.
It feels disproportionately over to one side because the oval is really quite a large playing area, but it's still in line with the changing rooms, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the test pitch, which has already been prepared there. That's the one that hasn't been touched or tampered with this season. And there's a pitch for I assume that it'll be the women's T20 that's 2 over from that. They're playing a T20 against New Zealand here Saturday after next, or is it next Saturday? It's very soon.
13th, I think, yeah.
So it goes away. Inside part of Sibley's bat, gets it fine. Happy with one, no, they'll come back for 2. Snader, who's been a bowler who so complements the Cook and Porter axis over the journey. He's taken 25 wickets at 23 this season. Very handy.
And he can bat a bit down the order.
Yep.
Now it's good that, there's many reasons why it's good that Andrew Samson's here, but he might be able to enlighten us a little bit about Ethan Bosch. It's a proper South African name, that is.
I had a look at him before in terms of what he's done. I would call him a man who was on the pathway to international cricket, then didn't quite get there. He's 26 now, he might still have time on the side, but played 19s and that kind of thing. Short leg in here. And Sibley past that fielder for 4. That's the long boundary, but it won't matter. Excellent timing. First 4 of the match, 8 for none.
That is precisely where you don't bowl it. Dom Sibley is extremely strong through mid-wicket. Are you sensing a tiny dappleage of rain?
I thought I saw one.
You thought you saw a raindrop?
You know how sometimes you can convince yourself you see rain on a black backdrop?
Yes.
Well, we've got the black backdrop over in the Galadari stand, and I just feel like I'm seeing something. Hopefully not. We don't want delays today.
No.
A lot of people will want to get out of here bang on time to watch the second half of England-Slovakia.
Well, yes, there is that, isn't there? Yes. There's nothing I think anyone would rather see than 45 minutes of attritional football ending in 0-0.
Leg gully in as well now for Snader and Sibley, middle stump line.
I mean, I have to say that it all feels a bit rich, doesn't it, taking lectures from football people about how cricket is boring. Have you watched much of this European Championship?
I've watched the 3 England games in 3 pubs. I've tried to do it the proper way.
So you might as well go somewhere where you're entirely distracted.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You do have that ability to drift off. And I went to a watch-along for the game midweek, the Slovenia game. Again, it's the 3rd time Sibley's been beaten, but they've been all terrific deliveries. Had to play at that in the channel, applauded by the Essex fans. Went to a watch-along with our dear friend and colleague Patusha Nahantaraj's podcast, The Football Ramble.
Ah, yes.
There's about 200 people there. Seeing it back here, that's a gem of the ball early on.
Beauty. Stands
up off the seam. A little bit wider of the crease as well, just what you need to do as an opening bowler. And yes, 200 people who were all at various stages of grief about the England football team through the course of the 90 minutes. Oh, that's even better. That has swung prodigiously. Terrific way to end the over. 7 runs from it, but it belies how well he's bowled there, Snader. 8 for none after 2.
Umpires are conferring here, and I'm not surprised. It feels very murky.
For sure. It's definitely raining now.
Deeply murky.
Yeah, you look at the best guide. I'm not sure if we get a camera on this. Is towards the pavilion side, the Galadari. You can see the black backdrop, which
and they're off.
Yeah, and they're off. So after 2 overs, Essex have sent down. The rain is heavy enough, and kindly Jamie Porter's pulling the stumps out doing.
Yeah, well, you know, you often wonder what people are going to do when they leave cricket, and I think we've worked out that Jamie Porter's going to be a groundsman.
He's actually being sent back, so he's taken the stumps out, Porter. Then the umpire said, "Do you mind just grabbing them for Lee?" Because Lee's rolling the covers out now. The head groundsman here at the. No, he's not here. No, he's not in the middle. Sorry, it's one of his staff. It looks another huge man.
Let me get AccuWeather up.
While you do that, other weather apps do exist.
Are available
in the same way that other football podcasts are available.
Yes, that's true.
Having dropped that straight away. So that the Hessians coming out, they're not bothering with. Oh no, sorry, they are bothering with the main shoots from the Peter May stand side as Rory Burns makes his way up the stairs with 2 to his name, a couple of singles down to fine leg. Sibley, beautifully timed boundary through mid-wicket, but the rest of the over, Snader was all over him. Porter and Snader taking the new ball. Surrey having won last week at Worcestershire by an innings and 5 runs. Back on the winners list after copping a hefty beating in the last round of the first block of championship games down at the Rose Bowl. So back to where they need to be, on top of the table and overtaking Essex again, who are in second spot. Interesting that these teams have played so infrequently over the last few seasons. Yes. Only played once last year, which ended up being quite an important game in the context of the final analysis, where Surrey was set 273 from 57 overs on the final day, a game that Essex had the better of. They had a bit of a dart at it. They were 103 for 6. This was in May. So you kind of get the idea, right? Early season, there is the chance for the win. Let's try it on. But at that point, they had to shut up shop, and Jamie Smith was crucial to splitting the difference, getting 39 from 126 balls, showing that he's got levels or gears. And he'll need them, because the news we haven't had a chance to reflect on yet is that Jamie Smith is going to be playing a test match at Lord's week after next. In James Anderson's final test, it'll be Jamie Smith's first. Your thoughts on that quite significant change behind the stumps for England with Ben Folkes overlooked?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing I was going to say is that, and I've been saying it on various podcasts, really since the middle of last year, which is that Jamie Smith will play for England. And then at the start of this season, he just seemed to be in such a rich vein of form. I think, weirdly enough, it was in the drawing run chase against Somerset.
Yeah.
You saw just how head and shoulders he is above pretty much anybody else out there at the moment. And therefore expected him to play for England at some point this season. I'm quite surprised that it's as the glove man, when you think of Ollie Robinson, the Durham Ollie Robinson, and the runs he's piled on at the strike rate he has, and the fact that he has had the gloves for Durham, whereas Jamie Smith, he's taken the gloves once, is it, this season?
Yeah, the one game where Folkes was ECB managed in the way that Pope and Atkinson have been this week.
I mean, there's a couple of things just to ponder on there, and I do feel for Ben Folkes. I mean, he's been ECB managed out of a Surrey side and then not put into the England Test squad. So,
Yeah, and look, he did play a stack of cricket early in the year. It's not as though he was starved of it, but his highest score was 57. He passed 53 times. It did feel, I mean, we reflected on this at the time. He needed to find a way, and it's difficult in the Surrey lineup, but still, batting at 5, needed to find a way to make bulk hundreds, I think, to pin the door down, because Smith, 500 plus runs at 50, looking $1 million.
And Ollie Robinson.
And Ollie Robinson, yes, but if you just want to view it through the prism of Folkes and Smith, for the sake of the conversation, for Folkes to have stayed in the 11, it did feel like it was no longer a conversation about his competency behind the stumps. It had moved on from that to in English conditions where there'll only be one spinner, and that's an interesting talking point in all of this as well. Shoaib Bashir getting the nod ahead of Jack Leach, which I think is a fairly...
Well, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think about the number of left-handers the West Indies have in their lineup.
Well, they'll have, regardless of what they end up going with, I think it's more a call on the future of Bashir, isn't it? That they like what they saw in India, but acknowledging they'll only have one frontline spinner, that they've been happy to run the gauntlet a little bit with Johnny Bairstow in the Ashes last year, which definitely backfired at Edgbaston with the wicket keeping there, but I suppose he built into it through the season, recovering from that terrible leg break. And Bairstow and Folkes coexisted in the first year of Bazball. They didn't in the second year. And I suppose we're now into season 3 of the McCullum-Stokes regime. They want to have a keeper more in line with Bairstow, but not Bairstow himself, i.e. someone who can score quickly. And we've seen that from Smith week in, week out.
Essentially what Bazball has done really is set out its stall. This is how they want to play. They've kind of proved the concept. And although they said a couple of years ago that all they wanted to do was pick sides to win the upcoming test matches, I think now they've reached the point when they're looking to the future. Who's going to be England's frontline spinner long term, who's going to be their keeper long term, and it's tough on both Bairstow and Folkes, but you sort of knew they were going to do that. I think it's also going to be quite tough on Jamie Smith, because he's going to be selected as keeper, and I think he's a great temperament and he's a truly exceptional player, so I expect him to come through it fine. But I think back to someone like, say, James Bracey, who was suddenly selected to keep and was batting in an abnormal position, things like that. So where Jamie Smith bats in the England order. I suppose it'll be 7. They like the idea of somebody who can score quick runs. England with Wokes in at 8, though, will have a slightly more robust tail. Well, it's a slightly different situation.
Yeah, and on the bowling side, so much attention on Smith, and rightly so. It's a big structural change, altering who wicket keeps and making his debut, and he looks every bit the generational talent. But there's some pretty big names on the omission list here. I touched on Jack Leach. I know he had that significant injury last year which kept him out of the Ashes, and he struggled thereafter in India as well, played on in the first test, but then the spin story moved on when he was injured there as well. But nevertheless, you would have thought if you were drawing up a depth chart and based on national contracts and all that kind of thing, that Leach would have still been number 1. Well, he's clearly not number 1 now, with Bashir getting the nod. Ollie Robinson has been left out. Now, Ollie Robinson,
very significant.
Very significant for all of the assumptions around where he fits into the England team going forward, especially at home. Had that chastening experience on Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was, when Louis Kimber took him for 43 runs from an over. Scarcely a believable sentence, that. And he's found himself not only out of the 11, but out of the broader squad as well. They've decided to go instead with Gus Aktinson, the uncapped so far Gus Aktinson, one of 4 Surrey players in the squad, and Dylan Pennington, who's we spoke with Ben Jones on our Surrey stream a couple of weeks ago about how many different statistical boxes that Pennington's been checking when they go and analyse how well someone's bowling. He's been going as well as Dan Worrell as the 2 standout bowlers in Championship cricket this year, and he's made that move from Worcestershire to Notts, and it's paid dividends, and he's straight in the Test squad.
Yeah, I'm rather excited about Pennington. There's a couple of reasons why Wood's not been selected, which is, I think, about overs under his belt. It's another slightly weird one because he's playing out the T20. I suppose Chris Wokes has got overs under his belt, as does Pennington, as does Atkinson, although Atkinson being managed out of Surrey's lineup in this game. So I think they want guys who've had some red ball.
Sort of suggests that Atkinson's playing, doesn't it?
If
they're managing him out with 2 games to go, you'd think that the better, because the Test squad, none of them will play next week. They won't. There are no games. My apologies, but none of them will have the chance to play any red ball cricket between now and then. So my instinct is that augurs well for Atkinson getting the start at Lords.
Well, it's got to be one of Atkinson and Pennington, isn't it? Because they're going to go with Wokes. Stokes, they think, can now bowl. Probably Potts, you would imagine.
Potts picked not. Robinson might be the other interesting talking point out of all of that.
And then one of Atkinson and Pennington, and you imagine they'd go with Atkinson because he'd been with the Test squad in India. But they might go with Pennington because of the form he's in at the moment. You know, they've got 14 players in that squad. Dan Lawrence is in it as well, although we would expect him very much to be the spare batter probably in that scenario. Encouraging
for Lawrence that he has been given that opportunity after making a blistering at times 175 last week at Worcestershire. He's made 300s in the campaign. He's done really everything that could be asked of him, having moved from Essex, and I'm sure that'll frustrate some viewers today who are Essex fans, and having nurtured Lawrence, having come through as a teenager and played Championship cricket here at the Oval as young as 17 years of age, and having made an impression right away to have left the club. But so far so good for Lawrence. It's joining Surrey, 568 runs at 63, and his highest score in professional cricket, coming last week at the perfect time.
And the wickets as well.
And the wickets, there's 15 of them at 36 this year for Lawrence with his off breaks. I think we both thought Lawrence for Pakistan was a decent shout, but being in the spare bat slot can often be pretty good for at the start of a summer. You're a hamstring twinge away, so to speak, from getting back in the 11.
Yeah, and of course you must remember that Harry Brooks back in the side, having missed the India series, so that's kind of made things a little bit tighter in there, a bit more tricky to get all of your selections in. I think it probably means we're not going to see Johnny Bairstow play again in an England shirt, probably in any England shirt, I would think, at the end of the T20 World Cup cycle.
And it feels like that's the right. I don't know how you see this.
He's played his 100th test at Dharamshala.
Yeah, and look, these things are arbitrary to an extent, but having reached that point, I wouldn't have picked him for the last couple of tests in India earlier this year if I were the one running the show. But nevertheless, he did get picked for those 2 test matches, and he was given the chance to celebrate that milestone. And it's been a career that at times has reached extraordinarily high points, but since breaking his leg, he hasn't looked, with the exception of one day at Manchester when he was beating up on a very tired Australian bowling attack to punch their bruise.
I mean, it's great news for Yorkshire, because
it is.
Johnny Bairstow's not a man who's going to take this decision lying down, and he at 34 will think he's got plenty more cricket left in him.
But it does feel like
to prove that's when he scores 150 ball 200s.
Whether he does or doesn't, I feel like Rob Key is saying that they're moving on.
Yeah, well,
because they're looking to Australia, aren't they? The Australian tour, which will be in the winter of 25-26, that they're saying we'd rather invest in a Jamie Smith for 2 summers at home and the potential of playing in Pakistan.
They can see their top 7, can't they, really? Insofar as they want Crawley and Duckett there.
Yeah.
Pope, Root, Stokes, Brooke, Smith. That's what what they would really love, to have that top 7 embedded and playing well.
And they did say, I mean, that interview that Rob Key did with Nick Holt a couple of months ago, he did say that this summer would be one of change and transition. I think he called it Bazball 2.0, or maybe that was the headline, but you know what I'm trying to say. That there was a clear signal sent in about February that this was going to be the summer where they did do different things. Anderson being retired off, it was the first sign of that, and this squad the next. Daniel, as we can see here, the big covers are coming off and the rain's still falling pretty heavily, so this might be the right time for us to take our leave on the Surrey stream. Just going to note as well that the South East Stars and the Blaze are live on the YouTube channel, and the Surrey Women and Sussex Women is also live on the YouTube channel as we work our way through the day. So that's the South East Stars playing the Blaze in a Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and Surrey's Women against Sussex Women in their county championship action. So hopefully the rain stays away for their 2 matches. Daniel?
Well, the rain's staying away from absolutely everywhere else. I'm just going to give you an interesting little starting point. Durham against Worcestershire. Because Surrey will be keeping their eyes on Durham.
Yes.
Durham are 14 for 2. They've lost Borthwick for a duck and Ackerman for 1.
Who's got them?
Against Worcestershire. Smith and Taylor. So
excellent.
Slightly intriguing. Elsewhere in the First Division, Hampshire 19 without loss against Kent, batting first there. Lancashire 21 without loss against Nottinghamshire. And we must also keep a closer beady eye on Somerset. Somerset are fielding, or bowling I should say, against Warwickshire, and they've taken their first wicket, 19 for 1, Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So Alex Davis, the man, out for 9. So there you go.
There we go. So for the 13th time in a row, I think it is now, something ridiculous, we've seen a team win the toss and bowl here first. That was Essex. They've bowled 2 overs with Surrey, 8 without loss. Burns 2, the captain, is there with Sibley on 6. We'll take a break, and hopefully we'll be back with some details soon. On the bottom of the screen, you'll be able to see where it currently reads rain. With any luck, it'll give us a sense of when the next pitch inspection or the first pitch inspection is, and we'll come back and give regular updates as well. Until then, enjoy your mornings.
For those of you at the ground that do not have a clear view of the pitch, the ground staff are currently in the ground working to get the game back underway as the rain has now stopped. Users are reminded that the club shop is open to the local Galadari centre opposite block 27, where you can purchase a wide range of merchandise, including the 2024 Surrey and Store range, featuring this year's Surrey T20 shirt and training bag. Celebrate our 2023 County Championship win with a range of products, including the limited edition 2024 Wisden reliving Surrey's back-to-back County Championship wins. And finally, the 2024 paper annual is available in the stores. Game goes at 12:20, 11 overs lost due to wicket. Before we get back on the news of scores around the grounds. Between Hampshire and Kent, Kent won the toss to let us go. Hampshire from 19 in Warwickshire and Sunset. Sunset won the toss and let us go. Warwickshire 40-4. Game in Durham and Worcestershire. Worcestershire won the toss and let us go. Durham 55. And again from Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire won the toss and let us go. Lancashire 29. Now to Division 2 of the Girls' Championship. The games in Sussex and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire won the toss and let us go. In Sussex 52-1. Games in Gloucestershire and the Hall won the toss and let us go. Gloucestershire are 43. Leicestershire and Middlesex. Leicestershire won the toss and let us bat. Leicestershire are 58-2. And finally, games in Derbyshire and Yorkshire. Derbyshire won the toss and let us bat and 35-3. Women for their partnership Worcester, New Zealand are currently batting by 52-2. Members of the fans are asked to remain off the outfield during the match. For those members with tickets to the Alex Stewart Q&A, this will take place on the new London break and will now begin at approximately 12:50 p.m. Please make your way to the Dutch Suites. quick reminder of food and beverage options at the key event today. For members, the President's Lounge and Alley Brown Bar are serving a selection of beers, wine, spirits and soft drinks. Worcester coffee is widely available in most outlets. In the locker room, the ale bar is serving fast ales, and the coffee counter has a wide selection of fast ales. The all-top restaurant is serving fish and chips and a selection of soft and alcoholic drinks. The Hunting Bar is open for roasted and ale, and a wide variety of drink options too. In Calendar is now 175 members restaurant is serving luncheons and afternoon teas. The Dutchy Bar on level 2 and Sylvester's on level 3 also good for a selection of soft and alcoholic drinks. Eaton A Terrace is serving a selection of beers, wine, spirits and soft drinks. For non-members and general admission ticket holders in the ground today, there's a range of options to buy your refreshments. Head to our Bowler's Arms Ale Intake, Nip Back In and Brixton Brewery Open Tap under the Ponsonby stand, or head to our JLP inside for a drink at our gas station at Brixton Bar. You can also order a selection of pies, sausage rolls, chips, sandwiches and salads at the box or pie shop located in the pipeline. For those in the Spencer stand, pop down to the Fellas Bar for a choice of alcohol and soft drinks. We also have a range of street food options open at the Cricinfo stand as part of today's festival of Red and Blue. With a range of savoury options for everything. For those looking for a sweet treat, we have churros and ice cream available too at both ends of the ground.
In affectionate remembrance of English cricket, which died at the Oval on the 29th of August 1882, deeply lamented by a large circle of sorrowing friends and acquaintances. R.I.P. N.B. The body will be cremated and the ashes taken to Australia. So that is the famous obituary that was published in the Sporting Times on the 2nd of September 1882, following a crushing, astonishing result for England at the Oval 4 days earlier, when they had lost a one-off test match to Australia by 7 runs. It had all been over in 2 days. It had massively upset the odds. And John Surtees with me, Tom Holland here. Incredible. The Oval is there at the beginning of the Ashes.
It's incredible. The Ashes were not considered before this game. It was a standard victory. It was expected to be a standard victory for England over Australia, and yeah, there was the national outbreak of outrage and hand-wringing seen after that defeat is something that has, even by the standards of the British press, rarely been matched ever since, I think.
Yeah, and so Ivo Bly, who then captains the touring team that will go to Australia to play the next series of test matches, he goes and he says, I'm going to recover those Ashes. And as a result of that, the idea of the Ashes becomes something that Australians talk about, although actually to begin with not in England. And then in due course, a couple of decades later, it catches on in England. And this idea of the Ashes as probably the most historic, celebrated, enduring international rivalry, not just in cricket, but perhaps in all of sport. It has its beginnings in the Oval. And so we're going to be looking at that today, but we're also going to be looking at the way in which the Oval, much more than any other cricket ground in England, has in fact always been the historic focus for Anglo-Australian rivalry in cricket, because long before that Ashes match, that first Ashes match is played at the Oval, another Australian team, the very first Australian touring team, had come to England and they played the first match at the Oval. And this team is, it's not white cricketers, but a team of indigenous players, an Aboriginal cricket team from Victoria. And they come to England, massive press interest, as you can imagine, a certain degree of sniffiness from certain elements of the British press. So the Times, for instance, describes them as the conquered natives of a convict colony. But actually, over the course of the summer, the Aboriginal cricketers, they're a tremendous success. They play very well. They become very, very popular, and the whole tour is deemed a great success. So they play 47 matches in all, and they win as many as they lose. Two players in particular become very, very popular. So there's a guy who's known as Johnny Muller, whose native name is Unarimin. I hope I've pronounced that right. Who's a brilliant all-rounder. And there's a guy called Dicker Dick, again, whose real name is Jungin Jin An Uki. And again, apologies if I've mispronounced that. And his shtick is to he'll hold up a kind of a shield, a traditional shield, and he'll get spectators to gather around and hurl cricket balls at him, and he'll fend them off with his shield. And this is a subject of great delight and excitement. So great success, and the Oval gets in there first. And I think that this is one of the things about the ground. It is always ready to have a punt. It loves novelty. So the thing about the Oval, it's a historic ground, but it's always willing to experiment. And the reason it's historic is because it's always there, right at the beginning. So it has the longest track record of any ground. And in due course, when an England team goes to tour Australia in what retrospectively will come to be seen as the first Test tour of Australia, so that's 1876-7. And it includes, of course, the first ever Test match, as it comes to be described, which is played at the MCG in Melbourne in March 1877. And Surrey players are represented in that match and in that tour. So they contribute 2 players. Sussex contributes 2. Nottinghamshire contributes 2. I'm afraid to say that Yorkshire contributes 5. So that's a great shame, isn't it? Because Yorkshire is really the great rival of Surrey, the kind of the north-south rivalry.
We did lose the first.
Yeah,
we did lose the first Test.
Well, exactly. So that's a very poor reflection on Yorkshire. And proud to say that
I'm pinning that on them.
The 2 Surrey players who are taking part, they do very well. So one of them's a batsman.
Of course they did.
Harry Jupp, who's a bricklayer. So you can imagine massive forearms. He also runs a pub. So he's a pub landlord like Al Murray. And he's an opening batsman, very powerfully built, very short. And he's nicknamed the Young Stonewall. So
that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
No T20 pinch hitting nonsense. He just goes out there and blocks.
The Young Stonewall.
Although, I mean, he's called the Young Stonewall,
wonderful.
But actually when he plays in that first Test match at the MCG, he's actually 35. And so he's not so young. And he scores England's first ever 50. So hooray for Surrey, basically.
Yes. Harry Jupp. What a hero. Harry Jupp.
Yeah, a name to decorate the ages. Now, the other person is a bowler. And this is a guy called James Sutherton, who is, by common acceptance, the best slow bowler in England. So he's the first bowler of any kind to take 200 wickets in a first-class season. I mean, that's a lot. And he
200
also,
wickets in a season,
like Harry Jupp, is a pub landlord. So this kind of link between early first-class cricket and pubs is it's a very kind of inspiring story. And he is landlord at the Cricketers in Mitcham, and he's known as the Mitcham Figaro. And have you ever played at that ground? It's a very, very historic ground. So there's the pub is on the side of is separated from the ground by a road, and it still stands there, and it provides the pavilion. So you change, and then you have to cross the road to go and when you go out to bat. And it was a very traumatic match. I captained there, and we were absolutely murdering the opposition. And so I thought I'd better make a game of it. And so I gave our best batsman out for, I think, 60 LBW, and we then inevitably collapsed, and they coasted to victory. So
oh no!
Yeah, I mean,
no.
I mean, I don't think the young Stonewall would have approved of that kind of behaviour at all. So
how did that go down afterwards?
Reflects very badly on me. But I don't think James Southerton would have liked it either, because he by this point is even older than Jupp. So he's actually 49. So I reckon 49? That is a record that will never be broken. He's the oldest cricketer to have made his debut. And the other thing for which he's famous...
no wonder Jupp was the young Stonewall at 35.
But also there's another record that he holds that will never be beaten, because he dies shortly after returning from the tour of Australia in 1880 of pleurisy. So he is the first Test cricketer to die. And just one other thing to mention about him, he has massive sideburns. So one thing we haven't really mentioned by this point is that the early years of Surrey County cricket, there are waves of massive blokes with huge sideburns, moustaches, beards, the works. It's a very, very hairy club. And I think now probably people would say it isn't. Yeah. It's quite a clean-shaven club, isn't it?
I think it's pretty clean-shaven compared to...
You've got Rory Burns' astonishing mullet, I'm trying to think of... but otherwise...
Rory Burns and his former hair glories. Yeah, Liam Plunkett had a pretty beautiful beard. But beyond that, Jordan Clark... There's been some facial hair there over the last few years.
I'd like to see the sideburns come back. I think that would.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. Showing respect for James Southerton, he deserves it.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
for those that want to have a look at this, do walk the pavilion in the Oval. Do walk up and down the stairs there, and on the stairs in the pavilion, on one side you have Cat players, on the other side you have old Surrey teams from history, and there are a few, Jupp and Southerton, and there are that you can get your own. View these sideburns and moustaches and beards and Victorian haircuts for yourself. They're right there to be seen on the stairs.
Fantastic. Yet another reason to visit the Oval Pavilion. But, John, so there are two playing in this first Test match, but there should have been a third. So, still wouldn't have beaten Yorkshire's number, but would have beaten Sussex and Nottinghamshire. And this is the best wicketkeeper in England. Is a guy called Edward Pooley, who... he breaks, of course. Over the course of his career, he breaks every single finger and both thumbs. And there's a story told of him that he is keeping wicket at Lord's, and the ball kind of rears up and knocks 3 of his teeth out, and he spits them out and carries on. And then he goes out for lunch, and in the pavilion is a famous prize fighter,
presumably,
of course, with a straw. Famous prize fighter called Jem Mace. And Jem Mace says to Pooley, I would rather stand up against any man in England for an hour than take your place behind the stumps for 5 minutes. So that's a tremendous tribute to him. But the problem is he's also he's notorious for his gamesmanship. And I'm afraid what Bailey's magazine, which is one of the leading sports magazines of the time, termed his absurd tricks. And these absurd tricks catch up with him.
While wicket-keeper.
Before the England team go to Australia, they've been to New Zealand, and in Christchurch, Pooley gets into a fight with a guy who thinks that he's been ripped off in a bet, and Pooley actually gets arrested and charged with assault. And although he gets acquitted and released, and he comes back and joins the England team, and he's a great hero, he misses his chance to play Test cricket. So that's very sad for him and very sad for Surrey.
Yeah, well, I think the one thing we learned from the previous anecdote of what happened at Lord's was that he was more likely to have been arrested and charged with assault and malicious damage than lose the fight.
Yes, absolutely.
I think one anecdote backs up the other.
So that's his absurd tricks, coming through.
His absurd tricks have just been very hard.
So I think, already Surrey, the Oval. It's part of the fabric of Anglo-Australian rivalry. But there's actually one man whose base is the Oval, a kind of committed Surrey man, who probably has more than any other man, any other figure, plays the key role in its evolution towards becoming what it is today. And this guy isn't even a player in Surrey. He is a sports administrator. And he is a guy called Charles William Alcock. So tell us about him. He's your hero, John. Tell us about him.
He's my absolute hero. So Charles Alcock, the first ever employee of Surrey County Cricket Club, A couple of pictures of him up in the pavilion as well. He is credited as one of the founding fathers of the FA. He's credited as one of the founding fathers of the modern oval. He's credited as the founding father of the FA Cup. He's credited as the founding father of international football.
Well, he is, isn't he?
Father of international cricket.
Because
It's extraordinary. It's absolutely extraordinary what he's achieved.
He's one of those kind of Victorians that makes you feel exhausted just reading about the stuff that he's doing. Because actually, football is his great love. Cricket is kind of second to football. So, as you said, I mean, he's the secretary of the FA from 1870. He's the founder of the FA Cup. He captains the team that wins the first FA Cup in 1872.
Yes.
So that's a team called the Wanderers FC, which is basically the kind of the footballing equivalent of the MCC. They're all very posh. They're all from Harrow, like Alcock himself. And he also captains England against Scotland in the first ever football international that is played in 1870. And this isn't actually recognised officially by FIFA, is it? Because Scotland actually only consists of Scotsmen who lived in London. But it's definitely an international team. And one of those players is the son of Gladstone, the Prime Minister, who is himself a Liberal MP. Wow. So again, this is a story full of Prime Ministers and Liberal MPs. And both of those matches, the first FA Cup and the first Football International, are played at the Oval. And the reason they're played at the Oval,
absolutely extraordinary,
is because Alcock also has incredibly close links to Surrey. So he hadn't played for Surrey. So as a cricketer, he played for Middlesex and Essex and the MCC. But in 1872, he becomes the secretary of Surrey. So this is at the same time as he's secretary for the FA. So, I mean, unbelievable that he's got both the jobs. And he's brought in because the county is in quite a bad way financially. So all those roller skating rinks and things, they're not paying off. And Alcock is brilliant at looking around for ways to bring in money. So he is the guy behind the roller skating rink, but he's also bringing in rugby, tennis, lacrosse. I mean, basically anything that will make money. And this is why in 1878, when an Australian team comes to England and tours, and they play Surrey at the Oval, he is really, really fascinated to see how much public enthusiasm there is for this. And the queues kind of stretch all the way down Brixton Road. They pile in. And he watches the Surrey officials are basically kind of trying to stop people from pressing in on the ground. But there's so much enthusiasm that, there's nothing they can do. And all the Surrey officials are very upset about this, very offended. But Alcock says, no, this is brilliant. And he logs it in his memory banks. And 2 years later, when the Australians come back for a tour of England, Alcock is primed and ready, and he's determined that the Oval is going to have a bit of the action. Now, those of you who are watching this on video, you may be aware that there's been a sudden change in the light. And John, the idea that this might be because I had to leave abruptly when we were recording the first half and go off and give a talk, I mean, the very idea, that didn't happen, did it? We've just done it for the fun of it. So
no.
That's basically what's happened.
Absolutely not.
So apologies for that, but we're going to now...
Have a lovely evening in Clerkenwell.
We're now going to return to the narrative. So John, 2 years later, in 1880, the Australians are back. So they've come back on tour to England. And this tour, it's a bit of it's kind of underpowered, isn't it? And there's a number of reasons for that. And partly because it's been arranged late, and they're not being given a fulsome welcome, basically because Lord Harris, there are a lot of lords, a lot of kind of very craggy cricketing lords at this period of English cricket, and he'd led MCC to Australia, 1878 to 1879, and at Sydney there'd been a massive crowd disturbance. And because he's a lord, he'd been very disdainful of this. He didn't approve of Australians rioting at all.
Yeah.
And so he thought they should be...
It's not quite sort of Kennington Common standards, is it?
No.
There's no... I don't think we're aware of that. But yeah, it's still not good.
And so when he came back, there was actually talk that the Australian tour should be cancelled to show the colonials what was what. But it went ahead.
Yeah.
Because it was late. It was difficult with the fixture, so there's no match at Lords. Lots of the other counties can't accommodate them. Alcock sees in this a massive opportunity.
My man.
Because your great hero.
Of course he does.
Because where other counties are saying, oh, we're not going to play them, he has got this memory of how popular the Australian team was, and he senses a massive financial opportunity and also a way of kind of putting, burnishing the Oval's reputation as the sports ground in England. So he says, let's host the Australians at the Oval and let's get an England team to play them. And to do that, he needs to get actually kind of Lord Harris on board, and he persuades Lord Harris, yeah, let's go for this. He also needs to get WG. WG is really, really keen on it. He then needs to find a suitable date, and this is the problem because it's a very congested calendar and it's already quite late in the year. So Sussex are due to play Australia on the 6th to the 8th of September. So Alcock goes to Sussex and he says, guys, come on. You're down on the south coast. Who cares about that? We've got the Oval. Let us have the match.
I think he physically goes to see them in Sussex, which in 1880, I think he physically gets himself from London to Brighton in 1880, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do. I think
he's got that splendid
his commitment to this effort. I think.
Yeah, so he go in Victoria, he go over that beautiful viaduct that leads down to Brighton. So he's going all in. He's completely committed. And so the first Test match goes ahead in this slot that Sussex were meant to be playing, and England are captained by Lord Hawke again, who's out for revenge, and Australia are captained by Billy Murdoch, who is by some leagues their best batsman, isn't he? Kind of very, very, very great batsman. WG Grace, who of course is by miles England's most iconic player, he's not just playing, but is one of the moving figures behind the match, and also playing his two brothers, G.F. Grace and E.M. Grace. Now, the key person who is not playing in this game is Australia's most iconic player, Fred Spofforth, who has probably the best name, the nickname. The Demon. So he's injured his hand. And this is great news for England because... Spofforth is lightning quick. So he takes the first hat-trick in Test history, doesn't he, at the MCG? Yeah,
that's right. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think we'll be returning to Spofforth later.
We will. Because Spofforth is, I think also, he's the first bowler to kind of eyeball batsmen when they play and miss, or, if he feels they need putting in their place. So, in a way... he's the archetype of the fast bowler, and so that's why we talk about demon fast bowlers, demon bowlers.
An archetype. We've talked in the past about the level of upper lip hair.
Oh yeah, he's got a magnificent moustache, hasn't he?
The demon Spofforth.
Yeah, he's got
absolutely magnificent. The idea of him eyeballing Grace with Grace's huge beard and Spofforth's magnificent moustache is it's a wonderful thing to imagine beneath the gas holders.
It's an absolute facial hair off. But it's not happening now, so that's sad.
Really
but that's what the fans really want to see is the top beards, the top moustaches, the two great iconic players on either side meeting up. It's not going to happen now, and this is probably all to the good for England. So what happens in this match, 1880? Yeah. Lord Harris wins the toss. He bats. WG goes in and he smacks 152. So this is excellent.
Of course.
England make 420.
Pete Grace.
Australia go in and they are bowled out for 149, and they follow on. Second innings, Billy Murdoch hits, I think, 153, not out, 153.
153, I think, comes to the party. Billy.
I'm so glad we've got our first comes to the party of this series. It wouldn't be a podcast about cricket without saying that. It's not exactly a party, really, because they make 327, and that means that England only need 57 to win. Now there is almost a party, having said that, because at one point England are 36 for 5, and poor old Fr Grace bags a pair, but WG is in and he sees them home, so England win. So hurrah! And it's actually poor F.R. Grace, Fred Grace. It's a terrible few weeks for him, because after this match in which he's got a pair, he goes and plays cricket. There's an absolute deluge. He gets absolutely soaked. He then spends the night on a damp mattress in Stroud.
Soaked in Stroud.
He gets a chill and he dies. So, I mean, that's a terrible, terrible way to end your season, isn't it? You get a pair and then you die.
It's about as bad as it can get, I think.
Yes. However, he does have the consolation that he takes an amazing catch in that match in front of the gas holders. So it's not all bad.
Absolutely.
But I mean, generally, it's
the way that he'll be remembered.
It's the way he'd want to be remembered.
I was just going to say on Fred Grace, standing in the footsteps of Ben Stokes, launching the 2019 Cricket World Cup, taking an incredible catch in front of the gas holder. It's lovely to think sometimes, sad as it was that was one of Fred Grace's final acts on a cricket field. It's wonderful to think of, as things change, as things stay the same, people taking wonderful flying catches in front of the gas holder. Yeah,
and relief that Ben Stokes didn't get soaked in Stroud. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. These are the reflections.
When do you think Ben Stokes last slept on a soggy mattress?
Not for a long while. But these are the reflections that playing at a historic ground like the Oval kind of served to generate. But, and talking of historic grounds, John, I mean, the key thing is it's not really that England win, but that your man, Alcock, I mean, he's played a blinder because it's a massive, massive success. So over 20,000 people flocked to the ground. On both the first and second days, and that's capacity, and other people are kind of climbing up the gas holders and doing all that kind of thing. So it's a great success, and it shows that Test cricket can be successful in England, and it's the Oval that proves that. So hooray for the Oval! And just to reiterate, the Australians are not playing at Lord's, are they? They're not playing at Lord's. So how shameful is it that the centenary Test in 1980 was played at Lord's? And it's not surprising the gods were so angry that they just made it piss down throughout the whole match, and it was completely ruined. So obviously it's a great success, and so therefore Alcock is keen to do it again. And the Australians are due to return in 1882. And so Alcock says, well, let's have another Test match at the Oval. And again, it's the only Test match on this particular tour. And it's fair to say, I think, that England are massive, massive favourites. So, as a man who has written about, edited a book on Wisden at the Oval, you'll remember the commentary that is provided on this match in Wisden, in which they compare the players in the two teams, and they basically say, Australia shouldn't have a hope in this match. England is outgunning them on every front: the batting, the bowling, the keeping. The only thing that is in Australia's favour is that this time round the demon can play. So Spofforth, with his eyeballing, his moustache, his terrifying pace, and as it turns out, he's the guy who makes the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, Tom, I think it's worth quoting exactly what Wisden thought about this. So, if you to look at this, Wisden says, a perusal of these statistics must create a feeling of surprise that when the two 11s met, there was the slightest possibility of the English being defeated. Wisden were pretty solid in their undertaking as to who they thought was going to win this game.
Yeah. And so if we have any Australians listening to this, they'll be delighted at what now unfurls. So
I think everyone should be delighted ultimately, because although even if you're English, you'd be disappointed and potentially saddened by the outcome of the game. If it hadn't happened in that way, we wouldn't have the Ashes.
Right.
So I think ultimately it's a win for cricket that this happened.
But also, regretfully, for Australia, although we've now got rid of all the tension. Australia are captained by Billy Murdoch again, but England are no longer captained by Lord Hawke. They are their captain now is A.N. Hornby, who actually appears on Cricinfo, John, when I looked this up, as Monkey, because he was apparently very short, and I guess looked a bit like a monkey. And he's an amazing sportsman, because he captained England at rugby as well. I think he's the only sportsman to have captained England at both cricket and rugby, and he played for Blackburn Rovers. And what makes it all the more impressive is that, he's got a hint of a double chin. he's he doesn't look the most athletic of men, but he can play football, cricket, and rugby. So kudos to him. Anyway, so he is captaining England.
Incredible.
So he goes out into the middle to toss with Murdoch. Murdoch wins and decides that they will bat, and it goes disastrously. Australia are bowled out for 63. So England think, brilliant, here we go, let's fill our boots. They are then bowled out for 101 at 5 minutes before the close of play on the first day. And the star of the show is Spofforth, who takes 7 wickets, including W.G. Grace, who's opened the batting and is bowled for 4. So in the great facial hair off, Spofforth definitely comes out top. But, England have this lead, so it's looking promising. So second day, the Australians go out to bat, and Wisden phrases this. They go out to start their second innings, the colonists being 38 to the bad, which I think is a tremendous way of phrasing it. And they do well. I mean, by the standards of what's gone before, they're bowled out for 122. But that innings is notable for a kind of Johnny Bairstow-esque kind of run-out stroke stumping, isn't it?
Well, as we said, what happens now, you can guarantee it's happened at some point in the past, and here we go with another cracker.
Yes. So what happens is Australia have lost 6 wickets. They're just over 100 by this point, and Murdoch is playing with lower order batsman called Sammy Jones. He hits the ball. They run 1. Jones then thinks it's a dead ball, and he kind of wanders out from his crease. WG runs him out, and there's a lot
bang,
and there's a lot of kerfuffle about this. And WG Grace is kind of saying, "Go on, my boy, off you go." He talks like that, and he feels that he's kind of given the Australians a lesson in the laws of cricket, and the Australians feel that this is an absolute blot on traditions of sportsmanship, and that it's not cricket, and it is pure Bairstow, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's absolutely pure Bairstow. You talk about Fred Grace and his catch and the Stokes catch, and you talk about this, and it's pure Bairstow, but the other way around. And it's a great thing. I love your impression of Grace is wonderful.
Thank you.
Because he is this huge hulk of a man with this giant sort of Viking beard, but the notoriously sort of softly spoken Gloucestershire accent in a sort of vaguely high pitched voice. It's
a bit like Pam Ayres.
It's just wonderful to imagine.
Yeah, the body of a berserker and the voice of Pam Ayres. Anyway, so this just as Stokes and Broad were infuriated by Bairstow's dismissal, so now the Demon is infuriated by this, and he really, really ramps it up.
Also, again, not the first time this has happened. Let's take us back to the 1994 test and Farney de Villiers' unwise decision to bounce Devon Malcolm. And Devon Malcolm's reaction to that, and what then happened in 1994. You guys are history.
Yeah.
Again, just incredible parallels all over the place here. Spofforth, absolutely infuriated out of his mind.
Right. So the state of play is in the final innings of the match, England need 85 to win, and you would think, that they're odds-on favourite to do that. It's the afternoon. They're kind of. It's mid-afternoon on the second day, so this match is going at a tremendous lick. They go out to bat. They lose 2 quick wickets, but WG is still there. And obviously, just as Spofforth has been riled by the event, WG also is absolutely determined. He's not going to take anything from colonists, as Wisden might call them.
Ticking.
So England reach with WG at the crease, reach 51 for 2. Then it's 51 for 3. And then WG is run out. So he doesn't go to Spofforth this time, but he's run out. So, this is treacherous for England. And so the 2 batsmen play very, very solidly, very safely, not taking any risks. maiden follows maiden, and in the end they have 12 consecutive maidens, but obviously excruciating tension. This partnership gets England to within 19 runs of victory, and they've got 5 wickets in hand. And then the demon fires, they get blasted out, the tail is blown away, and Australia beat England by 7 runs. And, you know, there's all kinds of stories about people having heart attacks, isn't there? And chewing through their umbrellas and all this kind of excruciating tension. And, John, this is the defeat that gives rise to the fake obituary.
That's absolutely right. As we started the episode with, the Sporting Times 4 days later comes out with a front page obituary for English cricket. For those of you that are interested in seeing it, it's very easily to find on the internet. You can also see it muralled onto the wall of the Kia Oval, just near the new hotel that's open there on the wall. A copy of the Victorian obituary there, as some other people say, the rest is history.
Well, that's a very nice way to end this episode. And I think, again, it just serves as a reminder of what this podcast series is all about, the incredible history that you feel when you go to the Oval, and that when you know about it, there's kind of evidence for it everywhere. And John, as you were saying, the way that key events in the early history kind of reverberate through subsequent decades right the way up to the present. So we hope you have enjoyed this. In our next episode, we are going to be nominating our choice for the greatest of all Surrey's players, looking at his career, making the case for why he deserves the ranking that we're giving him. I don't think we're giving anything away when we say that he is the dominant Surrey player in the early decades of the 20th century. A great cricketer for England as well. And we will be back with him in our next episode. So thank you very much for listening to this. Bye-bye.
Please welcome the umpires, Graham Lloyd and Peter Hartley. Please welcome the Essex side back onto the field, led by Captain Tom Wesley. And resuming the leads for Surrey, Sibley and Captain Rory Burns.
Welcome back. Yes, we're getting some cricket. It's been an incredibly frustrating morning. I say morning. We had 2 overs earlier, and we're going to get a further 77 today. The weather has cleared. There wasn't really a great deal of rain around. They were due to come out at 12:20. There was the tiniest of showers that lasted 5 minutes, and for reasons that there'll be good reasons. I don't know what they could possibly have been, but instead of taking lunch instantly at 12:30, they delayed lunch till 12:45. So that's why we're resuming at 1:25 for reasons. These things are often quite opaque to the watching public, which I can report is getting larger, more numerous by the minute on this county cricket day. So, where were we when we left off? Well, barely got started. 2 overs have been bowled. Surrey's openers advanced 8 without loss. Having been put into bat by Essex, we saw a bit of early movement. We saw the bat being beaten from both Snater and Jamie Porter. It's going to be Porter who's going to resume from the GM Finn stand end. 3 slips in place, a gully point extra, square leg just in front of square, and a long leg. And Essex will be looking to get into Surrey's batters on what is still a fairly gloomy day, grey overhead. Here's Porter. A nice crisp connection from Rory Burns. I'm delighted to say that I have alongside me Andrew Samson, who's in the building. Should we bring him on? Let's get him on. There's nobody else here to talk to. I mean, not that I need an excuse to talk to you. G'day, Andrew.
G'day. Why is there nobody else here?
Oh, you sort of forget that cricket can happen on days like this, don't you?
You kind of get
when
stuck
it doesn't happen, you just sort of
stuck
think,
in the lunchroom.
Yeah, it was a lovely lunch today.
Solving the problems of the world and all that, and you forget that the cricket's about to start in 23 seconds time.
The potato puffs with the parmesan crust over the top was rather delicious, and the chicken was so perfectly cooked. It was soft and tender.
It was.
So just take a look at this replay. This ball bouncing quite nicely. It's a green-looking pitch, isn't it, Andrew?
Very green, yeah.
It's a green-looking outfield generally.
Green outfield, very, yeah.
Has there been much rain? Well, I've been away for most of the last month.
No, not in the last few weeks anyway, I don't think.
Slightly floated up on an occasion by Porter.
Did you miss summer? Were you away?
Yes, I was. Well, I found some summer elsewhere. Let's put it that way.
True, yes, but summer here was about 3 days ago. It ended. There was about 4 or 5 days.
Oh, lovely!
It was lovely.
Did you feel your boots?
Summer.
Did you have a barbecue and an argument with the family?
A braai place, not a barbecue.
A braai.
No, we didn't have any of that, but it was very pleasant for a few days.
Hard to source kudu, I should imagine. What is your favourite meat on a braai?
Probably lamb.
Lamb?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not taken by the antelope?
No. Have you ever had ostrich? Ostrich is quite nice.
I have had ostrich. Delicious, isn't it? Lean.
It is,
lean.
Yes. Yeah.
Lovely colour.
But, no, I've never been The older I get, the more, or the less I enjoy red meat, which is probably a good thing.
No, I think that's right. I think we sort of grow out of it after a while.
Which is probably...
Now that is a nice shot. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Over-pitched from Porter, trying to find some swing with this new ball. That is the shorter side of the ground, so we will expect to see that side targeted a fair bit over the course of the next 4 days.
Yeah, it is the shorter side. I mean, I was just thinking this festival of red ball cricket where you're supposed to bring your friends along and all that, people who are not really into cricket. If I was a non-cricket fan arriving here today, and especially sitting, I mean, they would probably be sitting where we are, but sitting where we are, the one thing I would find very odd is, why aren't the wickets in the middle of the field? Right?
It's a perfectly reasonable observation.
Why do you have a short boundary and a long boundary? Because there's quite a big difference in this one. And good luck explaining it to somebody who doesn't know anything about cricket.
End of the over 12 without loss. I think that will be the start of a lengthy conversation in which you've got to explain an awful lot of things at cricket, including why play was going to resume at 12:20, and then after the shortest of showers, it didn't resume until 1:25. Yes. And people would ask about lunch and why does there have to be lunch and
yes,
yeah. But I mean, I think if you were talking to somebody French, it would be easy enough. They would totally get it. Of course, there's lunch. There has to be lunch.
Exactly. I don't know why other people don't get it, but it was a bit interesting that just because that short, they were due to come back on again, weren't they, at 12:20? Because there was a bit of a rain early, and then there was like 4 or 5 drops, and they didn't play for another hour,
which was confusing. Now there's a sort of milky sunshine coming through at the moment. Shane Snater is going to continue. Just bowled the 1 over before we all trooped off for the irksome rain. And because we've started at an unusual time, 1:25, I am able to bring you all sorts of news from around the country, because of course county championship matches do not happen in isolation, far from it. And as Surrey fans, and indeed as Essex fans watching on, you'll be very interested to know what is happening at Durham especially, and probably at Taunton, as those are the two sides closest to the top. Nice shot from Sibley. He got one through that region in our mini session before lunch. It'll just plop over the rope and bring him a second 4 through mid-wicket. Sibley into double figures. Again, just straying on the pads here, Snater. And that is exactly where Dom Sibley likes it. Because sometimes you'll find Sai's target that because it's his strength, and then they'll strengthen the mid-wicket region, but that was along the ground, never in any danger of going to hand. So yes, let me take you to Chesterley Street. Imagine it, a long way up north, where men wear Viking helmets and there is pillaging and plunder. At least that's how I imagine it.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, Durham are in a spot of bother against Worcestershire. They're 101 for 5. They've lost their top 5. Ben Stokes is still in. Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper. The 5th wicket to go. Bowled by Smith for 35 from 44. Overlooked from the England squad, despite a prolific start to the season.
No Ollie Robinsons in the England squad.
None. Oh, now then, that's been dropped at backward point. Sibley reaching for one wide outside the off stump, and Porter has shelled it. It wasn't easy. It was away to his right, but he would want to do much better than that with it. I say it wasn't easy. It was pretty regulation, albeit low and to his right. Went quite quickly from Sibley's bat, and a life early on.
Yeah, those are the ones you expect to be caught. Well, not that it was that easy as you say, but it was easy enough, you'd think.
Dare I say it, a bit of an opening bowler's attempt at a catch, perhaps.
Yes, and there was a fairly typical opening bowler's response from the next ball as well. Quite quick, sharp ball outside of stump there.
Bang it in with a certain fury.
Correct.
So, Durham's fortune's not too great, but by contrast, Somerset at lunch have got Warwickshire 97 for 4. This is something of a recovery from 40 for 4 when Dan Mosley was out. Barnard with 25 and Will Rhodes on 42. Oh, now that's climbed a bit. He did very well to get his hands out of the way of that, did Sibley. End of the 4th over, second after tea, 16 without loss. But just have another look at this. There is serious bounce there. The taller bowler's going to like that. Jordan Clark, I think, licking his lips.
Yep.
As the sun comes out.
The sun's come out.
Now, of course, we're not entirely one-eyed here on Surrey TV, so we'll let you know about the other games. Lancashire 59 for 1. Jimmy Anderson playing in that game at last.
His second last first class game, probably.
Do you think?
I don't know. I suppose
do you reckon?
He announced he's retiring from Lancashire, has he?
Yeah, I can sort of.
I can see him carrying on a bit, I suppose.
I can see him carrying on. And Hampshire against Kent, they've had a bit of rain there. They are taking lunch at the moment. 37 for 2, Hampshire. They've lost Fletcher, Middleton, and Nick Gubbins, James Vince, and Albert are in at the moment. Hampshire, the only team to inflict defeat on Surrey in this year's county championships. Quite the defeat.
Quite spectacularly, yes.
It just feels like when something happens like that, it just feels so anomalous, doesn't it?
Yes.
You imagine you just put it to bed and never talk of it again. So I don't know what we've just done here. We should.
Okay, well, we won't talk about it again. I think I did do it. Looked up as it was the.
Again, again, good carry through to the keeper.
Largest ever defeat inflicted on a reigning county champion team.
Is that right?
Yeah. Innings and 276 or something?
It's
gone from
yeah. It's like the Adelaide Test of 2006. It never happened.
Never happened.
Or indeed, as far as Stuart Broad's concerned, the entirety of the last Ashes tour, which is void.
Yes.
Which I rather like. Three slips still in place and a gully as we're getting shadows. It's genuine sunshine, Andrew.
Well, I think the forecast's pretty good for certainly this afternoon and the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think we should be okay.
We should be okay, and it's very pleasant to see the sun coming through.
If you're wondering about the minimum overs remaining today, we can only make up half an hour. So you don't make up an hour, which is a strange thing, really, when you consider they can keep on playing for well over an hour if the over rate's slow. You talk about explaining things to your friends who are here.
Well,
what time does it end, Daniel? Well, who knows?
It's going to end at 7:15 in bright sunshine, the best weather of the day.
Right slap bang in midsummer with the sunset not due till 9:22. Yes.
There you go.
It's deeply baffling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can they only make up half an hour, not an hour, when they can keep on playing for over an hour? Well, these questions and many others are frequently put and never really satisfactorily answered. I think it's just to keep us on our toes, isn't it?
Probably. Somebody has to, I suppose.
It's like the use of floodlights. I put it to Graham Swan some years ago, expecting him to poo-poo me immediately. Just see a nice little bit of shape away from the left-hander into the keeper's gloves. That if you can bowl with a pink ball, as indeed there are pink ball test matches, and you can also change a ball, end of the over, a maiden for Porter, 16 without loss after 5. If you can change a ball because it's got manky, and if you can bowl with a pink ball, why don't we eliminate bad light by sticking on the floodlights and replace the red ball with a pink ball of equivalent age?
It's a very good question. Not that there are many pink balls. The pink ball tests have almost died, other than in Australia.
There must be some knocking about.
There must be a few. I suppose they could always.
They could revive them.
They could revive them, make a few more of them, so that they could be used in those circumstances.
Think of the spectator experience.
Why? Who would do that?
Well, having just come from an ICC World Cup, from the spectator experience was considerably less important than the TV watching experience. I can assure you, trying to get Bajans to go and watch cricket at 10:30 in the morning, in fact, getting me to watch cricket at 10:30 in the morning, is a fairly tricky endeavour.
Yes, I can imagine that.
We share a certain sensibility, me and the people of Barbados.
Quite right, too.
Which is that 10:30 in the morning is a time for quiet reflection and coffee. It's not a time for hard work, physical labour.
That's assuming you've actually got out of bed by then.
Most mornings not. Awake, yes, but not out of the bed.
Well, yes, that's a reasonable situation to be in as well.
It's a very comfortable one.
Exactly.
Cup of tea in hand, copy of the paper.
There you go.
But it was oh so very important that these matches were shown on prime-time Indian television.
Correct. That's where the market is.
That all the games took place at, not all, but most of them took place at 10:30 in the morning local time, or 8:30 in the evening, which was also faintly preposterous,
which
because
very bad for me, because that's past my bedtime.
Well, right.
I mean, right for you.
7 o'clock would have been fine.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't finish at the ground till nearly 1 o'clock in those circumstances. Which, of course, again, slightly depressed the spectator turnout, because, people quite like cricket to happen sort of largely between sort of 11 and, 9:30 at night. That's kind of like outer reaches, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But they decided against that because it was far more important that people were able to watch it on the TV in comfort on the other side of the world.
Yep.
Which I thought was slightly unfair on the user experience. When you go and do a World Cup, it's sort of about going and mucking in with what happens there, isn't it?
And the culture there and all that.
Exactly.
I mean, the 2007 50-over World Cup in the West Indies was also...
it was suboptimal,
It wasn't the West Indian experience. They banned all the musical instruments and all that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly.
Crazy, that. And yet the atmosphere did get a marvellous game. It was West Indies, wasn't it, I think? At home in Barbados was absolutely marvellous.
Would be.
Oh, great fun.
Yeah. Do you still read a hard copy of the newspaper? You were reading it in bed earlier.
Not so much, no.
Yeah.
No, used to love a hard copy, crossword and all that, but sustainability.
Well, there you go.
It's pointed out to me by younger and more earnest people who are absolutely right in these matters, I'm sure, that it is an unnecessary peccadillo to slaughter more trees just so I can have a hard copy. So instead I squint with my 55-year-old eyes onto a small screen.
There you go.
Well, you still with a hard copy?
No.
No. No. Daughters have banned that.
Well, no. I've kind of moved on from that.
Moved on?
Before the daughters got involved.
You're infinitely adaptable in that way.
Anyway, I see Cam's come in for his stint, so I'll go and give you a quick stat before.
Oh, please do. End of the over, 17 without loss.
Of the 9 leading wicket takers in the county championship this season, 5 are from Essex.
5?
5.
Harmer, Snater, Cook, Porter, Critchley.
Yep.
Critchley.
It's extraordinary.
That is extraordinary. Yes.
So I'm going to hand over to Cam.
Thank you very much.
He's arrived.
How many are from Surrey?
I think it's normal. No, one of course.
One. Worrell, yeah. Lovely.
But it's very unusual for one team to have so many of the leading wicket takers.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew will be with us throughout the game, providing us with even more esoteric facts, I am sure, than that. We will. If you've got any questions for Andrew, do get in touch with us at a website, or rather an email address that I have forgotten. And hopefully someone will remind me. It feels like, as a nice easy single there, pushing onto the front foot. Sibley up to 12. Is it surreybroadcast@gmail.com?
It is surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Cameron Ponsonby is alongside me. We spent some happy moments in the United States.
We did spend several happy moments together in the United States.
Dallas. First game. Wasn't that jolly? It was like being in the Somme, wasn't it?
No, I don't.
Well, obviously, apart from the lack of artillery. Cameron was working in a truck.
I was indeed. It was. I thought Dallas was quite good at the World Cup. Actually, I think it was. Obviously, when you're outside I was working in the outside broadcast truck, so behind the director, kind of saying.
In the muddy swamp.
In the muddy swamp.
The Somme.
Behind. Oh, I understand where you're going with this now. I thought you would say it was like a great battle between USA and Canada. I went.
No.
Aaron Jones just scored some runs. To be honest.
I was just thinking about the muddy terrain.
Yeah, it was very spectacular rain in the days ahead of the first fixture.
Yes, I rather liked Dallas. I thought it was quite a good setup.
It is. Well, it has become the kind of home of cricket in the USA. It's kind of people assume it may be kind of New York just through size and the World Cup being there, or Florida where
Fort Lauderdale,
where some of the Fort Lauderdale even, where 4 other fixtures were intended to be played. 3 of them were rained off, but kind of Major League Cricket has set up shop in Dallas for a number of reasons, and it's, as a result, become kind of the cricketing hub of the States.
We should discuss that and all manner of things, but of course if you have things you'd like us to talk about, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And I'm delighted to say that Surrey diehard and University Challenge winner Daisy Christodoulou is on board. She's watching. She just sent a picture. She sent a picture of her child who was also watching, which is great.
Lovely.
Start 'em young, Daisy, start 'em young. I'm fascinated by Jamie Porter's action. Oh, it's a beauty. Past the outside edge. He's done that a couple of times already today. I'm hoping our director may be able to get us a proper view of Jamie Porter's action as you see him go past the edge of Rory Burns' bat there. It's the cranking up that he has to do to get going, especially the right elbow. It's almost as if, you know, he's really having to hurl himself towards the other end. I wouldn't say it was smooth. There goes elbow, elbow, elbow again, poking out. A flash and a miss from Rory Burns. End of the over, just the one from it, 18 without loss.
It has elements of the kind of runner Haile Gebrselassie, who used to kind of run with one of his arms tucked, effectively.
Oh yes.
And do you remember why he did that?
No, I don't.
It was because when he was growing up, he would run to school and he'd carry his books in one arm, and so he developed this kind of esoteric running style.
Yes.
So maybe Jamie Porter grew up bowling with his chemistry books in his arm. It'd be
Well, you never know.
It'd be hard.
It would be hard, but I suppose you like to give yourself these challenges, don't you, in order to overcome. Yes, Paula Radcliffe was another one that ran with an unusual style, but I suppose that the weirdest of all would be Michael Johnson, because you kind of think that doesn't look awfully aerodynamic, does it? And yet he's by far and away the quickest. Snater to continue. Snater, one of those 5 bowlers Andrew Samson was telling us about.
Yes, I missed that just as I was coming on. What the 5 bowlers?
5 of the top 9 bowlers in this year's county championship. All play for Essex. Tells you something about the regularity with which they've been able to get their first team out in the park, you might say. Surrey have had a sort of wider squad selection, haven't they? If you think of the bowlers missing today, Kemal Roach, Cameron Steele, Gus Aktinson, all taken wickets this season. Sean Abbott. Who else am I missing?
I think it'd be fair to say
Jamie Overton.
Jamie Overton, but I think that for the most part, those kind of problems created from luxury, as it were, kind of you to have been able to have Sean Abbott and Kemal Roach in the kind of the same season, the same kind of quality of overseas player, and to be able to pick Sudharsan for this fixture. I don't think there'll be too many other counties weeping on behalf of Surrey missing a bowler.
Oh no! Well, I mean, no other county weeps on behalf of Surrey. That's part of the pleasure of defeating them. It's what spurs us on here in South East London. I say South East London. We are technically SE, but it doesn't feel quite South East, does it?
It doesn't feel very SE, given how close Southwest is. Well, I am aware that
we're on the border,
and that is how borders work.
That is how borders work, exactly. Yeah, like the demilitarised zone between North and South Korea. A little too far forward and probably a bit high, I think, on that occasion. But a decent inquiry from Snater. So yes, 5 of Essex's bowlers in that top 9.
I think shows how much I've been brainwashed by the kind of stats and facts that come out in this commentary box. I assumed it was kind of something to do with the letters in their names, or kind of like Porter, Snater,
Cook. Yes.
Yes, there's a pattern there.
There's something going on.
Engine TER for 2 of them at least.
Oh, again, really good carry. It's flying through to the keeper.
It's a wonderful bit of lift from Snater here.
It's been at this end, actually, hasn't it? There was one that Sibley only just got his hands out of the way of that just kept following and rising.
And it is... You'll know this better than me, because I think it shows how slight the slope is that I often forget which direction it runs, whether it runs from the Vauxhall end to the Pavilion end or vice versa.
Not much of a slope, really. It's more of a crown, I'd say.
I feel like I've heard Simon Hughes talk about running up the hill at the Oval.
Oh, there's another example, one that just follows Sibley, jags back. End of the over, 18 without loss. Well, I remember standing out in the middle before the day's Test cricket with Phil Tufnell. As you see that one jag back in again sharply. And he was contending that there was a slope
At the Oval.
Yeah, and there is a little bit, I think, from the pavilion end. Feels like you're running up a bit.
Oh, from the video, I was about to say it felt like if you're going from the Vauxhall end. So I feel like we're talking minutiae here.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So he then tested this theory.
How so?
And realised, well, by getting a ball, and then he realised that actually the square is just ever so slightly raised from the rest of the ground anyway. So from both ends, you go up ever so slightly, but only just a tiny amount. Flashed away, bit of width, and Burns wasn't going to give up on that gift. Takes him to double figures.
I think to potentially risk stating the obvious, it's a very crucial period of the match for Essex. We just see a replay here from Porter, just losing his line, one length even more to the point, as Burns is able to cut the ball away. But Snater in the last over was kind of, in my head it makes sense, he was able to get north, east, south and west movement. It was going up and down and left to right.
Yeah.
And whilst that ball is new, you want to be able to kind of make sure you take some crucial early wickets.
It's more like it from Porter. But yes, we don't have anything so daft as a ridiculous slope here at the oldest test ground in London. We leave that for the more innovatory grounds.
At the forefront of cricket history, I don't know, Lords. I've always been wondered. I've always thought it'd be very interesting to play there as a club player and just kind of see how tame the actual slope is.
Go to Wormsley, you might as well. It's exactly the same. Nicely driven into the offside. No great timing, so just get the single. I mean, the difference is that you go to Wormsley, you won't have to take a tie.
So is that right? Was Wormsley made to
John
be...
Paul Getty made it as a replica of Lords.
Well, so Wormsley, for those who don't know, is a very fancy cricket ground in the middle of the countryside. Effectively, it looks very picturesque.
It's in someone's back garden.
Well, it's a big garden.
It's a very big garden.
Big garden. But I have actually played a match there, and I must admit, I did not notice there was a slope. So
did you not?
No.
No. Well, I can tell you something in a minute. Porter getting his crack at the right-handed Sibley. Hasn't had a bowl at Sibley for a while. Graham Fowler, former England opening batter, becomes irked every year, twice a year actually, when he's watching on a test match at Lords. When he hears people talking about the slope, he says it can't make any difference because the ball, when it hits the pitch is not sloping sufficiently for the amount of a ball that's on it to be affected by the slope. He thinks this is an absolute nonsense.
I like this.
What he does acknowledge is that when you're batting, you can feel slightly different because you feel like if you're a left-hander, the bowling's coming from the pavilion end, you can sometimes feel your head going too far over, and similarly leaning back ever so slightly when you are batting from the nursery end, with the bowling from the nursery end. That's if you're a left-hander. And I think he also contends at the end of the over, 23 without loss, 9 gone, that for bowlers, as you run through the slope, you're running down, and you could your action can get dragged too far away if you're right arm over from the nursery end, for example. You feel yourself falling away and your head falling away. That he acknowledges, but he cannot believe that the ball
behaves in
any way differently, because effectively the point at which it's hitting the pitch, it's as good as flat, because there's only a tiny amount of ball, and the slope is only, the slope, Andrew, it's about 10 feet from one end to the other or something.
So we're basically saying it's almost like a mental placebo.
A mental thing, yeah. Well, that's what he's saying. I've only ever played at Lords once.
Oh, have you now?
And that was...
What was that for? I didn't know that.
That was the Street Child United World Cup. Yes, I know. Well, you did ask. Oh, now then, that edge has just squeezed. So I say edge. I wonder if that's come off pad or bat. We're going to wait to see umpire's signal, because it went through very softly past the diving slip. No signal from the umpire, so a couple more to Burns and to Surrey. The quarter century is up.
And a ripple of applause rolls around the ground.
And the sun is out as well. Look at this.
We did see in that last over, Sibley, as you said, Porter bowled a ball to him for the first time in a little while, and Sibley immediately kind of walked down the wicket, and he was struck in the kind of in the midriff thigh pad area again. They've been getting a lot of kind of excessive bounce to the right hander, less so to Burns.
Well, the carry has been great. It's a lone appeal from Snater. Keeper is moving a long way down to his right, indicating the ball was going down the leg side. We'll see on the replay. Burns does get across his stumps a fair way, but that's hit sort of in front of leg and on the angle, was clearly going to miss. But the carry has been good so far today. Oh, beaten. Slightly on the walk there, Burns. Just the perfect length, we'll see from this replay.
Ooh. It's been a really enjoyable opening spell of bowling from Porter and Snater. As of yet without reward, but
4 overs each they bowled in it. Forget that 4.3 that each bowled an over way back at 11 o'clock. So think of the spell really as being 4 overs, and Surrey will be hoping to survive through the next couple of overs at least. So they don't get a breakthrough after, what do you think? They'll probably bowl 6 overs, these two bowlers. They'd have something like that in them.
Yes, they've got probably another 2 in them respectively, and whether then Essex opt for the double change.
Get to see Ethan Bosch. Do you know much of Bosch?
Why else do you think I'm here?
If you don't mind me saying so, looking at camera, I could see him being an Ethan Bosch.
Thank you very much. It's a fine compliment to receive.
Never really noticed how Dutch you look before.
But Ethan Bosch isn't Dutch.
Well, he's Dutchish, isn't it? I mean,
South African.
Yes. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like Australians are all British and Irish, apart from the Greek ones and Croats.
I was about to say Shane Snater would support your hypothesis, where he's Zimbabwean and Dutch, and also the cousin of Jason Roy. Just to mention that for the first time this match. I'll get run out a few times.
Burns and Sibley survive another over. A good one from Snater, just the 2 from it. 25 of that loss after 10, all from Cameron Ponsonby. And then for the first time, welcoming him back to 4-day cricket after his sojourn with the T20 Blast, and fresh from completing his magnum opus in double quick time. I'm delighted to say it's going to be Phil the Power Walker.
Feel free to run across and drop in for a quick 30-minute session with some of our Surrey Foundation coaches.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Other magnum opuses are available. 25 for no loss then here. It's been a peculiar morning, really. It hasn't really got going just yet, but we are set fair and the clouds are slowly beginning to thin out. We will probably extend for an extra half an hour towards the back end of the day, so we're only going to lose 17 overs or so, all being well. So despite a truncated and slightly frustrating morning session where cricket didn't necessarily do itself the best of favours, it was one of those infuriating mornings really, with some drizzle in the air and players coming on and off. Well, we are set fair from here on. Surrey 25 for no loss. First change. And straight into the action, Ethan Bosch, playing just his second game for Essex, a short-term signing but a canny one. He has a very good first-class record. Bowls useful away swing, as is evident from that first delivery. It's gone boomeranged Cameron.
It's a beautiful delivery, a very kind of languid, long action. In terms of an aesthetic fast bowler, so far so pleasant.
Too full this time and punched by Dominic Sibley through the covers. Shot of the day so far. Dominic Sibley's game is in fine order.
It's a reminder of just how fine the margins are at this level. The ball before, Bosch got the ball to swing so beautifully away to beat Sibley. Searches for that same length and to give the ball the time to swing. Just over pitches, and Sibley drives powerfully. Found his interview, did an interview with Will McPherson in the Telegraph, which I found very endearing almost, actually.
Go on.
Where he said towards the end of his England career, when he was hoping to be dropped, he was waiting for it to rain. I was saying kind of, I know enjoy is probably the wrong word when talking about someone's like kind of struggling and at the highest level of their kind of career, but to have that kind of human element of where you associate these kind of players with kind of always desperately wanting to play or never wanting to give up on that international dream. So you actually know what I needed that time to not be in the limelight.
Full again by Ethan Bosch, who will nag away on that length. He'll get Surrey's batters coming forward, and we saw this last week as well. He went for a few. His economy rate of around 5s across the course of that game against Durham, but he did pick up a couple of very important wickets early on in that game, and you feel like he bowls that kind of Essex length, if you like, you know.
Essex length?
Well, you see it with Porter, you see it with Slater as well. They're prepared to be driven. Again, 4 more this time, just a wee bit too full on the pads, and Dominic Sibley is as proficient through square leg and mid-wicket as any player in the English game.
I think this one just skewed off the inside half of the bat, but Bosch once again getting very full. Has just flown off in the wrong direction that was intended, but the right direction in terms of result for Sibley. So 8 off Bosch's opening over.
Just died on him for that final delivery, and so expensive opening over for Ethan Bosch. Essex just simmering away here, Cameron. They've beaten the bat maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times. Stifled appeal before the first rain break to Rory Burns from Jamie Porter round the wicket, but aside from that, nothing really doing so far. And they will feel, having won the toss, and it's now de rigueur, isn't it, here at the Kia Oval. I think the last 13 tosses have resulted in those who win in it fielding first. Essex will feel like this is a crucial hour or two, because if they can let Surrey get away, then they are already up against it in this one. Good carry again by Shane Snater.
I think this is quite an important over for Essex here, because without wanting to put too much emphasis on a single set of 6 deliveries, it did feel like the pressure valve was just released a little bit on Surrey there, where Snater and Porter have been so relentless. They've got some movement in the air, but mainly off the pitch and kind of being so accurate and consistent. Bosch just strayed on length a little bit, and it looked that much easier to bat. So despite not having taken an early wicket, Essex will still be needing to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, penny for Sam Cook's thoughts. Evidently he's in the ground. I haven't seen him myself, but I heard that he's here with the squad today, and he will have been mildly disgruntled, let's say, not to find his name not featuring in that first Test squad, although I'm sure he will feature before the end of the summer. Nonetheless, it's a big game for him to miss this one. The story was that there was a slight setback in his preparations before last week's game against Durham, and so they've taken the precautious option here to hold him back. Nonetheless, Essex are crying out for his kind of incision. He's one of the best bowlers, of course, in the county game, and really does carry this attack. Him and Jamie Porter are a seasoned opening pair now.
Cook's first class record, you always need to kind of check back just to believe it's true, just how impressive it is.
Full of length again and played crisply up to mid-on, but no run.
Cook 294 first class wickets at an average of 19. Economy rate of 2.6. A master of the Essex length. Probably the copyright of it. Him and Jamie Porter.
You know where I'm coming from though, right, Cameron?
I understood completely what you meant. I just hadn't heard it described in such a manner, so I enjoyed it.
What I'm getting at is they don't have great height or pace in their attack. And so they need to skid it off that length. Shane Snater took a bit of time to be fully absorbed into this team. To the naked eye, he looked like perhaps a slightly bits and pieces cricketer, but he's really grown into his role here at Essex, and he has a very good record in the slipstream of Cook and Porter. He's become a key part of this setup. Useful lower order hitter as well. Plays with a bit of swagger. Got the haircut for it. You can imagine he's the kind of bowler that comes at you, gets under your skin. More runs this time. Tidely clipped into the onside, won't go for 4. But pretty serene progress post-lunch for these two up until now. 35 for no loss, 12 overs gone.
Snater's numbers this season are phenomenal. An average of 44 with the bat and 23 with the ball, which, I mean, if you maintain that over the course of a career, one of the greatest of all time. As it happened, he's done it for 9 matches. If I can continue on that trend. Have Ethan Bosch to continue from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, and they need him to just settle in here. As I say, he went for a few last week, but was a useful wicket-taking option. But if you stray a wee bit too full, then you get punished here. That's better. Easy-paced carry. And Essex, quite right too, maintaining an attacking field here. 3 slips and a gully. Encouraging Sibley to drive. It's an intimidatingly long batting lineup, of course, and so they need to get working here to the visitors. Huge game at the top of the table. And that's what he's looking for. And from Essex's perspective, this has been the story of the day, really. Creating half chances, but nothing going their way as things stand. And perhaps the first loose shot that we've seen Dominic Sibley play, outside the eye line, and he's let the hands go at it. On the one hand, it's not ideal, but on the other, it shows that the mind is relaxed and that he's prepared to expand his game into unknown areas. And it has been one of the stories of Surrey's season, to see him in the T20 side and to really enjoy himself as well, albeit it was a bit of a blowout last week, but to unfurl this newly explosive iteration of Dominic Sibley, it was glorious to see. And we've seen it in red ball cricket as well. He seems unshackled as well by that, as you say, that stunted early period with England. He's back enjoying his game, enjoying his cricket, back where it all began, of course.
I say enjoying his cricket back where it all began. He's been turning out a couple of times for Ashtead Cricket Club this season. Have a remarkable top 4 at the moment. You see your smirk as I return to chat about the Surrey Championship. They'll be having Ben Geddes, Dom Sibley and Mark Stoneman in their team at times this season, which is, well, that's quite good, really.
Yeah, that is useful. Saw Reigate still top. Yeah, I saw that.
I've not had a good few weeks. I've not been checking play cricket, to be honest.
And there we go. Legit edge, but down. Didn't carry, and through the gap. 4 more. And as the sun peeks out, Surrey are settling into their work here. 39 for no loss. It's well bowled.
It is the edge that Essex are looking for, but just not with the subsequent results. I've told a fib to you, Phil. Sibley's only played one game for Ashtead this year,
Okay.
as opposed to a handful.
We move on, Cameron.
Deepest apologies.
Another one ticks by. 39 for no loss, 13 gone. So did you play yesterday?
I did play yesterday, Phil, and there's a player out there today who's remembering or trying to work out what the biggest six he hit me for was yesterday. And I don't know. He's got so many to choose from. I don't know how he's going to come to a decision. No, I got hit for many runs yesterday, and I assumed that after the first two balls went for six, or how the first two sixes flew over the boundary, that he'd have the decency to just kind of hit one up in the air at some point and get out, because that is the kind of social contract of cricket. And instead he just kept hitting me for six. And
well, that's just vulgar behaviour.
It was. I was quite frustrated about it, to be honest. I found it quite funny for the first 5 or 6, and then the 7th or 8th one went, and I went, this is quite sad now. These are ruining my statistics for the season.
Yeah, sounds like a tough one for you, Cameron.
Took a very good catch though, so we'll end on a high.
So Jamie Porter then, senior man, back into the attack from the members' pavilion end. It began, of course, from this end as we look at it, the Vauxhall end, J and Finstand end, and just going to try his luck from the far end. He's the kind of bowler that Rory Burns has had to deal with throughout his career. That kind of nagging medium fast. Right arm round. Burns an excellent player of out and out quicks, of course. If there is a kind of bowler that Burns is conscious of, then it's this kind of style. The kind of nagging, classically English seamer. But Burns' game is in good order and has been all summer. Key moments here. Essex have to get their way into this session.
Burns and Sibley have been so strong as a partnership this season. Burns averaging 43, Sibley averaging north of 50. Must be quite an interesting kind of changing room dynamic now at Surrey. There are so many players with such kind of different relationships with England. You have Ollie Pope, who's kind of always been the prodigy and the kind of the test vice captain. You have the two batting right now who've kind of had their time, and who knows, they may well come again at some point, but probably kind of on the unlikelier side of possibilities. And you have the likes of Jamie Smith going for the first time, Gus Aktinson set for a debut, kind of Ben Folkes seeing his kind of younger kind of mentee at Surrey kind of leapfrogging him.
Thoughts on that?
I thought Ben Folkes' card was marked at the end of the India series when Brendan McCullum said this line to the press where he said, we haven't made a decision in that regard, but we want someone with the kind of right firepower we're looking for. And as soon as kind of that firepower line was dropped, you go, well, you're talking about a different style of player to the one currently with the gloves.
Over the wicket now for Jamie Porter, so exploring that new angle, running it across the left-hander.
And it is a marked change from when Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum took over. Their whole mantra was, we're going to pick the best 11 players to win this match. We're not bothering looking a year down the line. We're worried about the match today, tomorrow, whatever it is. That's changed now. This is a squad that's been picked with a view for 18 months' time.
Yeah, absolutely that. Sign of how tidy Rory Burns' game is, that he's just lent on that forward block, picks up a couple, thinks better of a third. This pitch is flattening out very nicely here, not too much movement off it, a little bit in the air.
I'll be very interested to know, I don't necessarily see on the Jamie Smith kind of decision in regards to the Jamie Smith decision, I don't necessarily think England see him as their like kind of long-term new wicketkeeper batter. I think they just want him in the team. And say, I know we're looking far down the line here, and like Joe Root's 33 and whatever, I could see a world where Smith does the role now, and then eventually when another spot opens up, I could see him potentially going up the order, and then whether it be Ollie Robinson or whoever else then comes in to assume the wicket-keeping role.
Pushed again outside off stump, and no fortune yet for Essex's seamers. Dom Sibley just has to be slightly mindful of this late away swing presented by Ethan Bosch, because it's there for him to look to get involved with, and his game is such at the moment that he's wanting to impose himself on proceedings, but he has to be mindful as well. That's a packed cordon behind him.
Change of length there from Bosch, just forcing Sibley back a little bit. I think Sibley's feeling quite... Yes, he's had a play and a miss and kind of a few flashes against Bosch, but I think because Bosch's movement's coming out of the hand and kind of always leaving the right-hander, Sibley seems quite content to chase after it. It's not going to take him by surprise that the ball's moving away from him. That's kind of the signalled plan and method of attack from the South African seamer.
And there it is. There was the sense that Dominic Sibley's tendency to get going outside the off stump was going to be too much for him to resist, and the first one goes. Tidy catch at first slip, booming drive, and Ethan Bosch, as we saw last week against Durham, picking up the first wicket as Essex get into this game now. They needed that Cameron Ponsonby. And Dom Sibley, having looked so secure up until the last 5 or 10 minutes, rather signposted that in truth, and he'll be cranky.
Signposted is absolutely the correct word for that. It's both very surprising and unsurprising dismissals. We see here the big drive from Sibley, caught at first slip. He'd had no signs of reservation of going after that drive and playing that. He got one away really early. And I think it was just effectively a risk he was willing to take. Now, whether he'll agree with that symptom as he walks back up the steps, it might be changed, but this is a change. Dan Lawrence, against his former side, he had been batting down the order this season, fairly regularly, down at 6, but it's your boy up against your men now.
Wish him well. So Daniel Lawrence in at first drop now. This is a mild surprise to us. He's been ensconced at 6 all summer and is becoming increasingly influential there in that fulcrum hinge point position, if you like, of the Surrey lineup. He's coming off the back of a spectacular 175 last week, which ensured that Surrey would romp home by an innings against Worcester. And now, with the absence of Ollie Pope ahead of the Test match next week, he's in at first drop. Ryan Patel is in the squad, and you would have thought he would have been the most obvious like for like, but Surrey like to keep these things fresh. Adam Collins, interesting move.
Yeah, they do, and Lawrence did come up to bat at 3 when Pope was managed out of the team down at Canterbury last, it would have been in April, wouldn't it, when Ollie Pope missed that week. In the same circumstances as this, where the ECB have asked him to have a little refresher, and Lawrence gets another chance at 3. Wasn't carded there, interestingly. I mean, I say wasn't carded there. I'm not entirely sure what the team sheet said, but what we were given had Patel at 3, Smith at 4, Folkes at 5, Lawrence at 6, and the luxury of having Sai Sudharsan batting at 7, which is vaguely ridiculous. But anyway, here is a replay of the wicket, nicely pouched by Dean Elgar. Oh, no, it's not. My apologies. I thought it was going to be the wicket again, but Elgar in there at first slip made no mistake when the chance came his way.
Yeah, it was a tidy catch. It was that perfect catching height, but fingers pointing up.
Nice.
And he's off the mark straight away. So, after a relatively serene opening hour or so either side of that irritating rain break, suddenly this game comes alive with this tantalising subplot, Adam. And Dan Lawrence, of course, would have been, you imagine, the first man to put his hand up when they were discussing the composition of this batting lineup. He'll be feeling pretty good about life. Named in that squad, of course, over the weekend for that first Test match. We can come to that in a moment. And on the back of that big 100, that statement 100, second 100 of the year as well for him, averaging well north of 50. More aggregated runs, in fact, than Jamie Smith this year.
The most for Surrey, actually, 568 at 63 now, Lawrence, which is a very impressive number. Wicket coming in the over, 42 for 1. But yeah, the 200s, and Daniel and I briefly touched on this in our opening segment today. Being made the spare bat is at last a bit of a sign from England that with Lawrence they do see a world for him to operate in this Stokes-McCullum axis, because he's the one guy who hasn't really had a sniff since they took over, and we have speculated that Pakistan might have been a place that he might have been called upon later in the year with a third spinner, that kind of energy. But great place to be, the spare bat. You're a twinge away from playing Test cricket again.
Well, as you say, he hasn't played a Test match under Ben Stokes, but take it from me, Ben Stokes is a big fan of his, and he likes his style, he likes his swag, right? There's an edge to Daniel Lawrence, the way that he plays his cricket, and Stokes recognises a kind of a rough diamond when he sees one. For obvious reasons will he recognise such a thing, and he likes him, and I think he's got a very good chance of playing next week, for what it's worth. I think there's every chance he can bat there at number 8 and be the sole spin option on a seam heavy pitch. Look, this is Jimmy's last game, right? They're not going to prepare a flat, dry one. It's going to be nice and green and lush and verdant. And so, sure, Shoaib Bashir is in the squad, which is a welcome move for me. Anyone who saw him bowl in India would have been very impressed by him, and perhaps he offers the most potential down the line among the young English spinners. But I can well see a scenario whereby Daniel Lawrence plays next week in a seam heavy attack.
Hadn't even considered that, but with Stokes able to bowl, it does open up the world of opportunities for England in a way that certainly the last 12 months when Stokes hasn't been bowling, they've had to be a snifter more conservative. That's come back off the seam from Porter. But yeah, the way in which Bazball started way back when, they were able to go set and forget with Leach because they knew they had Stokes there to bowl as well, and that was a formulation they were very, very comfortable with. But last year, Moeen Ali came in unexpectedly, performed impressively at times, certainly here at the Oval on the final day. But depth, I suppose, with the bat, something that they've enjoyed the whole way through the 2 years of Stokes-McCullum.
Yeah, well, exactly that. And I understand Daniel Lawrence's Test match career as potentially in the same vein as early Moeen Ali, a bowler who wasn't necessarily a reluctant bowler, but it was certainly his secondary skill coming through, renowned as a brilliant young stroke maker, but perhaps without the weight of numbers to demand a Test match spot. Finds his way into the setup because he offers something a little bit different, and his bowling is so much more than a part-timer. Surrey have consciously foregrounded his bowling this year. It was discussed around the England setup as well, going way back a year or 2 years back, that they were very interested in his bowling. I remember we saw his first ever Test wicket together, first ever Test wicket in England. We were doing that game back at Edgbaston, and gets turned, and he's a very useful white ball bowler, so he's relatively accurate. I'm not saying that he's going to end up with 200 Test wickets a la Moeen Ali. Nonetheless, I can understand the option of having a player like him in at number 7 or number 8 as a second support spinner, or on a seaming track as your containing spinner.
Yeah, and look, it's not been a one-off this season either. It's not as though he took a bag or whatever it is. He's bowled in every innings that Surrey have fielded him, with the exception of a couple of games in May when it was far more seam heavy. Picked up 3 in the first innings against Worcester last week, Daniel Lawrence.
Tidily played against his old pal Jamie Porter, and he will retain the strike. 43 for 1, 16 gone.
And one other thing here is that the age profile of spinners, and when they get picked, and again I'm only emphasising the spin bit on the scenario you paint. Moeen Ali made his debut when he was 27.
Well, this is it.
And Dan Lawrence is 26 now. I remember talking to Phil Tufnell about this, interviewing him a long time ago now, and he's like, his attitude was, finger spinners never really feel comfortable in their own skin to left-hand 30.
Right.
They're so conditioned to getting clouder back over their head. The temperament, I suppose, to bowl at the top level. Graham Swan's an example of this as well. Only started playing consistently for England. Test cricket for England after turning, I think he was 29, wasn't he, in 2008, Graham Swan. So there is something to be said for Lawrence being able to grow into this role as a spinner. But it would be a massive show of faith if they did pick him at 8. But hadn't really considered the Jimmy factor. It's a good point about what they might be playing on at Lord's on the 10th of July.
It's going to be Bosch to continue, having picked up that wicket in the previous over. Yeah, I think the West Indies at Lord's, it's going to be a seam-heavy attack. It's going to be a seam-friendly track. And we shall see. Nonetheless, whatever happens with Lawrence or Bashir, it's got that sense of a regenerative squad, right? I feel like that England, Cameron astutely just pointed out, this is a squad with a view to the next 18 months.
And it's not as though they didn't telegraph their punch here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Rob Key did an interview with Nick Holt back in February where he said this explicitly. Like, we should have been readying ourselves for a very different looking test squad through 2024. And with all the respect in the world to the Windies and Sri Lanka, the 6 test matches they're playing this summer, this is by definition an easier summer to do stuff like this than it will be when India are here in 12 months' time, who pound for pound are the best test team in the world. So it feels right in terms of sequencing. And look, they've made not just these decisions. Shah Bashir, and yep, there's the Lawrence Bashir over last week, which is something that's noteworthy in all of this, that he did take him to the cleaners only a week ago. But Bashir has been picked on the basis of what they've seen now across the tour of India. Very hard place to start for anyone. And then in county cricket this year, and they've seen enough to back him, and that's a bold call, but it does potentially mean the end of Jack Leach. I'm not sure how they've framed that up with him. But Jack Leach being left out of the squad, when you would have thought, if you're making a depth chart or a pecking order, that Leach probably was still number 1, but now he's clearly not. That's a big call. And Ollie Robinson finds himself out of the squad, which that was
surprising to me.
Under the radar. I don't think many people thought he would actually miss a squad altogether, a squad of 14.
Yeah.
He's not there at all.
I was surprised by that. He's bowled pretty well this year. He started off quite sluggishly, but in the last 6 weeks or so with the red ball, last 2 months, he's been playing white ball cricket as well and going very well. Driven, classical. Daniel Lawrence waited for it. He'll be encouraged by that. He's not gone looking too hard. Just waited for it. And then angled the face away from mid-off. So his first boundary 4, he is away.
Yeah, makes for a nice replay here. Called it well, waited for it, didn't try and overhit it, didn't need to. Nice way to start.
Yeah. He's in top form, as we've said, coming off the back of that big 100 last week. Started the season with the bat, slightly in and out. First 3 games he was struggling for form in the first innings. Trapped on the pads a couple of times. And he's taken him. Simon Harmer with those huge hands at the second slip, and Daniel Lawrence has to go. 2 for now for Ethan Bosch. 47 for 2. And the Essex boy has to trudge away. The visitors will be particularly thrilled with that, Adam Collins.
Yeah, for all the reasons you've stated, Phil, that's a massive wicket. The man in form, promoted to 3, gets his chance. And the chance taken at second slip away to his right, on the way up, I fancy as well. Bosch gets a second. And this game, which is a blockbuster, first versus second, so much riding on what happens across the next 4 days. Essex go bang, bang, just when they needed to. Yeah, that was moving away from him as well. Good catch, excellent bowling in the channel, the ball after being hit for 4. Lawrence gone for 6.
Yeah, it's beautifully bowled. It's very clear. He's running his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball as we look at it behind the bowler's arm, and he's getting that appreciable late away cut off the pitch. A murmur of swing in the air and then cutting it off the pitch. Arguably, perhaps Lawrence didn't need to be defending to extra cover point, but that's the way that he plays. As Adam Collins says, it's a fine catch. He's one of the best in the business at second slip, is Simon Harmer. Few more emasculating experiences than shaking hands with Simon Harmer, trust me.
And those England storylines keep coming with Jamie Smith, who's set to make his Test debut at Lords, and Jimmy Anderson's final Test match next week, striding out at 4 for Surrey, 500 plus runs at 50 this year, looking $1 million across the formats, and what's turning into a beautiful day, but still challenging enough conditions. The onus on Essex to keep the pressure on, to give them absolutely nothing and really make this their session.
Yeah, they're right back in this. It was a funny first 45 or so after lunch. Everyone just ambling around, really. And then Dom Sibley just played a slightly out of character, expansive drive. Brings Ethan Bosch into the action, and now he's gone bang bang.
What was your overarching on Smith? I mean, the sense of inevitability and all the rest of it, but I guess the crude Smith for folks is what it's effectively turned out to be. We can put Bairstow to one side because he didn't have the gloves in India the last time England played Test cricket. But where did you fall on this with letting Smith not only play, which is one thing, but keep as well?
It's when a talent comes along like him, it's irresistible, and you find a way. You find a way to get him in that side. We've watched a lot of him this year, and there is something unusual about this boy's talent. And perhaps in the fullness of time, he won't be England's long-term wicketkeeper necessarily. It may be that in the fullness of time, he moves up into the top 4, and the gloves are taken in time by somebody else. But I think if you're looking for the next 18 months, you want to identify the right style of cricketer to take Test cricket to the Indians next summer and to the Australians the winter after. He is a brilliant player of the quicks. He's a brilliant back foot player. He's got this magical combination of orthodoxy and modernist flair. It's all there for him, and when you have a player come along with his kind of minerals, he is pretty naturally mature as well. So he's not going to be cowed by this sudden development. And the thing regarding his keeping, well, you speak to people around this place, and he's considered to be a very decent keeper. But crucially, I think every Test match is important, but let's be absolutely frank, some Test matches are more important than others, and he will have a summer to learn on the job. And while I feel always perpetually sorry for Ben Foakes, whose virtues are immaculate but out of time, out of rhythm with the era, and Ollie Robinson will be probably politely wondering what more he could have done as well, and no doubt he would have been a part of that conversation. I can understand why they've gone with Smith. It's the bold call, it's the progressive call, and it's a call I'm behind.
My only trepidation, if you can call it that, because I share all of your views about the capacity of Jamie Smith. I mean, I don't think it's too bold a call to say he looks the second best batter in England, right, behind Jay Root. I mean, on the basis of what we've seen, acknowledging that he hasn't played Test cricket as yet, but just that eye test or the sniff test, you feel like this guy's got everything going on. But the only small concern that I would put...
Bang on cue.
Well, lovely.
End of the 18th, 52 for 2, and Jamie Smith has given Adam Collins every reason to continue his point.
Is that I think Jamie Smith, I don't think it's a question of if he bats in the top 4 for England. He clearly is going to bat in the top 4 for England, or at a pinch maybe the top 5 if that's the way the cookie crumbles, although I suspect Harry Brooks set and forget for a decade. And Ben Stokes, whilst captain, clearly is going to occupy that number 6 slot, and that would more often than not go to an all-rounder. So top 4 is where he will land, even if there isn't a vacancy right now, with them, of course, having Joe Root batting at 4, and so it goes. But asking him to keep, and the extra duress that has on any player above the shoulders having to do that job at test level, the scrutiny, every single take, all eyes on you. We saw what happened to James Bracey when he came into the side. Now, I'm not trying to manifest what happened to Bracey to Smith, but had a tough time of it with the gloves, and it followed when he was batting. I would hate to see the first 10 test matches for Jamie Smith not be quite what they might be if he only had the responsibility of batting. But I mean, I'm being contrary to a point, because I still would have picked him.
I hear all of that, and I hope that he is afforded a degree of leniency to learn on the job, and I hope that the ongoing never gets old culture war right at the heart of English cricket, the superior batter and the less superior gloveman versus the opposite. I hope that even in that context, if a couple of chances go down as he's finding his feet at that level, I hope that is allowed and that he's given a degree of leniency. Because he will improve. Ooh. Beats the bat this time and takes a tumble as well, Ethan Bosch, but he's enjoying himself out there. Picked up a couple already. I just hope that he doesn't become, if you like, another victim of that discussion, that polarising discussion, and that he is given the space to develop his skills as a keeper. He's clearly relatively inexperienced, especially in red ball cricket, but as I say, he's well regarded with the gloves here. As for dealing with the scrutiny, I mean, he's made for it. I think he's absolutely perfectly equipped mentally to maintain a degree of sanguinity right throughout any of that. I don't think there's going to be a problem there. As I said earlier, he's remarkably mature for his age, and they would have done their due diligence on him as well. I don't think they'd be throwing this to him on a whim. No, I wouldn't suggest that either. It's perhaps more a case of him not doing it week in, week out. It won't be quite the same as if he were the wicket keeper being brought in to do that job and it being his primary responsibility as it would be in ordinary circumstances. But it's not an ordinary team. Nor is it an ordinary world in Test cricket. They're clearly thinking ahead, and why wouldn't they? You can sometimes criticise teams for getting too far ahead of themselves, but to be as an outsider, having not grown up in the UK, every 4 years England coming to Australia getting pounced all over, and then there's questions about medium-term planning. Well, this does constitute medium-term planning. Yeah. There are a number of tests between now and then. I say then with a capital T. Just erred in line there. And Burns takes just enough of that inside edge to advance his score onto 22, 56 for 2. It isn't just about Australia. They play India at home next year. They've got away tours coming up, including to Pakistan. That'll be interesting. You know, is there a world where Ben Foakes comes back into the side when it's likely there'll be 2 or more spinners in the 11? I suppose we can put that to one side for the time being. But Smith being prepared to go to Australia and make runs, and not being someone who's doing it off the back of very little Test cricket. I remember in 2017, 2018, they started thinking about Australia through that summer, and they made a number of selections. David Malan, Tom Westley, who's the captain of Essex here this week, and Mark Stoneman all came in just before that they were due to go to Australia. More runs behind square again. Not quite the right angle to Rory Burns, who of course is so strong off the thigh and the hip. Another over ticks by 57 for 2. And it does feel to a certain extent like he can be on a little bit of a hiding to nothing as Phil Walker jumps out to be replaced by Daniel Norcross, where if you've only played a couple of Test matches or a few Test matches, you're yet to really consolidate your position in the Test 11, so it's a different energy
Whereas with Smith, all things being equal, there are 6 test matches this summer, there are 2 away tours this winter, there are 5 test matches against India next summer, there's a one-off test match against Zimbabwe next May, then they go to Australia. If he plays well, he'll have a lot of test cricket under his belt. He'll be
against a variety of teams.
Against a variety of teams in a variety of conditions, and then there'll be no excuses about preparation. He will be as ready as anyone can be to face up against an Australian bowling lineup in those conditions who are always going to be formidable.
How many first-class matches do you think he's kept in?
I would imagine you could count it on one hand, would be my gut feel.
I thought that, but apparently not.
Okay.
Andrew Samson has been crunching the numbers.
Ooh, fun, here we go.
He also has a better average when keeping than when not keeping.
I love that. Kind of the reverse Sangakkara or whatever you want to use as
46 he averages
46.
keeping.
It's a healthy number.
37, was it 37 overall, Andrew? 37 not keeping, 46 when keeping.
Not a massive sample size, I wouldn't have thought. For
20 games.
20 games he's kept in. So we did it in the Bob Willis Trophy summer of 2020. That'll be 6 straight away. I'm just trying to think of other times he would have been, because there would have been occasions where Ollie Pope did the job as well, I guess, when folks was with England or injured.
Yeah.
Interesting. 20. Okay.
Seems more than I thought.
Yeah.
Out of 59 matches, 59 first-class matches, which again is quite a lot of first-class matches when you think of his age, and you think how many first-class games there are in England per year, just the 14. Oh, that's a gorgeous ball. Porter, again, just gives nothing away, doesn't he? Puts it on that spot. And Burns, again, just ever so slightly playing on the walk here.
Yeah, Porter's still at the peak of his powers. He was such a dominant force when Essex won the competition in 2017 and 2019, Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. He was on the cusp of test selection a couple of times, didn't quite break his way. And in the last year or two, that conversation has moved on, as it often can when a player doesn't get picked. Then, well, you start thinking about the next crew coming through. But ever so quietly, he's taken 32 wickets so far this season, which is leading the nation in first-class cricket. And yep, Sam Cook desperately unlucky to pick up a hamstring injury when he did at the end of the last red ball block of games. And who knows, maybe it would have been Sam Cook, not Dylan Pennington, in that England squad had he remained fit and firing. I suppose we'll never know. But here's Jamie Porter still doing a splendid job leading this Essex attack.
My feeling was that with Cook, it was going to be after Anderson had retired. So Anderson out and then perhaps Cook in, but with him just having this injury at the moment, it's come at the worst possible time. He could well come back in the back end of the summer, of course, when England play Sri Lanka. And we expect Mark Wood to be back in the squad when Anderson finishes off at Lord's. He's playing today for Lancashire, of course, but Lancashire are batting.
The other name that wasn't in the England squad today, and haven't even mentioned him, I don't think, made him complete 57 for 2, Mark Wood.
Yeah, they decided he hadn't got quite enough overs under his belt yet.
Overs under belt, okay.
Overs under belt.
Overs under belt reasons.
Yes.
How's he going to get those overs under belts?
It's very hard to see, isn't it, really, without actually playing? Yeah.
Because we go into a short form block with the 100. And blast, obviously. Blast followed by 100. Yeah. I mean, I know they get their loads up, to use the modern jargon, in all sorts of weird and wonderful ways, which really means they do centre wicket practice.
Presumably.
But they don't count that as much as they do game playing. So I don't think the intensity psychologically is quite the same, which is fair.
Well, presumably he's not playing this round of matches for Durham, is he? So when does he get to bowl?
Durham's next red ball game after this would be in the last block of games in the season, would it not? We'd be a ways away. They might sneak one more round in. Looking over at Andrew Samson for scheduled chat. I think there's late August.
Late August.
Yeah, okay. So a good couple of months.
Yeah, just double checking, but yeah, Wood is definitely not playing for Durham. Incidentally, 160 for 7. Stokes is out, as is Baz de Leyder. Oh no. Oh no.
Love Big Baz.
Oh, we all love Big Baz. He's just there waiting for a pun to happen, isn't he?
I think the Dutch have got to stop bowling Big Baz in over number 20 and over number 50. He's got a bit of a problem closing out innings. He keeps bowling the last over. Like, he's a very capable cricketer. Just stop
bowling that one.
Stop subjecting him to that one. Any of the others is fine.
Yeah, 19.
Good as gold.
49.
Fine with me.
Yep.
We've got some Dutch representative in this game, do we not? Bowling right now. Shane Snyder.
Yeah. Not seen any spin yet today, but we have seen Harmer's hands grasp a catch. There'll be some runs here, probably just a couple. So the outfield is pretty quick. And they do get back for 2. Smith's been out there a while, but he's been slightly starved of the strike. It's quite a nice day now. Apparently, over 5,500 were in by 2 o'clock.
You know what, and that is record breaking for county cricket. We've got some company in the box right now, by the way.
Yeah,
2 are coming through, always lovely on a Sunday afternoon. But there's often a lot made of, isn't county cricket in rude health? There's 20,000 people here. Well, there typically aren't 20,000 people at the Oval. That's just people on Twitter getting carried away. 5,000's a very, very healthy crowd.
And that was at 2. It'll be more than that by now, I think.
They were hoping for more, of course,
lifted.
It being County Cricket Day and so on, but it feels a lovely crowd out there at the moment, but we don't need to get carried away with...
Strong Essex contingent, I've noticed.
You'd hope so.
Yeah. You heard their glee at the wicket of Sibley.
Hardly even an away day, really, is it?
No, barely. I mean, I suppose you're going to get Essex fans all over London, aren't you?
There are Essex fans in all sorts of places.
All sorts of places, yeah. Like London Borough of Camberwell. I mean, Phil Walker, he's an Essex fan. All sorts of Essex fans out there. Not just Essex fans, of course. Fans of Durham, Lancashire, even Bedfordshire minor counties.
You could argue we're too early in the game for this.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
We might be. It's only the 21st over.
You did start it.
Yeah, I did start the Bumble.
You did invade Poland.
I did invade Poland with David Lloyd. He's probably watching somewhere. Hello, Bumble. No, he'll be watching Lanks play, of course. He does watch all the streams, though, doesn't he, Bumble? At end of play, he watches all the highlights, all the cards.
When I got back from Barbados, the very first thing I did, I came back, it was County Cricket Day. Not the County Cricket Day, but it was a 4-day game day. Had a wonderful day. Got to watch Lewis Kimber score that remarkable 243 with 21 sixes. Only 3 people in the history of first-class cricket have got more than that. Or was it just 2? 3, I think. Colin Munro, Agarwal with 26 sixes. For a game playing for Kabul region against Boost region. Didn't know about those 2 teams. All sorts of teams. 21 sixes. I remember when 16 was the holy grail, and no one could get past 16. Graham Napier hit 16 sixes against Surrey. So talking of Surrey Essex games. Andrew Simon was the first to do it.
Was Napier's a real one, Samo, or was that a running up the scoreboard?
No, it was
25 ball.
It was at Whitgift School.
Because I know Napier hit a 25, 26 ball 100, which we don't count because it was lob bowling. I think that's right. No, did Napier get one of them? Oh, Patini, sorry. Patini. Sorry. Mr.
Essex,
Napier.
same thing.
I'm confused.
No, Napier did that against Surrey at Whitgift, I think, didn't he?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relatively short boundaries there. Simons was Abergavenny, another sort of postage stamp kind of ground. So, yeah, it was quite the thing. So I was watching that, and then there was the anticlimax of them losing in the end. You know, because it would have been one of the great comeback victories from when they were 7 down, 130 odd on the board to get to 484, I think was the target, something like that. And they so nearly did it. Ben Mike got out in the most unusual way. And I find myself shouting at the screen, why did he do that?
Change your bowling from the pavilion end.
Oh, Tall Paul.
You might have heard that he's tall.
I have.
You might have heard that Tall Paul Walter is more than 2 metres tall.
How tall is he, by the way? Do we know? Is he 6'8"?
2 and a bit.
2 and a bit.
In new money. Just on the Louis Kimber thing for a moment here. I know you and I were very quick onto this on social media as it was happening. Gentle little outswing to start from Walter at 65 mile an hour. The similarities to Ted Allison's 189 in 1911.
Hugh Richards got in touch with me, a man who writes for International Herald Tribune, among other things. Got in touch on Twitter. The moment he saw and leapt on Ted Allison.
It's a once. What Louis Kimber did is a once in a century event, and I'll take it back to 1911 with what Allison did. If you're not familiar, I know you are, Daniel.
Oh, now that's leapt. Slow leap, but leap nonetheless.
First time we've seen do that, I reckon.
We've seen some from that end go through quite high to the keeper, but not threaten the throat.
Nice.
That is actually well played in the end by Burns, managing to keep it down off the glove.
There are an extraordinary number of similarities. So Kimber had only made 100 in his professional career to this point. And Allison's innings, which, if you're not familiar, is just
it's insane. A
stunning series of events when playing for Notts against the same opposition at the same ground. It was against Sussex at Hove in the
1911.
In the May of 1911. I'm sure Samo will jump in and fill in the gaps here. But
he was a blocker, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was known as that, and he came out and he made 142 runs in 40 minutes after lunch that day, and 115 runs in 7 overs at one stage, Allison. Including 34 off an over, which was the record.
It was
for
exactly.
A time.
It was the world.
Kimber breaks the record as well. So same opposition, same ground. Broadly speaking, the same career profile, having never really done anything. And in Allison's case, never made another 100. Got to 189. His only first-class ton. Kimber second.
I think.
And in both instances, they came in down the list. Kimber at 8, Allison at 9.
Did I read somewhere that I think Kimber had scored 12 sixes in his entire career before that, off a couple of thousand balls, something of that sort, and then hit 21 in about 120.
And in both cases, that wasn't in a winning effort, so they fell 19 runs short the other day, and
18 wasn't it?
And I mean, Allison's innings, they didn't get the win in the end. It was Sussex chasing about 250 odd, and they fell 20 odd runs short.
Did you tell me that John Arlott wrote an entire book on Allison's innings?
I've got it.
You've got it?
Yeah, it was sent to me when talking about it with you on the podcast in the final word at some point. Not a long book, about 80 odd pages, but yeah,
it's quite a lot for an innings that lasted only 2 hours or so. Now, an hour and a half, was it? I mean, Kimber scored 192 before lunch, and he didn't start batting at the beginning of the session. So he walked out to bat, I don't know, 20 minutes into the session.
Well, we talk about centuries in a session, which is fairly rare. 2 off the over, 61 for 2, 22 gone after Essex won the toss and bowled this morning. Only 2 overs before lunch, and a long rain delay, now an extended middle and final session here at the Oval. First versus second, just to recap, 2 wickets to fall. Sibley caught first slip from the bowling of Bosch for 24, and Lawrence shortly thereafter also caught in the cordon from Bosch for 6. 47 for 2 is to have put on 14. But there surely has never been a double century in a session. Looking at Samson for that as well.
Second most before lunch. Who got the most?
I'll come back to this after this delivery.
Well, I think I heard him say Russell Endine.
He did.
Did he not take a hat trick? Or was he the guy who was out-handled ball? There's something about Endine. Handled ball, was it?
He was out-handled ball, and didn't he appeal for a handled ball as well in a test match?
Did he?
He was involved in 2 test match handled the balls.
Oh, still my beating heart.
And I feel like it was his first 2 test matches as well, something preposterous like that. Anyway.
Is he like the Maeve Doomer of his era?
For Endine, I've got it up in front of me. Samo's given me the card. At Johannesburg in 1954-55 for Transvaal against Orange Free State.
Elongated session, 3 hours.
3-hour session.
hours.
Doesn't count. I suppose it does count. Sessions can go for all sorts of time lengths.
Use the feet there from Smith. How many did he get in that session? 197.
Oh,
actually, Kimber was starved of the strike after the last 2 overs as well.
There's an absolute beauty at third as well. Third, Rajasingi got 180 in a session against Surrey at Hastings.
That would have been something to watch in those days, mostly on the ground, I would have thought.
You'd hope so. A few would have been on the leg side, you'd hope, given the way he was known for playing.
Snater's continuing, and he's beaten Smith's bat there with a fairly gentle away swinger.
Compton also got 180 in a session.
1947?
It wasn't actually. 48-49 for MCC against North Eastern Transvaal. 303 hours, I'm told that innings was.
Did Mike really get 300 in a day or something insane? That was in South Africa, wasn't it? No? In Pakistan.
And we also have a link back to our broadcast today. Brian Charles Lara made 174.
Shot. That's a gorgeous shot from Smith. It's shots like that have seen him called up for England. Perfectly balanced. Slight transference of weight back past the bowler. Gorgeous.
I'm always reluctant to put too much weight on what gets clipped up with selection. You know, it's not always a representative sample. But with Smith, every time he seemingly bats for Surrey, he plays half a dozen shots like that, which clip up very, very nicely. And we saw last year with Shah Bashir how quickly that translated through to a test cap. It doesn't hurt that Smith makes the runs attractively.
He's played some amazing shots this season. Still come back to that eventually doomed run chase against Somerset with 9 fielders on the boundary. Still managing to clear them. Oh, that's again gone past the outside edge. You could see Smith was looking to play that into the onside, and it snaked past his outside edge. It's fairly gentle pace that Snater's bowling at, but that's missed either the edge or the off stump. I do not know.
How's that not taken middle stump? It's that extra bounce we spoke about in Walters over. This is from the other end, of course, and oh yeah, that's a gem. Yes, Lara in that 501 made 174 in one of the sessions, and Phil Walker's been working with Brian Lara on his book, which I think is to be set for release publicly tomorrow, at least this week.
It's this week, I think.
This week the Brian Lara book is out.
End of the over, 65-2, just the 4 from it. Yes, he's going up to Birmingham to launch it all.
I say the Brian Lara book. It's the first of the Brian Lara books, plural, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll be like Walter Scott's Waverley novels. There'll just be enormous quantities of them coming out now, I should think.
Well, this is the England book, which makes sense given the West Indies are...
Is Phil the Power doing them all? Is he going
to... if we say it, does it come true? I suppose so.
He's going to grow some grey hairs. He's got... I mean, this deadline was extraordinary.
Yes.
Walter's going to continue. So no great pace in this Essex bowling lineup, but they are all naggingly accurate. They all get the ball to do a bit. Slightly different angle with Paul Walters, both height and left arm. So yes, I watched Louis Kimber, and then I thought, you know that horrible feeling of anticlimax you get when you've invested so much in a game and then it's done. Basically cricket, you know, because cricket's very much like bankruptcy. It happens very gradually and then all of a sudden stops. If you know what I mean. That's nicely played, but it's a fielder out there at deep square, just with a single. So you're watching cricket, and you think that's basically your state that you're going to be in. And then of course it ends when the 10th wicket falls or you get to your target. So I was thinking, what am I going to do now? Then realised there was an absolutely storming game on between Warwickshire and Hampshire. I mean, I just flipped round the streams, I flipped round the radio comms, sat in the garden, gin and tonic. What a time to be alive. After all the razzmatazz of the T20 World Cup, this was a much more appropriate rhythm for me.
Yeah, as much as I enjoyed being out at the T20 World Cup, I did have a spring in my step knowing I was going to be watching some of this stuff today.
And Surrey did the right thing by finishing off their game nice and early, which allowed me then, safe in the knowledge that there were 22 points in my back pocket, thinking, nothing can hurt now. I can go and look elsewhere. Speaking of which, shall I go and have a little look elsewhere?
You should. Bring it up on your phone. Let's find out what's going on in Division 1 first.
Shall we start at Chesterley Street?
Why not?
At the Seat Unique Riverside. 181 for 8, Durham. They're going to struggle to get any batting points, although Matt Potts, who along with Ollie Stone is having a remarkably profitable season with the bat. Andrew Samson could possibly get those two's averages up with the bat. Shall I remain in the First Division for the purposes of consistency?
Who's taken the wickets at Chesterley Street?
Well, who has? They're 9 down now. I'm afraid. Ben Rain, the latest to go. And it's spread around. Allison, 3 for. Smith, 2 for. Waite, 2 for. And Taylor, 1. Elsewhere at the Utilitar Bowl, I'm still going to struggle with that.
Not for me.
No, it doesn't work, does it? 84 for 3, Hampshire. The latest man to go. Albert, gone for 20. But James Vince is there, 43, unbeaten from 51. Brown, unbeaten on 6. It's 66 for 2 here after 24 overs. Stately progress at the moment from Surrey, rebuilding after the loss of those 2 wickets. Lancashire with Jimmy Anderson, they're batting. And Josh Bohannon, who made a double century last week, just the 25 today. Keaton Jennings is still in on 61, 111 for 3. Wicket there for Stone, Pennington and Patterson.
There'll be a lot of reporters up there who've thought, well, if Lancashire bowl first today and we can watch Jimmy go through his paces, we might be on the train home tonight. I think they'll be seeking accommodation so they can watch Anderson, presumably, bowl tomorrow.
You would imagine. Now Somerset, who are a distinct threat at Taunton, have got Warwickshire 161 for 6. Jack Leach has got a wicket, overlooked by England. Pretorius, who either impressed us with bat as much as ball, has picked up 3. Craig Overton 1, Josh Davey 1. Ed Barnard is still there, unbeaten on 55 earlier. Will Rhodes made 63. But Burgess is in with Barnard. Did we not watch a lengthy partnership between Burgess and Barnard?
We did watch a lengthy partnership between Burgess and Barnard, who went on to ultimately
get 100, didn't he?
Get 100, a very good one.
Batted very well, did Ed Barnard. Frustrated Surrey for a while.
Yeah, he made 108 that day.
Oh, edged and dropped. A really tough, sharp chance to the left of the fielder there. Simon Harmer, his big bucket left hand, couldn't quite snaffle it. See here, it went quickly. Burns is fending slightly at 1. Did well to get a finger on it, really, did Harmer. Could argue he saved 3 runs there.
You could be critical and ask the question why there isn't a third catcher there, given they took 2 in a hurry and trying to make the most of it. But I suppose we're 25 overs in, so it's rare to see three slips in the gully at that point. But that's exactly where it would have gone.
Now, before I go back to the county championship scores, Andrew Samson has given me some statistical data. Matthew Potts has scored 300 runs at an average of 50 so far this summer. The best of 149 not out.
In the test squad? In
the test squad. And Ollie Stone, who is not in the test squad, scored 268 at 44.66 with 3 half centuries.
I wonder how close Stone is to being looked at again by England. I know his body's been the issue before, but taking wickets and making runs, and presumably still bowling quickly. Haven't seen much of him other than highlights. But those fast outswingers that would often get, again, I mentioned before, getting clipped up. You know, when Stone gets someone off stump out of the ground with an outswinger and make that 90 miles or thereabouts an hour.
It's a lovely looking thing, isn't it?
It really is, yes.
Now, I think I've given you all of the first division scores, so I'm going to head down into the second division and to the very basement of the second division, where Derbyshire are playing. And it's not getting any better for them.
Oh, gosh. Sorry to hear that.
This is about as much of a shellacking as is possible by 3 minutes past 3 on day 1. Derbyshire were bowled out for 76. 5 for Fernando, 4 for Thompson, 1 for Ben Code. In reply, Yorkshire are 56 without loss after 11.3 overs. The brilliantly named Finley Bean is alongside Adam Lythe. It's a great name, Finley Bean.
They put on 300 last week, those two, up at Scarborough, after being sent in on day 1.
Turning the season around there.
Yeah, it was their first win in 2024 last week.
Oh, another lovely delivery from Snater. He's just getting the ball to leave the right-handers, and he very nearly picked up the wicket of Burns in that over. As we'll see again on the replay, it's not the first time he's beaten Jamie Smith on the outside edge. That one just bowled from slightly wider of the crease, and Smith felt he had to play at it.
It's reminiscent of what we often see with Surrey, what Essex have with their bowling stocks. It's that, yep, Snater opened up today with Porter, but often he'll be first change. Mentioned before, he's got 26 at 23 this year or something like that. It's daunting as a batting team knowing that the opposition have not just 1 or 2 class seamers, but in Essex's case 4 or 5 who are floating around at any given time. That's why these two teams have been right towards the top of the championship table alongside each other since 2018.
It's like Ali and Fraser. Not to be confused with Kelsey Grammer's character in the eponymous sitcom of the same name. That would have been an unusual fight, I think.
Niles taking on Fraser across 15 rounds. No, not quite.
Or just Muhammad Ali taking on.
Well,
wouldn't have been 15 rounds.
Yeah, had Fraser knocked him out, it would have been more of a shock than when Buster Douglas floored Mike Tyson.
Oh, now then. Too high. Umpire's not going to give that, but there was a lot of excitement behind the stumps. Be interested in seeing this on the replay. He's a tall man, Paul Walter, so he'll tend to get more bounce. But that's a perilous leave. It has been left on height. You just want to be a little bit careful, though. Staying in the second division, Gloucestershire 179 all out, Glamorgan 8 without loss. So we've got Simon Mann joining us at various points over the next 3 days. So it'll be enormous fun to keep an eye on that game. He, of course, a big Gloucestershire fan. I will never forget the indignity of working with Simon Mann in it was a limited overs cup final, Surrey against Gloucestershire. And basically the producer had put me on for Surrey and Simon on for Gloucestershire. Jack Russell was with us. It was a lovely day in so many ways, but Surrey somehow lost the game from a strongly winning position, and Simon was not kind to me. Let's say he enjoyed it. So I've been looking for my revenge, and it shall come. Gloucester, of course, a side that has yet to win the county championship.
I was waiting for that.
Although if you talk to some Gloucestershire fans, they dispute this and claim that they won in the sort of 1880s. I mean, if we counted all of those, how many would Surrey have if we counted our ones in the 1860s? Dear me. Down the leg side, couldn't quite catch up with that.
Didn't they decide that by who had won the previous year? If you beat the champ, you were suddenly.
Was that like a squash ladder?
Or if you want to stick with the boxing theme, like the heavyweight belt.
Yeah, like heavyweight belt. I don't know. I mean, when you go off,
which is soon, by the way. I've got a.
I'll get Andrew Samson on to explain the murky and contested past of the county championship before 1890.
Why don't I jump out now after this ball? Yas Rana after me.
Oh, has he got an edge on that? He has. Felt he had to play at it. Ball coming back in towards him, and Burns dropped in the previous over. Departs in this. Goes for 26. Surrey have lost their third wicket. And decent delivery. Look at that again and ask himself if he had to play at it, but with the angle that Walter's bowling at, he felt he had to. Might have left it on the length perhaps, but he's just got a little tickle through to the keeper.
Yeah, angle plus bounce. We said it a couple of times in Walter's brief spell that he's doing something slightly differently to his colleagues. Had one rear up at the throw to Burns a couple of overs ago, the extent to which that might have informed Burns playing here. Either way, after being put down in the cordon in the previous over, he's gone now for 26, and that's 3 wickets in a hurry for Essex. 3 for 26, the collapse, if you want to call it that. And Essex now in a position to really push home their advantage through this extended middle session on day one. Now I'm going to jump out. Back to you.
Got their first bonus point as well, of course, which we'll be keeping our eye on. So Essex very much on top. Can you pass those headphones, if possible, to Andrew Samson? It's just going to clear up. We're talking about the early murky world of the county championship, and it starts officially in 1890. Yes, that's what we're really counting?
That's right. Yep.
So what was going on between 1864 and 1890?
Well,
sort of Wisden-y time.
Wisden-y time. So Wisden's first edition was 1864, which obviously covered the 1863 season, so it didn't cover the years that there was a list of county champions for those years, 1864 to 1889, which was in Wisden for a long time as a list. And those so-called county championship winners were decided basically by the media, based on the results in the season.
Oh, the likes of Yas Rana.
Yas would have been, well, I don't know.
Would have had extraordinary power. I mean, he still does.
Well, he'd have to have got on the committee or whatever it was that decided first. But yes,
it's a bit like when I decided the MTC Book of the Year award with my fellow panellists.
Well, not that different, no, except you've actually got specific results to base on. So obviously if one team's won all their games, they would have been the county champions. And so that list was, as I say, it was in Wisden for many years, up until maybe 30, 40 years ago.
Snater continues. A new batter, Ben Folkes, so out at the wicket now is England's current wicket keeper and England's most recent wicket keeper.
There you go. And if you look at those years, Surrey won 4 times overall, including one shared one. And Gloucestershire, as we say, haven't won the title officially, won it also 3 times with one shared, 4 times in total. In the 1870s, they had a chap called W.G. Grace playing for them in those days.
He rings a bell. Yes.
He does, yes. He could play a bit, especially, I mean,
yes.
He was so far ahead of his contemporaries in those days. It was.
Was there a season in which he was the only person who got 100 but managed to get 8 or 9 or something?
Could be, yeah. I know when he reached his 50th first class 100, nobody else had made more than 8.
Good grief.
So, that's how far ahead he was. And he got
2,800
first class wickets in addition to all the runs and everything. So, yeah, so Essex playing here today.
Beaten again. Tell you, it's testing times for Surrey's batters at the moment. The ball beating the bat with regularity.
So thanks to WG and his brothers, EM and GF, Gloucestershire were the best team in the country in the 1870s, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, you're only as good as your performances in the 1870s.
There you go. That's what Simon Mann will tell you anyway.
Thank you, Andrew. So yes, they never won the county championship. I'm satisfied by that response.
Yes.
67 for 3, Surrey. Oh, and he beats the bat again. Snater, as I said, is at no great pace. The speed gun says 64 miles an hour. I imagine it's a touch quicker than that, but ball after ball is just arcing away from the right-handers.
And more than one side of a bit of inconsistent bounce as well. He had that ball from Paul Water that really leapt off a length.
It's from the pavilion end. The ball's coming through much higher to the keeper than it is from this, the JM Finn stand end. That's nicely flicked away. Just too full. This time straying onto the pads. That's a good shot from Smith, because he's been beaten numerous times outside the off stump. But the moment Snater has strayed, he's got straight onto it. Flicked it away masterfully, 71 for 3. Surrey bat deep today with Tom Laws back in the side. And Sai Sudharsan carded at 7 at the moment, I think. Whether that remains the case remains to be seen. But at the end of the over, 27 gone. Surrey 71 for 3 in some peril. More from Yas Rana, and then to come in and revel in this glorious moment. It's every county needs to have one. We have an Essex fan with us. Don't worry, we chain him up to a railing overnight, feed him some shreddies, and then let him out in the mornings.
Really good little period here for Essex. Paul Walter, since coming into the attack, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. Got the breakthrough. Rory Burns, who was dropped in the cordon not long before he eventually fell. And Shane Snater backing Walter up from the other end. Phil Walker joins my side. We're together again, Phil.
I know, mate. It's like waiting for Godot, this, you and I. Yeah, this game is bubbling along nicely, though. It was quite a flat start, I thought, by Essex. Obviously, it doesn't help when the rain kicks around in the early session, but for 45 minutes after lunch, it did feel very flat, very pedestrian. That is a short one. And Michael Pepper needed every ounce of his 6-foot frame just to claw that one back. Yeah, that, I think in another form of cricket that would have certainly been a wide, but we move on. Yeah, but since Bosch came into the attack, just brought that extra bit of energy as well, extra bit of nip, I thought. Just half a yard quicker through the air.
I thought Bosch got his lines right, especially for Sibley. Hiding the ball well outside off stump on a good length. Sibley played and missed it a couple before he eventually nipped behind.
Yeah, so Essex will be feeling relatively content at the moment. You feel like they would have to take the initiative today because the pitch will flatten out. Surrey's 11 is formidable, and while this day is absolutely still in the balance, nonetheless, they will feel like they have a foothold now in this match. Leg slip, and you can see why. That left arm angle coming into the pads. Ben Folkes, who is off the mark, is a very good leg glancer as well, and so it's a good move to get Matt Critchley in there at leg slip. Different story for Jamie Smith. He'll come back into a more conventional fifth slip gully.
It's a personnel swap.
In fact, it is, yeah. So Simon Harmer with those bucket hands, he's going in there on the onside. Foolish driven for beautiful. It was a long half volley, but the economy of movement in Jamie Smith's game is so marked. The transference of weight is immaculate. He has a touch of the old world in those ultra modern hands of his as well. He is the full package. And it's pointless pretending otherwise. England have convinced themselves, as well they might, and anyone who's watched him over the last 2 or 3 years here will see why. Stifled appeal, pulled his length back this time, Paul Walter. We've just been watching outside our commentary box with my dad.
Nice.
My old man is here with a friend of his, and
travelled a reasonable distance to get here as
well.
well.
come from deepest, darkest Essex, out towards the eastern side of Essex, and he hasn't been to the Oval for a little while, so he was thrilled to be here, and he said to me about Jamie Smith, who he didn't know too much about. More runs this time, but they have a boundary rider, so just a single into the onside. He said, God, he's got ages, hasn't he? And he's right. Smith plays the game on his own terms. Doesn't matter what the format, what the circumstances, he imposes himself. Doesn't always get runs, no one does, but there is always that sense that the fare is ramped up. We saw it over the last few weeks, Yas, you and I, on Friday nights. Whenever he strides onto the pitch, batting at 4 or 5 in the T20 side, then the game seems to just take another step upwards. He has that kind of charisma at the crease. Moved on to 20 now, and so he'll just be getting himself into his afternoon's work, and joined of course now by Ben Foakes, who is no stranger to the disappointment of missing out on a test match squad, but he will have to gird his loins a little to get going again. That's a lovely shot into the offside. It won't go for 4. Nick Brown lumbers round from cover point on the boundary and pulls it in, but a couple to Ben Foakes. 81 for 3, 28 gone now, 51 overs still to get through across the course of the day, so we will roll past the designated end point of the day, play that final half hour, I think, due to the overs lost earlier in the piece. So all being well, we'll have a 80% day here anyway.
Regular viewers of the Surrey stream will not be surprised by Jamie Smith's England call-up, but it has been a selection that has divided opinion on social media. I think people who haven't watched much of Surrey this year look at the raw numbers and might compare Smith's numbers to someone like Ollie Robinson, who's having a standout year, averaging above 80 for Durham in Division 1 of the County Championship. What is it about Smith that catches the eye? Because what I say is, you know, someone like Joe Root, when he plays County Championship, he doesn't always top the averages. The top 7 players in the country don't always fill the list of the leading run scorers every year. What is it about Smith that do you think has caught the eye over someone like an Ollie Robinson or a Jordan Cox at Essex, who had a similarly excellent year?
22 years old, is he?
23.
23.
So same age as Cox.
Foolish again. Ethan Bosch has enjoyed himself today, and Jamie Smith mindful of that late away swing, and so just playing gently, quietly under his eyes, which is the order of the day you would feel against the away swinger. 23 years old, opening bat, stroke number 4, stroke number 6. He can bat in the first 6 in T20 cricket, or he can finish an innings. He can keep wicket, or he's a very serviceable fielder in the covers. He can play quick tempo cricket, he can play explosive cricket, and he can sit on his bat and bat all day. He's 23 years old, just turned. They want cricketers in their side who are charismatic and multifaceted, and who will not be intimidated by the scrutiny that is put on you as an international cricketer. The combination of his on-field gifts and skills and his off-field composure is such that the call to pull him in, I think, was irresistible. And I absolutely understand why they have taken what is obviously on paper a bold call. They've gone with a gloveman who has only kept in a minuscule number of first-class days of cricket compared to obviously Foakes, but of course to Ollie Robinson as well, who would have been a part of that conversation. But nonetheless, they've gone with Smith because there is something evidently, obviously, unquestionably special about him.
And I think that this England leadership group, more than any, they don't go by numbers. You know, Rob Key has pretty much said as much, he said, about fast bowlers this year. He's more interested in their speeds than he is the numbers they rack up. I think they're more interested in individual performances that sort of show a glimpse of someone's ultimate potential. And I think ever since Jamie Smith hit a 70 ball 100 for the England Lions more than a year ago now, away in Sri Lanka, he's been on the radar very seriously. And
really, really well played by Ben Folkes, who rode that away swing, dropped his bat on the ball and it went downwards.
Well fielded too, actually, by Critchley in the cordon. But yeah, Jamie Smith, he had a decent but not spectacular 2022, gets on that Lions tour, has that standout knock, backs it up in 2023 with his most complete year yet. He's gone up a level in 2024. I think once you're on the radar, once you catch their attention, they look at you more closely, and I think Smith's been on it for a long time and they would have had a close eye on Smith. And it's, Robinson has put up a very, very compelling case himself, and it's the most competitive fight for a spot I can think of in a long time in terms of the number of players around the country who actually have a very, very strong case, and you could obviously only pick one keeper, but I think they view it as Smith's potential is so high, you want to get him in the side however you can as quickly as possible.
I think exactly that. I think you make exceptions for exceptional players. 82 for 3, 29 gone. Good contest out here. Essex, there's a bit of a spring in their step. They certainly enjoyed getting rid of Daniel Lawrence for Ethan Bosch's second wicket, and he's gone very well. 6 overs, 2 for 23. The South African import who made his debut just last week. Some hard yakka against Durham initially, although he had his moments. Picked up the first 2 to fall in that game. So he's a wicket taker. And he's swung this afternoon session Essex's way. It's going to be Jamie Porter back into the attack from the members' pavilion end. And I would say with half hour to go up until the tea break, this is a crucial mini passage. Essex's key man, senior bowler, against Surrey's form man in Jamie Smith. And you feel like one more for Essex here and they'll be thinking that they've had a dream afternoon session. He'll run hard here and settle for the single wisely in the end.
Feels like a very good toss to win.
Absolutely.
Surrey, when they win the toss, they more often than not bowl first here at the Kia Oval. And this pitch, more than most here, noticeable tinge of green on it. There have been some signs of inconsistent bounce, something that we don't often see here at the Kia Oval. There's one ball from Paul Walter that leapt off a length to discomfort Rory Burns. And typically days 2 and 3 are the best to bat. So
yep.
you do your business with the ball on day 1, the conditions are in your favour.
Yeah, 13 times in succession now the team winning the toss has bowled first here in first class cricket. This is the accepted way of doing things. It's worked very well for the home side, and away sides as well have taken on that approach. It was particularly important this morning when you look at the forecast. It was always going to be a bit overcast initially here, and as you say, there's that tinge of live grass on day 1 which tends to die away in the middle part of the game, so it's crucial really for Essex. Flicked beautifully between those two men, not much of a gap, but with a flick of those wrists, Ben Folkes brings up his first boundary with a touch of flamboyance to it.
Slightly uppish, would have kept short mid-wicket interested for a brief moment, but really nicely played by Folkes, who started proactively.
SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Remember that email, folks. Send in anything you've got, any queries, any notes, any observations, whatever you fancy. Our producer will pick them up. We'll read through the best that we can get hold of. Tell me, dare I ask, how you are going to be combining a certain football match at 5 o'clock this afternoon with the live stream here. I know that I'm on the graveyard shift of this particular game. I've taken one for the team, yes. You've studiously avoided working for the last hour and a half of this game, haven't you? You've shuffled a few shifts around. So
I just let the shifts fall in the way the shifts fall.
Yeah, that wasn't what you were saying at 10 o'clock this morning. Anyway, 87 for 3. Yeah.
In terms of how this day is placed, given how murky overhead conditions were initially, Surrey will feel if they get through to tee here, they've done very well. Conditions were pretty much perfect for seam and swing bowling, and you know, they're 87 for 3. They're not in a position of dominance per se, but that could easily have been an early period where Essex could have really stamped home an early advantage in this contest.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And that will run away for 4. Errant line off the thigh pad. No bat involved, but 4 more to the total. Yeah, and for this impressive crowd for this Red Bull Festival Day, they will be hoping, even the neutrals, even those leaning towards Essex, that if Jamie Smith in particular can get through to tee, 25 minutes yet to go, then it could be a very interesting and potentially explosive final session with, as you say, Sai Sudharsan carded to come in next. A glorious looking left-hander, echoes of Brian Charles Lara, and I'm not just saying that, yes. He genuinely does.
I know.
He genuinely does.
The first time I saw a clip of him batting the nets here, sorry, that was immediately what I thought.
I heard the original might be in the building tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
So how nice would it be if Sai Sudharsan is not out overnight? BCL can settle in to watch. Hands on heads, let's run away for 4 off the inside edge. Jamie Smith locked on the back foot. It looked to me like it was maybe slightly leg side-ish, but by the reaction of Essex's fielders, and particularly Ethan Bosch, he thought that was ramrod straight, and in fact, yeah, on the replay it was.
It's another
touch
ball
of fortune, in truth, for Jamie Smith.
Initially I thought that was a ball that Smith ought to have gone forward to, but looking at the replay, I think that's kept a touch low.
He does tend to hang back on the back foot, which is a tried and tested way of doing things in England, especially against a seamer such as Bosch. Fuller this time, and well bowled, because it's tempting the natural instincts of a player such as Jamie Smith, but he's nullified that delivery rather than attacked it. But it's an interesting mini battle here. Ethan Bosch playing for his reputation, really. Not a name that necessarily rings out. Hasn't played county cricket before. Had a promising debut last week, although went for a few. And he's bowled excellently today up until now. Smith angles into the offside this time and will pick up a couple.
What I would say, both Porter and Bosch do look threatening. Surrey in Smith and Folkes are moving the game on quite quickly, and they've already put on 30 for the 4th wicket in under 5 overs. There's a noticeable change in tempo.
Yep.
Led by Smith, but Folkes, I think, has been proactive, looking to score every opportunity.
Indeed. Emails are flying in, Yas. And Folkes has to get the burners on, but he's okay. Slightly sluggish to get to the ball by the man at extra cover, and so a comfortable enough single.
Any good emails, or are we just getting emails?
Sorry, coming to him. Bob Ench. Watching Surrey play cricket will always be more exciting than watching England play football. Amen to that, Bob. You speak my language, sir. Raymond Farley also emails in with regards to the Lawrence and Bashir debate ahead of next week's first test. Well judged again by Ben Folks, who's looked pretty solid, but a slightly lowish bounce. Yas has just died again on the batter, and you don't often see that on day one here. But again, it's not so much, I think, the track. He is bowling notably leg cutters time after time, and he's getting serious, appreciable movement. He's running his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball and taking off the pace in order to try and get that cut and curve away from the right-hander. And again, well bowled. So another probing over, gives up 7 runs, but could easily have found his way into Jamie Smith's pads from that first delivery. 98 for 3, 31 gone. Yeah, Raymond Farley. With regards to the Dan Lawrence Shoaib Bashir debate earlier on, I would have also thought Will Jacks would have been ahead of the pecking order for England. Your thoughts? And we're talking, I think, about finger spinners and whether you go with the frontline out-and-out finger spinner in Shoaib Bashir, or whether you take a bob each way and you look at a Lawrence who is a batter who bowls, although increasingly you would say the discrepancies are almost vanishingly small now. And I guess Will Jacks, who's of course played Test cricket already, falls into a similar kind of category. But coming back to that, Jamie Porter, and down the track by Jamie Smith, who's been relatively becalmed in recent times. He's trying to get out to the swing, you feel. We've seen it a few times with him this year. Yeah, so yes, Will Jacks as a Test cricketer, where are we at?
Things can change very quickly for individuals. Will Jacks obviously 6-wicket haul on Test match debut in Rawalpindi at the end of 2022. Not played a lot of red ball cricket in the time since. Was injured at the start of 2023. And, as so often is the way, once a T20 player is good enough to get IPL contracts, as Jacks is more than capable of doing, he's got a IPL 100 under his belt for RCB this year, you have limited opportunities to play red ball cricket and advance your case, especially nowadays where the recent trend has been at the end of the English summer as well, you tend to have white ball series. So if you're someone like Jacks who plays in the IPL, is in the England white ball setup, there are actually very few games you can play in the county championship. And I think that's a very fair email from Raymond. Jacks 2 years ago was in a similar position to where Lawrence was now. He was scoring runs in the middle order, scoring them quickly at 5 and 6 for Surrey. He was bowling a lot of overs. Was Surrey's lead spinner in 2022 when they won the championship. But you look at how Sam Curran's career has gone with the red ball. He's played very few games in the last few years. So it's just very difficult to sort of build that momentum and advance your case, because it leaves opportunities for other players.
Glorious. Not got all of it, but got enough. In fact, it may just be pulled in. Yeah, it will be pulled in by Paul Walter. I think without that early morning rain, that would have inched over the line. But another couple to Jamie Smith, and the 100 is up in the 32nd. So this game is delightfully poised here. As Yas was alluding to, a wicket or two here for Essex and they will feel like the session belongs to them. But considering the movement that we've seen all day long and the overheads, Surrey will feel if they can just get through to tea here, just 3 down.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Because there's further evidence that this is one of those moments in the game where you're never in. You may have 31 to your name, you may have a Test cap in the offing, you may be the golden boy of English cricket, but there's a ball with your initials all over it.
Yeah, and Jamie Smith nods approvingly. That was a snorter from Porter.
Snorter from Porter.
Yeah, but back on Will Jacks's Smith defends to completely over. 100 for 3 after 32. I was surprised he wasn't on that tour of India. I thought, given how he bowled in Pakistan in 2022, and given England's relative lack of all-round options in 2024 in India compared to that Pakistan tour, a big part of that win in Pakistan was they could do really weird things with the side because of the numbers of all-rounders they had. Whereas this time round, famously Liam Dawson wasn't selected for that tour, Ben Stokes wasn't able to bowl until the final test match. England were limited in their ability to balance the side, and I think Jacks could have helped them in that. I think Lawrence could have done it as well, but Lawrence up until that point hadn't bowled that much in red ball cricket.
So it'll be Bosch again into his 8th over now. He's been a real workhorse throughout this afternoon session. Picked up 2 for his troubles. Quick run through the grounds in between deliveries. Game that jumps out at me, Durham, Worcestershire. Durham all out on day 1, yes, inside 48 overs for 190. And so Worcestershire, who scrapping for their lives really, that's a really good start for them, and just puts the skids on Durham a little bit. They are in that group just behind the top 2 here, playing some very good cricket.
Came very close to beating Essex last week, looked well placed to get the win there, but couldn't quite force it on the final day. And a couple of players in that game of interest to Surrey and Essex fans. Ben Allison on loan from Essex taking 3 for 57.
Good cricketer.
Including the wicket of Ben Stokes for 56. And also he didn't get a bowl because the seamers did the business, but Amal Verdi, Surrey's Amal Verdi, making an appearance for Worcestershire this week.
Oh, it's really good to see that. Bosch in again. He's got him. 3 for now. Late swing. And Ben Folkes could not resist nibbling outside off stump. Throws his head back. Puts the bat under his arm and trudges off. It's been Bosch's afternoon. 3 for 30 into his 8th over. 3 catches in the office. 2 slips and now an easy pouch for Michael Pepper. He's deserved every single one of them, yes.
Yeah, Phil, you were describing in Bosch's previous over how he was getting appreciable movement off the pitch away from the right-hander, but he's been getting movement through the air as well. And that one really veers away from Folkes after it bounced. He'd beaten the bat a couple of times previously in this over. This time gets a fine edge. Simple catch for Pepper behind the stumps, and important wicket for Essex. Surrey were motoring along, scoring at a decent rate, and when conditions aren't probably as easy for batting as we'll see on days 2 and 3, Essex really have to take advantage of what they have today, the tools that they have at their disposal today. So really important wicket for Surrey, for Essex rather, and it's one that brings Sai Sudharsan to the crease. Sudharsan, who represented Surrey at the back end of the 2023 season, highly rated young Indian batter.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for this kid. He's 22 years old, and he is a beautiful player to watch, a real lyrical left-hander. His record is intimidatingly good. He averages 60 in list A cricket, north of 40 in T20 cricket, and around 39 in first class cricket, but just really getting going in first class cricket. He's only played 17 games up until now, but again it's a further sign of how well Surrey, how pragmatically Surrey plan, not just for the here and now but for the future. And if they can develop some kind of attachment with this brilliant young Indian cricketer, then it could serve them very well in the years to come. And another tumble by Ethan Bosch, not the first time we've seen that this afternoon.
So Sudharsan available for Surrey, having not been selected in an India squad for a series that they've got against Zimbabwe, and it's very much a second string India squad. So I wonder if because Sudharsan has this link with Surrey, India have said, go on, it's good for you to play some red ball cricket, some high quality red ball cricket. He's highly rated. He's already played 3 ODIs for India, made his debut in late 2023, 2 50s in 3 games.
Beats him this time, beautifully bowled. That's actually held its line and gone the other way. Outstanding stuff all day long by Essex's new overseas find. That is a Jaffa. Yeah, hasn't played a senior game and since early May, but then he did hit a 51 ball 100 in that game, so I guess that does constitute being in form.
Yeah, there are not that many players his age that play as regularly in the IPL as Sudharsan does.
100 for 4, 33 gone, successful over, 3 for now. Ethan Bosch been the star of the show today. And Essex will be feeling good. They'll also be hungry, they'll be greedy here, because as you've said, you're bang on, Yas, this is their day. You feel they have to own this day to remain in this match down the pipe. It was a big toss for Tom Westley to win this morning, you felt. And it's going to be Jamie Porter into his second over of this spell. Wicketless up until now, but beat the bat numerous times early on. Had a good appeal against Rory Burns as well, that was turned down, that was closer than perhaps it looked initially on replay.
Essex still on the attack, 2 slips and a gully in place for Smith, who's looked to be aggressive himself.
And again, played with the inside half of the bat by Jamie Smith, looking to cover the murmur of away swing that Porter always presents to you. Can get him into trouble sometimes, as we saw. There was an inside edge a couple of overs before against Ethan Bosch that got him out of a little bit of trouble, but generally it's a very smart way of playing to try and defend to your non-striker, defend to straight mid-on rather than defend into the offside, defend the inside half of your bat. The old Greg Chappell technique, that's what he always used to say against the swinging ball. Defend with the inside half.
And Porter targeting the stumps with the first 2 deliveries of the over, perhaps recognising what Smith's trying to do. The other thing that Smith does more often than not very effectively is he looks to smother the movement as well, looks to come down the crease, get to the pitch of the ball, tries to disrupt the optimal length that the bowler is trying to bowl.
Foolish and driven handsomely, but straight to mid-off, so no run. Sun's out now, weather set fair. This feels like a real event. It was frustrating this morning, wasn't it, for an hour and a half. Everyone geared up. I got my dad a ticket, and we saw 2 overs in the first couple of hours. But this now feels like the occasion that we all promised. Again, inside half of the bat.
There's a stat around Devon Conway, isn't there, that he's someone who's particularly susceptible to balls that beat him on the inside edge. So he's out, caught behind quite often, driving and defending off balls that kiss the inside edge. Often bowled on LBW on the inside edge as well. I wonder if that's sort of what you're saying about Chappell, trying to defend with the inside edge. But noticeably straighter from Porter this over, really targeting Smith's stumps. You know, we often associate Porter as being a away swing bowler, looks to beat the outside edge, but clear plan in this over at least to target Smith's stumps. And he's kept him quiet. Smith was scoring nicely, still is scoring nicely, striking at around 60. But a rare quiet over, backing up Bosch, who took the breakthrough in the previous over, getting Folkes to 7.
That's carved away for 4 behind square. No backward point, slightly airborne. But he rolled with the angle, cuffed it away, and despite the presence of a fielder at deep cover, that was 4 from the moment it left the bat. So 104 for 4.
Yeah, classy shot from Smith. A bit of width from Porter, so it was there to hit, but Smith did a really good job. You can't quite see it on that replay, but there was a man stationed at deep backward point. So for Smith to wait on the ball to ensure that it beat deep backward point on his left shoulder, did very well to pick up 4 there. He moves on to 35, his 6th boundary 4 of his innings so far. How do you think, on a personal level, today has been for Jamie Smith? Because obviously he would have been told before today, but it was only announced at 9:30 this morning. I remember, if you rewind 7 years, when I was doing work experience, I had to transcribe an interview that you did with Tom Westley, where during the interview...
Did you do that?
Yeah, where during the interview, he finds out that he's allowed to tell people that he's been picked for England for the first time. So
Sudharsan off the mark, by the way, with a tidy tip into the offside, into the onside.
So he was told before the interview, and doesn't mention it at all for the first half. Then he gets a buzz on his phone, and then he says, "Yeah, I'm allowed to tell you that I've been picked for England now."
Yeah, that was a remarkable moment. He went to the loo, made sure he took his phone, checked the message. He'd got the nod from whoever it was somewhere at the ECB. Okay, you can tell all and sundry. So he bounded back and he said, discard everything that we just discussed. Forget that. And now another, just because you know it's coming doesn't mean to say you can do anything about it. And Jamie Smith has done nothing wrong there. Played the line, don't go following it.
Because he has to play at that. Even though Bosch is getting pretty much every ball to leave the right-hander, Smith might know what's coming, but when the ball is angled in from wide of the crease in towards the stump, Smith's got to play at it. So we look at the replay here, angled in and moves away late.
And a nod as well.
You can't really leave those, so very, very well bowled from Bosch, who's bowling a very tidy spell at the moment. So yeah, how do you think today's news would have affected young Jamie Smith?
Well, he's the most phlegmatic 22-year-old I've ever come across, certainly in this game, or certainly right up there. And so I think he will take it with admirable composure and probably quietly a sense of, well, it was always inevitable, dear boy. But there is now going to be a change in his life. You know, things will never be the same again. Once you're given that cap at Lord's next week, except for single into the offside, yeah, from Wednesday morning next week his life will change forever. And I don't know if he's given to those kinds of moments of contemplation, but he's a bright boy and he will be preparing himself, you imagine, for the inevitable tsunami of scrutiny that comes his way, especially now he's been given the gloves, of course.
But even today, I'm sure there must have been some chirping from the Essex cordon about the New England boy.
Perhaps. He batted briefly with Ben Folkes as well. I wondered if they had a chat this morning. I wondered if Folkes would have ambled over there and said, "Good luck, son." Yeah, penny for his thoughts. There may well have been some chirp. There certainly would have been some chirp when Dan Lawrence walked into bat. And he didn't last long. It was a very good catch by Simon Harmer to just change the complexion of the afternoon session, really. Essex took those 2 wickets in quick time and have built on it up to now. Nicely into line, full stride out to the ball as well, but no run. 44 overs still to bowl. 35 gone. 106 for 4. Yeah, Tom Wesley and me in a coffee house in Islington somewhere, I think it was, and he played a blinder for half an hour. I said, so you're pretty close to the test side, you think? Perhaps, Tom, you've had a very good season. Yeah, well, Phil, I'm trying my best. I'm just keeping my head down, and if the call comes, then it'll be a great honour. But I'm just taking each game as it comes, etc., etc., etc. And then the phone buzzes, and then the facade falls. And it was amazing to watch, because we've all wondered, haven't we? Everyone who's not played cricket for England wonders what it would feel like to get that nod. And so I saw the untrammeled joy of it, the unalloyed joy of what it was like, and you couldn't wipe the smile off his face. And I ended up telling all the people around us as well, this boy's playing for England next week. And it was a magical moment. And he kept saying, I should be a spy. I should be a spy. What a great liar. Simon Harmer, first time today, and runs immediately. Just a couple, I think. Yeah, an easy couple.
Yeah, noticeable dip first.
I tell you what, sorry, Yas, leg slip. They may well fancy one after that, because as you say, that did drift and drop, and it was a tickle around fine on the leg side. They're keeping things as they are at the moment.
Yep, Simon Harmer with 928 first-class wickets behind him.
He's had a relatively quiet summer up until now, by which I mean he's not dominated every single side he's come up against. I think teams are slightly wiser to him, and I think groundsmen are slightly wiser to him as well.
Especially now that Matt Critchley's bowling's come along. If you're a home side with Essex, the visitors.
Beautifully bowled, and I think that's just drifted over off stump. It's held its line. Smith perhaps expecting a degree of turn. Beautifully done.
Beats him in the flight, really.
Yep.
Drops on Smith, gets forward but not quite to the pitch of the ball, and beats his outside edge. This time more assertive with his foot movement. Smith gets off strike, but good little battle early on in this Simon Harmer spell.
And he won't mind the left-hander here. That's the reason why we've seen Harmer with, well, we're right on the cusp of tea, in fact, but I think we'll see a lot more of him, especially if Sudharsan settles in after the interval. Still has to deal with this final delivery. So the field moves in, got a man on the drive. And he's easily in behind it. So that concludes a fascinating undulating session here. 109 for 4. Essex have shaded it. And the star really has been Ethan Bosch, South African import, made his debut last week and bowled fabulous 9-over spell from the Vauxhall end to pick up 3 for 32 and good wickets as well. Sibley, Lawrence, Folkes all caught behind, 2 slip catches and a feather to the keeper. Paul Walter, the other man, to pick up a wicket, removing Rory Burns for 26. And so, as we move into tea, 109 for 4, the visitors will be feeling relatively content with life, you would think, Yas, up until now?
Yeah, it's evenly poised, but both sides will be mindful of what the conditions are likely to be like over the next 2 days. It's just going to get better to bat, particularly over the next 24 hours. So Surrey will feel if they can get through to the end of play without too much more damage, they will think they've done a really good job having been inserted to bat here early on day one. But Essex, they'll also think, hang on, we get 3, 4, maybe even 5 wickets in the evening session, a long evening session. They'll get to bat on day 2 and potentially even day 3, where conditions for batting are likely to be the best they'll be across the day. It's been a big day for Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
It was announced that he won his first ever Test call-up. He'll keep wicket for England at Lords next week. And he's looked good. He's been the most assertive of the Surrey batters. It's been hard going for the Surrey batters, really. Essex have bowled well. Bosch, as Phil says, the pick of the bowlers, picking up 3, but Walter looked threatening in his brief spell, and Porter's been right on the money throughout. Snater impressive too, and Simon Harman is 1 over, beating the bat on more than one occasion. So evenly poised, and both sides will be thinking they can finish the day with the upper hand.
Yeah, so Jamie Smith 39 not out with 6 boundary fours, some real class in there, but he's generally played quite within himself, as befits the situation of the game. We'll be back with live coverage in about 17-18 minutes or so. Smith and Sai Sudharsan, aesthetically as joyous a partnership as you can hope for, really, so do stick with us, and do let us know as well if you are bothered about that football match. Do let us know how you're combining these two pieces of sport. Let us know how that's going. I think we're ready in the meantime for some highlights from South East Stars. And so, a few highlights from South East Stars' latest performance, and then we are back with live coverage in about 15 minutes.
Smith does eventually get one away. First runs of this second semi-final. Bathed in sunshine. Severe Dunkley just takes a little shimmy towards Lauren Bell, turns it into a half volley and fizzes it back past her head. First boundary of the innings, first boundary of the game. First ball of her spell. And Bryony Smith just helped it round the corner. Well, Bryony Smith has hit over mid-on and over the boundary rope. That's the first 6 of the game from Bryony Smith. Just cleared that front foot. There's a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. That's her second 6 of the game. It is the first wicket. Bryony Smith, she goes for 16, and Charlie Dean gets her revenge.
There's one to keep the eye on as well, as Georgia Redmayne scythes that away through the offside. Don't bowl into that slot. From long off down to deep backward square, that's the area for Dunkley, and she'll pick up on those easy as you like. 6 overs gone, 48 for 1. But it was played beautifully. Really nice. Yes, she has. Not quite as cleanly timed as she would have liked, but the power is there. The placement even better. Pick the flashing blade of Sophia Dunkley, and it's gone all the way over deep backward square. It's beautifully connected to as well. A little bit more air offered by Georgia Adams. A shot that Redmayne plays very, very well.
And crashed away by Dunkley, bisecting deep mid-wicket and long on perfectly out towards Cow Corner for a 1 bounce 4 down the ground, and it will go away for 4. Good strong shot by Redmayne going inside out. Well played. Great bit of work behind the stumps from Rihanna Southby. Lovely flight interception from Lindsay Smith. Dunkley came down the pitch but got nowhere near it. She goes for 49 off 34. She has to go doing exactly what she was sent up the order to do, trying to give it a whack, but she is out for 1 off 3. Clever bowling from Freya Davies.
Who also has to be quite deft to avoid Georgie Redmayne when they were running. 4 runs. Starts with a boundary. The tempter. It does tempt her. And she's found the boundary. Couple of bounces. Goes over the ropes. Paige Schofield moves on to a dozen. Pulled into the gap. That's a lovely looking shot there from Paige Schofield. There's a couple of fielders out there. Maya Bouchier was the closest to it. Charlie Dean takes the catch. Big wicket. Redmayne set batter. 39 from 38. Has to go. Clever comeback from Lauren Bell. Paige Schofield being tied down by a couple of dot balls. Again, she uses her feet, gets to the pitch, just gives herself enough room to lift it over cover. Lindsay Smith is going to come round though. Cut off the boundary. This is going to be tight. It's going to be out, I think. Yes, it is going to be out. Trying to scramble back for a couple. Selfless there from Tash Farron. Trying for second, Georgia Adams might fancy a diving catch. It was well over her head though. That's another boundary for Paige Schofield.
Oh, Bouchier trying to manoeuvre the ball leg side, shuffling across to the offside. It is. Bowling that first one short and wide and given the treatment. How often we have seen that both at domestic and international level. It's going to go. The ball shall win. And Charlie Knott's first boundary. That will race away. No chance for Dunkley to stop that. And Danny Wyatt is making light work of this power play at the moment. 16 from 7 she is. And the length has just been too short from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Danny Wyatt dragged down. She was trying that cutter again, rolling the fingers over, and it just seemed to stick in the hand.
Great shot from Knott. Fetching that from outside the off stump gives Smith something to think about with her field placing. Sweeping, having done so successfully for 4 earlier on in the over. A bit more flight from Smith. It was cleverly held back. Knott was early on it, missed it by a distance. Second for 6. Nothing that Jones could do about that one. Wyatt taking full advantage. That shot hit hard out to deep mid-wicket and caught. Taken. Big wicket of Danny Wyatt, who was scoring at more than 2 a ball. The trusty outside edge, which brings 4 here. So Smith's pressure goes unrewarded. She concedes a boundary from the last ball of the over. Will take some work to cut it off. It won't be cut off. 4 more. So Southern.
And there it is, finally at the wicket. We've had 3 balls gone to hand in the deep. This time the ball goes into the hands of Rhys Southby, who... Oh, and she's got another wicket. That's a brilliant bit of bowling. Just held it back slightly. Georgia Adams has walked past one. There's a much needed boundary. Swept and struck firmly by Charlie Dean. Big appeal and it's given. It's given. Not sure. Oh, Georgia Elwes is having a long look, but it's a much needed boundary. It was a full toss really. It deserved to be put away. It was put away by Charlie Dean. Expensive. Good use of the feet by Charlie Dean. Got to the pitch of the ball. Hits it wide of the fielder.
Position in the game here. 123 for 6. Farrant is back. And Dean eager to try and pick the second. This could be close. This could be close. It is. It's given. The second run. Rihanna Southby always looked like she was struggling. A very good throw from the deep. That's a beautiful strike from Charlie Dean. She's pumped up, bit between her teeth as well, and she has struck that magnificently down the ground. That leaves the pressure somewhat. Oh, brilliant. And is run out. Absolutely brilliant. Tash Farrant. Pressure, what pressure? Swing and a miss, and that will do it for the South East Stars.
She's done a brilliant job there, Tash, hasn't she? That's a fantastic last over.
Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant for the South East Stars. They are back in the final again. You can see what it means to them, and what a superb final over from Tash Farrant.
And it won't be stopped out there. It was hit very hard. Nothing that Lucy Hyam could do about it. Charging around to her left. Ballinger, and that's got the treatment as well. A bit too full, overcompensating you might say. And Smith can free her hands. Sarah Bryce as well. Difficult for Bryce because the ball was swinging for Ballinger, taking it even further away from the keeper. Ballinger very full, and that's a nice square drive from Smith, just using all the pace that was already on the ball, opening the face and just guiding it exactly where Dunkley meant it. She was trying to square cut, but I think she wanted to go more backward point than through third, but regardless, her left arm tweakers that are normally so effective, but her first ball's gone for 4 as well. The pain is being piled on here. Kirsty Gordon yet again delivers for the Blaze when they need it most. Pressure and responding to it by going up and over mid-on. Good shot, got down the pitch, got that front leg out of the way.
That's a bit more like it. Lovely piece of timing from Franklin. Didn't try to overhit it, just place it through the gap in the infield and it races away.
Oh, she's gone.
Beautifully bowled. Just no foot movement. Stuck in the crease, statuesque. Comes into the attack and is met with the flashing blade of Sophia Dunkley. She's not going to miss out on that. That's the line. Middle and leg. Induce her out, and she closes the face. Stumped for the second time. Did wonder if that back foot had just dragged and moved a little bit. And so it did. And just beyond the reach, is it? Yeah. Just beyond the reach of Kirsty Gordon. Protection out on the deep, but it's too much to do. And as you mentioned, Fee Morris, Emma Jones's job is quite simple.
Just like that, Fee Morris. She frees her arms, plants her over mid-wicket for 6. from Graham. They haven't been able to get her away. She's one of those bowlers who batters might think they should be able to swat it into the leg side. I think that's going to be a boundary. It is. Lucy Hyam is very, very quick out there on the boundary. Can't do anything to cut that one off. A nice shot from Alice Davison-Richards. You kind of call it half a chance. She stuck that right paw out there. It was struck firmly by Davison-Richards. It's gone really straight. A backward point. There's a chase on. It's not going to be one. Well, it is going to be one, but by the ball. Back-to-back boundaries for Davison-Richards. This time she holds on. She'll feel a little bit better about life right now. That lifeline, well, it's just cost a couple of runs. All smiles.
It's around Farron getting funky here and getting fought. Clever from Farron. She's taken that off leg and middle, really. It was a full toss. We'll concede 4 from her first ball of this over. Redmayne just using the pace really nicely. It's a classical cricket shot, and it brings her 4. Simple catch at mid-off. So it's the end of Redmayne for a runnable 25. Horrible delivery, yet it might have taken a wicket. It certainly has, thanks to a brilliant bit of fielding out there. And that's another. That is another. 139 for 9. Very simple death bowling. You miss, I hit.
Might bring a 4, you know. If you're going to hack hard.
Yeah, she absolutely did that, wasn't it? It was...
Oh, it's got to be out, and is out. The ricochet from Tash Farron. Just a fingertip, changed the direction. The ball through the covers like that. Might just want to leave it in the locker for another over. Super shot. Absolutely wonderful. Nothing overcomplicated. Just let the bounce of the ball, the pace, do all the work. Just by Bryce. And this is a bit of a struggle for Rihanna McDonald-Gay at the moment. Backward point. And Rihanna McDonald-Gay needed something to go her way. She put the ball in exactly the right spot. It's a seriously good shot. For the South East Stars, Marie Kelly has been trying and trying. Just dragged down a little bit too short. Allowed the time for Bryce to swivel and pivot.
Get me out of a little bit of trouble, Sarah Bryce. Cuts it over backward point. Hit over the fielder. I thought for half a second, maybe even a little bit longer than half a second, that Phoebe Franklin. She was trying to dab it down there. Not sure it was meant to be quite that fine. It's a boundary. It was fuller, but it was width. And Catherine Bryce.
To that total here, you can add 4 more. She's bisected the sweepers perfectly between mid-wicket and long on out to Clough corner. By Danny Gregory. Finally, the Stars have something to shout about, and Catherine Bryce has to go for 62.
Beautiful connection from Bryce into the 40s. She goes. You do that, and down the track comes Bryce and launches it over extra cover. In fairness to me, that was width. And the moment is Heather Graham's and the Blazers. Top of the table after the group stages with 9 wins.
Please welcome back the umpires, Graham Lloyd and Peter Hartley. Please welcome back the Essex team led out by their captain, Tom Wesley.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, final session of day one. Top of the table clash between Surrey and Essex. The home side were popped in at the toss under leaden skies on what looked to be a greenish pitch, and they only played 2 overs before the rain came down and lunch was taken early at 8 for none. But that middle session, it was all happening for Essex. They took 4 wickets. Sibley, Lawrence, Burns and Folkes for 24, 6, 26 and 7 respectively. At one stage 100 for 4. They've made their way to 109 for 4 with Jamie Smith on 39. Sai Sudharsan, who's back in the Surrey ranks, having played a couple of games last year, on 1. 3 of those wickets to Ethan Bosch, the South African seamer. He's bowled beautifully so far, and a good change bringing on Paul Walter. Didn't take him long to get in the book, removing Rory Burns caught behind. All 4 wickets caught behind the wicket. I'm Adam Collins. Play about to resume a marathon final session, 43 overs. For anyone wanting to watch the football, you're not going to be doing that. You're going to be watching the live stream instead. Yas Rana with me. G'day to you.
Hello, Colin. Fascinatingly poised. I thought Ethan Bosch was excellent in the afternoon session. Got the ball to move away from the right-handers. The batters knew what was coming, but when Bosch nailed the execution, there was very little that the batters could do. Getting Ben Folkes with a beauty, just kissing Folkes' outside edge. No surprise that Bosch will resume at the start of the evening session. I'll be interested to see what happens at the other end. Simon Harmer, I thought, bowled a superb sole over to finish the second session.
2 slips of gully begins here. Yes, it's a good signing, Bosch. I mean, he's been picked up for 4 games, hasn't represented South Africa, but we've seen around the country, haven't we, where counties have been quite shrewd about where they've picked up players. We saw Nathan Smith signed by Worcester across the formats across the season. Feels like there's a real premium being put on guys who are unlikely to be called up near enough to national teams, but not likely to be called up in them during the county season.
And guys who maybe, I think Nathan Smith in particular is someone I expect to play international cricket reasonably soon, but not quite in the mix just yet. I think Bosch is someone who's impressed in the SA20 the first couple of years of that. I watched South Africa in the T20 World Cup. They have so many good fast bowlers. It's extraordinary, you know? Someone like Lungi Ngidi, an excellent cross-format bowler, not being able to even make the squad.
Yeah, he was the one that jumped out with them before the tournament, wasn't it? Lungi Ngidi's not getting a game. You're going pretty deep, and Otniel Bartman took his chances when they came. Didn't play in the final yesterday, though. They were... Edge doesn't carry soft hands from Smith, and through to the boundary it will run. So first runs of the session takes Smith into the 40s, as you're meant to do in a situation like that, at least in theory. All the weight out of the bottom hand, no chance of getting the second slip.
Yeah, not for the first time. A delivery from Bosch that just died as it passed the batter. And there have been signs of inconsistent bounce so far today. There's one ball that really leapt from a length from Paul Walter. This one, Smith does play it with soft hands, and the ball doesn't even come close to carrying to the guys in the cordon.
I think what yesterday's final will do is prompt a conversation around how teams should best set up for World Cup finals. And what I'm steering to here is the method of having 6 batters and 5 bowlers in crude terms, which is basically what South Africa went with, was shown up yesterday. It was enough to get them through. I was at those America games where they just snuck over the line against the Dutch and against Bangladesh, and it didn't feel like it was robust enough. Just in front of point, should be 2 there, and will be 6 runs in 5 balls to start the session. But you're seeing with teams that ultimately win these things, Australia a few years ago, England in 2022, and now India in 2024, the last 3 winners, what they've had is enough depth that you've got guys walking in at 7, 8, even 9 who are credible batters. So that the magic potion seems to be, how do you find a couple of these guys who genuinely do both? And South Africa went the other way, and that was the major drama for them yesterday. As soon as Klaasen and Miller were broken up, as soon as it got to 5 down, it felt like they were in all sorts, and it shouldn't really feel that way when you're 5 down. But seeing here a conversation between the Essex Brains Trust, the ump,
I think
Bosch, Lloyd at our end.
I think Bosch has cut himself, and there may be a bit of blood on the ball.
Right, okay. So there are protocols to go through. Yeah, you can see his right thumb, isn't it, when he went down to. So that'll take just a moment to sort itself out. But I mean, you watch a lot more short form cricket than I do. You mentioned the SA20 before. I'm like, well, good on you for watching it. Not a tournament I'm overly familiar with, other than what it represents in the calendar squeeze. But yes, interested in your thoughts on that South Africa's model that got them to the final under the immense extra pressure of a final. You need not have anything go majorly wrong.
Yeah, it's a fair point. But one of the reasons why I love watching international T20 cricket compared to franchise competitions is that in franchise competitions you can basically perfectly construct a squad, and that teams are quite similar in character because they tend to have, you've done something wrong in the auction if you're lacking batting or bowling depth in your first 11. Like with South Africa, I completely understand your point, but I can't immediately think of a way in which that South Africa side could be balanced in the optimal way that you described that India have, for example. South Africa don't really have a bankable 4-over option who can bat in the top 6.
Yeah, they don't have the cattle, right? So it would require developing that player over the next 2 years, using the 2-year cycle to go, right, we don't think we've got the guy right now, but we can't afford not to. Therefore, who's the 22-year-old who you and I haven't heard of yet? Or maybe someone who's playing in the franchise circuit or whatever it is, who bowls lively medium pace, has a bunch of varieties, and is credible enough to bat at 6 or 7.
Exactly. And
they don't grow on trees, I hasten to add, but I mean, they're not. It isn't as though there's only 2 or 3 of them in the world either. Teams have them, it's just South Africa don't.
And India, a really good counterpoint, because India have had those all-rounders for a long time, but actually still really struggled to find that balance until this tournament, really. In 2022, when they memorably lost that semi-final by 10 wickets against England, Ravi Ashwin was batting 7. So they'd really lacked batting depth on that occasion. Whereas this time, they managed to find a way to get Aksar, Jadeja and Pandya into the same team, and it meant that they had bowling and batting depth.
They never looked worse for it, did they? I mean, not having a 5th specialist bowler, let's use Ashwin as the like for like here, at no point during the tournament did I think, when Akshar was throwing the ball, or indeed when Akshar was elevated up the order at that India-Pakistan game when he walked out at 4, people were like, ooh, that's a bit, oh yeah, but that kind of makes sense, right? Left hand, right hand. For a moment you'd do a double take. Why aren't they sending out one of their specialist recognised batters? Why is the number 8 walking out? But because he's shown over time in the IPL that he can do that role, why not use your resources, or allocate your resources as efficiently as possible? Back on with Bosch. Extended first over after tea. 6 runs coming from it. It's going to be a late old finish here at the Oval, 1:15 for 4.
And England are an interesting example because they got the balance pretty much spot on in 2022. Loads of all-round options. I think they had something like 7 or 8 legitimate bowling options for the final in 2022. They obviously had Ben Stokes playing in that competition. But in 2024, you felt with the side they had at the very end, it sort of felt like Sam Curran and Chris Jordan were. You had two players who were basically doing the same job next to each other in the order. They rarely, if ever, bowled their full quota of overs. And Curran felt, there's a stat that I've seen on Curran where he's played 50 T20s for England. 30 of them he's batted in. 27 of the 30 times he's batted for England in T20 cricket, it's been at 6 or 7. In those 27 innings, he averages 9 at a strike rate of 100. It just doesn't work at 6 or 7. He's actually had success on the few occasions he's been promoted up the order, but it hasn't worked at 6 or 7. And England didn't feel like they ever had a 6, 7, 8 that they were settled on.
Snyder going to take up the attack after tea from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end.
And they proved it in 2022 that they can get that balance right, but even if you have the players, it can be quite hard to get the balance right, which is why I think it's so hard to compete with India once India worked out how to get those all-rounders in the team.
Yeah, we've seen with Australia, who won the World Cup in 2021, they've broadly got the same team now, because they thought they had it right there, helped by players like Stoinis and Maxwell, of course, and to an extent Mitch Marsh, but genuinely double threat options. Dan Legg doesn't catch up with it. Sudharsan, who's one of these players, Kohli, when speaking last night after issuing his T20 international retirement, said in quite a magnanimous way, really, it's time for me to make room for the next generation of Indian cricket. You would think that with 2 years between now and the next T20 World Cup, that Rohit Sharma, who was excellent through this tournament, and Kohli, who was named player of the match yesterday, I mean, it was clearly Bumrah was player of the match, but Kohli was named player of the match, that they could easily play in the next tournament 2 years from now, and you wouldn't think twice of it, given they're both absolute champions of the format. Kohli averaging 49, Rohit the only player with 200 sixes to his name. You can pick your stats, but there's 2 to go on. But they've both said a similar thing, that it's the right time to give space, to let the team grow beyond them. And Sudharsan, it seems like he's right in the mix for that. He made his one-day international debut earlier this year. He made his first IPL century this year for Gujarat, made an extraordinary contribution in the final the previous year in front of about 80,000 people at Ahmedabad Stadium. So this is the guy, one of the guys they're really looking at to be generation next.
I suppose that's the thing with Indian cricket and Indian batting in particular. There are just so many guys. That India side that won the World Cup final, it's got Yashasvi Jaiswal on the bench, and Shubman Gill's not even in the squad.
It does seem bizarre when you, especially when Jaiswal's the one that I could never quite get over. How's he not making that 11? But
and then you've got, even outside that, Sanju Samson, such a talented player who's done it for so many years, barely gets a game for India. Rinku Singh, someone who pretty much averages 50 odd in T20 cricket, striking at 150, 160. He can't get a game.
It doesn't seem possible, does it?
It's cutthroat, you know. Someone as talented as Prithvi Shaw scores a Test 100 on debut when he's 18 years old. It's been some time since he played international cricket. So you can have all the talent in the world. There's no guarantee you actually establish yourself in that Indian lineup in any format, really.
Often when teams can struggle to get over the hump with winning a trophy, maiden complete 115 for 4, 2 overs since tea, 41 to come. All the runs since tea from the blade of Jamie Smith, who resumed on 39. They can go on a bit of a roll. You see that in domestic sport. I wonder whether now with India, now they've got the monkey off the back, having reached the final 4 of a number of global tournaments since last winning one in 2013, whether now we see a situation where India Champions Trophy next year, which is slated to be in Pakistan, but of course won't be held in Pakistan, then the T20 World Cup the following year in India and Sri Lanka. I say won't be held in Pakistan, certainly not India's part of the tournament won't be there. So that'll be at worst at a neutral venue for them. Then you go to a home T20 World Cup, they can get on a real roll here. Not to mention the World Test Championship, which they've made the decider of both last year here at the Kia Oval, about 12 months to the week actually, and the previous iteration of that down in Southampton. 2 Test matches that they could have won either of them, although in the end they were beaten quite comprehensively by Australia. But we speak of teams. Well, that snuck through. Did catch a hand on the way, but it's going to be a second boundary for Jamie Smith in that direction since tee. He moves to 49, 119 for 4. I wouldn't at all be surprised if you now see India start to really rack up those big tournament wins and start putting some silverware away.
Yeah, I mean, if you go over the last 4 or 5 major white ball tournaments, India have been very good in pretty much all of them, with the exception of the 2021 T20 World Cup where they didn't get out of the group. So they've just struggled in the knockout stages. They always get to the last 4. And yeah, I think the big thing this time was not only getting the balance right, it was getting the philosophy right. In 2022 it felt like they weren't playing the type of T20 cricket that the best T20 sides in the world played. In 2024 there was a change in philosophy, led primarily by Rohit Sharma up top. Rohit, who, a lot of fans at India sort of beat him with his IPL record. His IPL record is weirdly mediocre, really, over a long period of time. And I do wonder, with someone as classy as Rohit is, can he actually get himself up for a 17-game IPL campaign?
Chance to drive and put it away, and Smith obliges, and in doing so, another half century. He's the man who's been called up to the England team. And the way he's batted today is a reminder of why. 123 for 4.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, talk of the town today. And this innings really showed why there's so much interest in him. 53 not out of 70 deliveries in a high-class team, packed full of international players. He's the one that's really stood out today against an excellent Essex attack. He's looked to be aggressive. That was his 9th boundary. His 6th 50-plus score of the season.
Had that period of time, Smith, when he was getting to 50 quite a lot without racing to 3 figures. But yes, if he could convert this 50 and move to a century, it would be perfectly timed ahead of his Test debut, which is scheduled for the 10th of July. He'll be counting down the sleeps.
Yeah,
he's been named, hasn't he? I mean, there's no way he won't be playing that Test match, barring injury.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by his timing today, because players have found it difficult to time on this pitch so far. And that boundary actually that brought his 50 up, you could really tell that Smith was waiting on the ball, just let it come to him before getting his body weight over the ball, making sure that the ball remained on the ground. It's the end of another over, by the way, 1, 2, 3 for 4.
It just looks ready. With some players, the case they make at the level below becomes just impossible to ignore. And with Smith, it's been a combination of runs plus how he looks when he does it. Now, of course, the former should outstrip the latter when it comes to selection, but having a game that can match the best in the world does feel like he's got all the tools. 53 to his name today. Sudharsan, very little strikes since tee.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was some people today when the score was announced saying there are other candidates for the gloves who have scored more runs than Smith this year. Smith has had an excellent year, but he's averaging around 55. Ollie Robinson, for example, averages over 80 before today. I know he got a low score today, so that would have dropped a little bit. But when Joe Root plays in the county championship, he doesn't always top the averages. When you look at an individual season, it's a small sample size. Players play in different circumstances. You play against different qualities of attack. Oh, that's classy.
Lavish. Back foot. Had a gap to work with, bisected it with real style. Sudharsan's first boundary of the season for Surrey, 127 for 4. We'll see it back here So round the wicket, yeah, panache.
Flamboyant, really quick hands, but also not a lot of width.
Yeah.
That's not a bad delivery from Shane Snater. Sudharsan's done brilliantly to manipulate that behind square and the offside.
Yeah, I detected a bit of that online back and forth yesterday around Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson, not the one we're used to watching play for England. Sort of caught up with one thread where it was described as disgusting about what was going on and so on, before the person in question added that they've never seen Jamie Smith play, which I thought was an interesting way to kind of litigate the argument that it came down to basically spreadsheets, right? You make more runs and you've been dismissed fewer times, and when you divide one number by the other, it equals that number. Therefore, you must. That's not how teams are selected, right? Otherwise, there'd be no such thing as a selector in the first place, and that's never been the way cricket teams are picked for good reason. On the hip, doesn't quite make the most of that.
The point I always make when this argument comes up is, do you play a lot of cricket, Colo, so you'll understand this. If you're playing in a cricket team and someone asks you who's the best player in your team, you do not reference numbers.
No.
You do not reference the numbers. You reference what they look like, what they can do against high quality bowling, how they impact matches. That is not always entirely quantifiable in numbers, certainly not in an individual season. And in Smith's case, ever since he scored that 70-ball 100 for the England Lions against Sri Lanka, he has been firmly on England's radar. There's not been a spot up until now, but England clearly saw something then, and Smith has backed it up over a long period of time now, especially for a guy as young as him.
Well, he's beaten there by a ball that just died, really, unexpectedly. We haven't seen many do that today, and Elgar has to do the tidying up. A bye will be added. Yeah, that's it. And had it just been that one innings, if it was the solitary century and we were using that as a reference point for Smith forever, then well, that'd be one thing. But no one's doing that. It's now a body of work thing. So it's the two things in sync. It's the runs, but it's the style. It's the people who know the game, i.e. people that have played it at the highest level, seeing this type of cricketer and going, that is a package that can work in all time zones. Got big on him, so it's just a tiny bit of variable bounce here, but well negotiated. Sudharsan keeps to strike 130 for 4.
Yeah.
And that's where the sorry, just to finish the point, that's where the touch of a selector or the nuance of a selector, that's why they get paid, that's why they exist. If there was an efficient way of running a bunch of players' numbers through a database, or using AI maybe in the modern world, that's what would be happening. At some level, there is a human component to this about suitability for different conditions and so on, and that's, I think, ultimately where Smith was just irresistible.
And ultimately, if you want numbers, you can use numbers to back up his case as well. He's 23 years old, averages more than 40 in first-class cricket, has only played Division 1 cricket, and at the Kira Oval in the last 3 years, one of the reasons why Surrey are the champion team is because you don't get draws here very often. You have really good cricket wickets where both bowlers and batters are always interested. And Smith has got consistent runs, and he stood out in a team full of stars. And that 100 he scored, 155 he scored against Warwickshire, we've covered every Surrey home game this year. That's the knock of the summer played here at the Kira Oval.
Without a doubt. The way he dictated terms that day was pretty special. Playing on this side of the square as well. Quickie shingle, well through. Score update from Worcester, where the England women have been playing their second one-day international against New Zealand. And I'm afraid to say, from a New Zealand perspective, not that I have a dog in the fight, but just if you're have an interest in the competitive balance between these teams, it's almost a carbon copy of the first one-dayer from midweek. This time New Zealand were all out for 141. They were only in the middle for 41.5 overs. Sophie Eccleston set and forget. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 25. It's always Sophie Eccleston. Better delivery from Bosch, well handled by Smith. deflecting into the gully. And then in reply, they've knocked it off 2 down in 24.3 overs, so basically a run a ball. And Maya Bouchier, her first 100 for England. That's great news. 100 not out even in 88 balls, 17 fours. That is a moment in time for a player that's had a lot of energy invested, or a lot of time invested in her development, moved to open the batting over the last few months, and now raising her bat for England for 3 figures for the first time.
100 out of 142, Colo.
Have that. Yep. Big fan of Maya Bouchier. Also there, Tammy Beaumont, 28. She was run out. Heather Knight, the captain, out for 9, and Nat Siva Brunt was there at the end. So 2-0 up. That is a 3-game one-day series, so they've wrapped that up in straight sets. Third one-day to be followed by 5 T20s, including games here at the Kia Oval. It's Saturday week here. They've got a game at Lords as well, which ticket sales, I am told, are very healthy for. So hopefully they'll go close to selling it out like they did against the Australians last year. Well placed, might be worth 2. No, they're happy just with 1 to the long boundary. The bigger picture here, sorry, just to finish off, the bigger picture here is just the New Zealand side are just nowhere, absolutely nowhere. They have been nowhere for a couple of World Cup cycles now, and hard to see how they are going to take the next step.
I think in the 10-15 years leading up to 2016, they qualified for pretty much every semi-final.
Yeah.
And since then, I'm not sure they've qualified for one.
No. It started at the 2017 World Cup. Shots! We saw the lavish cut a couple of overs ago. Well, that's a more compact on drive. To double figures, your second 4, Sudharsan's 11. We'll see it again. Had to just adjust at the last moment to squeeze it through that gap, but yeah, straight at mid-on.
Yeah,
super stuff.
A couple of really classy shots early on from Sai Sudharsan. On that occasion, sort of using the swing into him to his advantage, leaning in to the ball that was drifting towards his pads, maintained a straight bat, beating the man at mid-on. He's looked good since tee. And this pair moving things along nicely.
Yeah, it feels like with the New Zealand women, where most other teams around the world, due to investment contracts, domestic leagues, etc., have taken great strides forward. They've been in neutral, and part of that's a story about the resourcing, but it's wider as well.
Is it a case that they were one of the first teams to put money in it, so they had almost an advantage because they took it seriously before some other nations did, and that other countries might have caught up a little bit over the last few years?
I wish it was. They didn't have that same level of investment. When England's women went professional, the national team went professional in 2014, and Australia followed suit the year after. The domestic money was first in Australia, then it was in England. Well, in New Zealand, we're still having debates around whether their women should be permitted to play Test cricket, because, as it's been put to me by some of the players, chasing a real wide one. That's a bad shot from Smith and gets away with it. Just an outswing attempter from Snyder. They don't want to play a Test match away from home because they'll be duty bound to host one, and they don't want to make that kind of investment in playing a multi-day game in New Zealand. So, I mean, it's little bits like that to give you a bit of a sense. So they have equalised match payments with the men, but I mean, match payments are only a drop in the ocean from what cricketers make with their national contracts and what's available in domestic cricket as well. So, yeah, that's a mismatch at the moment between England and New Zealand, big time. Edged through the cordon, 4 more. Healthy edge too. Would have been pretty good chance for third slips, my instinct watching it from behind. Let's see here, the front on replay. Yeah, that would have been straight in the breadbasket had they had a third slip. The second time today, a chance has gone right through that gap, and with Essex after tea looking to get 1 more to get into that lower middle order, I wonder whether they could have had the luxury of an extra catcher, yes.
Yeah, Smith's got a reset here, a couple of loose shots so far this over. Played and missed a very wide delivery first up from Shane Snater that had Pepper not caught the ball, it would have gone to first, maybe even second slip. this time hits the inside edge of Jamie Smith's bat, and then that edge for 4 there was a genuine edge. Went through the cordon at a catchable height. We've seen Smith on a couple of occasions do really well to take the bite out of the ball and guide the ball towards deep third, but on that occasion a genuine thick edge. Lucky not to direct it to a man in the cordon.
So the challenge for Smith, can he reset here? Just a sketchy little period for him. Right in behind it, that's the way. Sneijder, somehow wicketless today. I think he's bowled really well for 12.5 overs. Done a lot right. It was Ethan Bosch, who we haven't seen since tea, but 3 wickets for him. All of them between lunch and tea. Sibley caught at first slip by Elgar for 24, then Lawrence caught by Harmer. Great snaffle at second slip for 6, and then the 3rd wicket for Bosch was Folkes. Caught behind, beautiful bit of bowling for 7, not long before the short interval. Pressure release to end the over. Short boundary, set up to be hit, didn't need to overhit it, into the 60s. He was 39 at tea, so hunting another 100 on this ground. 144 for 4.
One thing I'd say about Jamie Smith, he's very composed when a run scoring opportunity presents itself, so a bit of width there from Sneijder, but all throughout his innings he's been very good at being aware of where the deep fielder is. There's a very similar ball just before tea where he did very well to ensure that went behind square to the left of the man at deep point. On this occasion, playing it well in front of square and earning 4. He moved on to 62 off 82. Other than that outside edge for 4 in the previous over, there haven't been many times where you'd say that Smith has played a false shot. Hasn't felt like he's taken too many risks, but he's striking at 75.6 at the moment. They're scoring well on a day where batters in general have found timing the ball and rhythm at the crease difficult. This partnership now worth 44 already.
Well wide to restart. Bosch. Satisfying name to say. Wonder how long it'll be before we see Harmer again trying to turn the screw. And Porter, of course, will be relatively fresh.
Yeah, it's a good call. We've seen the seamers still get decent movement through the air, but that one over from Harmer drew an inside edge first up to Jamie Smith, beat his outside edge later in the over, only bowled 6 balls, created chances.
Closer leave. Do you think, we talked before at the start of our commentary stint about how India might refresh their white ball setup with an eye to the next T20 World Cup and the signal that's been sent by Kohli and Rohit, and to an extent Jadeja, in all pulling out after this tournament, how it might be for England with their white ball team? Champions Trophy 9 months away. Of course, that's a different format, 50 over cricket. Down leg, beats everyone. On the angle, the swing, past the thigh pad, past the gloves, well beyond Pepper's diving right glove. 148, my apologies, for 4, and they're just getting away a touch here. This pair have put on 48. That's a loose delivery.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Johnny Bairstow turns 35 later this summer. Feasibly the last we've seen of him in white ball cricket for England.
Which therefore might mean the last we've seen of him full stop for England, right?
And the people who think that maybe the England management have had an easy ride of it in the last year given results might point to the fact that he's in the first year of a 2-year central contract.
Yeah.
And it is totally realistic for him to have played his last game for England now, given that he's not in the test squad for the start of the home test summer.
It's a good point. I mean, what happens if he's been... Let's assume he's been moved on from test cricket. if the same applies for the white ball stuff and they do go in a different direction, it's a pretty cruisy life on a long-term national deal, given we're only halfway through year one of it, or whatever it works out to be.
Yes, I think Bairstow, I'd say his future's uncertain. Moeen Ali, I think, will almost certainly not play again for England in white ball cricket. I think he's 37 now. I'm really interested to see who England bring in, because I think that setup has become stale from a personnel point of view. I think for too long there have been certain individuals who've played a lot of games and not done enough really to command a spot on the side, and they're almost there on default. One name that I'm excited about, and he's been talked about for a while, but this was his first really interesting summer in white ball cricket. Jacob Bethel at Warwickshire, batting at 5 or 6 for the Bears, striking 170, averaging 50. And also, we're talking about how do you balance a T20 side. Bowls very decent left arm spin, going at around 7 and over, I think, this year. So he's only 20 years old, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him rocket into contention by the end of the summer for those white ball series against Australia. Already played England Lions. I think he played England Lions when he was 18 years old, straight after that Under-19 World Cup in 2022.
Bit of a triple threat as well. We've seen him take one of those spectacular viral catches last year in the Vitality Blast. So, yeah, I'm pleased to hear you cite Bethel's name. I wonder how they'll see the Champions Trophy in all of this. Will it be a staging post for other tournaments? Will they go into the Champions Trophy not as fixated on winning it as they might have been a World Cup because of the place they're in the cycle? And the same can be said of Australia in this, by the way, who are clearly going to go on a similar white ball journey where they're going to take some time to reassess and bring some players through who don't have a 3 in front of their age. Whether that Champions Trophy might actually be a different kind of tournament where Australia and England are sending teams that aren't anywhere near as experienced as the teams you would normally see as the finished product at a World Cup.
I think with England, I would be surprised if England didn't pick a new look squad. We've seen in recent bilateral series, they had that Ireland series at the end of the 2023 summer. They had that tour to the Caribbean at the end of 2023 where they picked players like Bairstow didn't go, weren't involved in either series. And also, given the current international schedule, you basically have a World Cup every year. You have a global white ball tournament every single year. So you'd think with the Champions Trophy not being a World Cup, there aren't obvious times to resets, but I think this is probably as obvious a time to have a reset as you're going to get, because you have a T20 World Cup every 2 years.
Yeah.
So
you've kind of only got one window, right?
Exactly.
Because of the 50 over World Cup, and we're about to hit it. So where India are good as gold, albeit, I mean, I don't know where Rohit and Kohli sit with 50 over cricket. Just thinking that through rationally, they've got 3 years until it's skewed out to deep backward point for one short boundary. Whether Kohli and Rohit and Jadeja might go, oh yeah, done in the 20 over stuff, but that Champions Trophy and that 50 over World Cup, I suppose that's an open question.
Well, there are whispers that Champions Trophy might be turned into a T20 competition.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there have been reports that it's not totally guaranteed that remains a 50 over competition.
Oh. That would be a bit disappointing given there's so little 50 over bilateral cricket being played. I felt like that Champions Trophy was quite an important stepping stone in the way that it was in 2017. I know it's a long time ago, but the 2017 Champions Trophy over here was a big part of the 50 over World Cup development for 2019.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the reason is for that change. We can pick that up maybe later on in the game.
Okay.
But yeah, there are reports that the Champions Trophy next year may be a T20 competition. Okay. I agree with you. I'd be disappointed if that's the case. I don't think we need another T20 tournament. There is so much T20 cricket happening at the moment. We've just had a World Cup. There's T20 World Cup fatigue anyway, in how often those are.
Yeah, that will be a difficult tournament to find its place if it's another T20. It would mean 3 and 4 years you've got a tournament like it. And I know the Champions Trophy is different. It's only 8 teams or whatever it is. So it'll be over quite quickly. But still, Yeah, the T20 fatigue factor. No doubt that is a thing. I mean, generally speaking, I'm in favour of more multi-team tournaments. Andy Zaltzman makes this point quite often, that give me a tournament over another bilateral series. And I get all of that, but yeah, bringing everyone together again in 9 months' time to have another T20 hit out does feel a little bit premature. It also could be a tournament laden with diplomatic challenges as well, given it's scheduled to be in Pakistan. I mentioned squared up there, Sudharsan out to cover eventually safely, ends the over, 149 for 4. Sudharsan hasn't scored since that boundary about quarter of an hour ago. I mean, India are scheduled to play a game in Pakistan. Their game, in Pakistan, the league schedule that came out a couple of months ago. There's obviously no way in the world that'll happen. But Pakistan have said, well, if you're not going to play it here, then I suppose you're not in the tournament. And of course, that won't be allowed to happen due to the ICC broadcast arrangements. So does that just mean that at some point the bluff needs to be called and the thing gets moved to the UAE, would you say?
Well, if there's one thing that we know about the organisation of ICC tournaments, is that they don't mind making incredibly late logistical calls. The 2023 World Cup in India, I think you'll be more across this than me, but the fixtures were incredibly late in terms of when they were confirmed.
Yeah, they had about 3 cracks at it. The first crack was in the August of 2023. Then that was littered with issues. They had about 3 drafts before we actually saw the final, as you might say, in our industry. Now this is not the final; it's the final.
It's absurd. It's totally absurd. There is no thought put into how to improve the in-ground experience. It makes it really difficult to book tickets. You know, we just had the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean where half the game started at 10:30 in the morning for broadcast reasons. You can't expect small islands to have packed houses for games that start 10:30 in the morning on a weekday.
Well, and that's it, isn't it? Because that's not the priority, and we all know what the priority is, and it's almost boorish just to go on about why these things happen. But yeah, you often hear from administrators now, maybe not when the tape's running, but when having conversations with them, that they are trying to provide some sort of corrective around these types of things, but it's a question as to when they use what capital they've got. And that's a good bit of bowling. Porter not far away upon returning to the attack from finding Smith's edge. That was just a little bit back of a length in terms of where it pitched, but considerable movement out of this green looking surface. Just held its line more than anything else, and the extra bounce as well.
It's a genuine nibble from Smith, and a nice little passage of play this from Essex. Just a 1 run scored off the bat in the last 2.2 overs, so keeping this Surrey pair quiet at the moment.
Good questions being asked by the attack leader Porter. As it is with Sneijder, no wickets today, but done everything right.
I know that Porter beat the outside edge in the previous delivery, but generally he's targeted the stumps against Smith.
But yes, knowing what we know and the lived experience, it's probably going to take a group of countries to bind together and say, look, we're not going to blow the joint up, not that they could anyway, but they do want to see some adjustments when it comes to what you're describing there with announcements of when games are held, or not having one semi-final that doesn't have a reserve day and the other one having a reserve day. Now, I've seen it speculated that maybe they didn't see this in the playing conditions. There's no way in the world they didn't know this was the case. There's been a decision taken that it isn't worth rocking the boat. One administrator put it to me that the minute that you do that, you are running the gauntlet when it comes to the percentage of the pie you will get from the ICC deal. On these types, you've got to pick your battles and work out where it makes sense to stand up and try and flex some muscle. But yeah, it's clearly very complicated. And I don't think they'll be doing it over the Champions Trophy. I don't think that's got enough riding on it for...
Yeah, I think it's a great shame because you've got so many people who do want to go to these games and watch them live.
Yeah.
But they just don't because logistically it's too difficult to.
149 for 4. Porter back, maiden for him.
Do you think a couple of balls just keeping a bit low, Colo?
Did the previous over, well, it might have been 2 overs ago now, I think we saw a couple of small hints of that, and that might be why Paul Walter's taken his jumper off. We saw two from him, take off out of the surface earlier today, one of which caught the edge of Rory Burns. You can see there, Burns was the third man to fall in that session between lunch and tea, caught behind for 26. They've gone from 109 for 4, 40 runs in 9 overs since tea. So a healthy scoring rate. And Paul Walter, 4 overs, 1 for 13, gets another crack from the pavilion end. And we're right on kick-off time for the England game as well. I'm not encouraging you to leave the stream. Just open another tab. Put us on your tablet or something like that. Put the football on your tablet. This will be more interesting than whatever goes on in the football, at least in the first 90 minutes. A run for Sudharsan brings up the 50 stand, recognised by the healthy crowd in attendance today. County Cricket Day, 150 for 4.
Yeah, 50 stand, and Sudharsan's only scored 12 of them. Smith doing the bulk of the work. But both these batters been kept quiet in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Essex doing really well at building some pressure, restricting scoring opportunities. Been a while since the last boundary off the bat.
Bit of a puff of dust there when Smith went back to play.
They're bowling very straight to Jamie Smith, giving him minimal width to work with.
Can report from the football, England have won the toss, having a bat. In the white. Do they wear the red anymore in the tournaments? Yes. They've got that purple kit, don't they? Is that something you might see them in? I'm not sure if that's...
I'm not sure.
Our colleague Fatushin Hartaraj has been getting around in the England purple kit. It's quite fetching.
People have very strong views about what colour certain items of England football clothing should be.
Really?
Leg slip in place.
So just so just the 2 slips plus the leg slip and a man at gully over the wicket. So we expect to see him right in at the stumps. Can he get one to balloon up and catch a shoulder? Simon Harmer in there at leg slip. Took one great catch earlier today. They got rid of Lawrence. Hit a glorious boundary. Next ball outside edge. His day done.
We called for Smith to reset after a couple of false strokes a few overs ago, and I think he has done that. He's really knuckled down. I think he's identified what his role is from here on in.
Sign of a well-organised player that you can, of course, any cricketer is occasionally going to have a little run where they play and miss and don't look quite right, but it's how they respond to that and are able to get things back on their terms.
I've got a question for you, Colo.
Yo.
And I hope that I haven't forgotten anyone really obvious. And it might be a question that Samo can help us with. When was the last time an England top 7 batter debuted with a first-class average as high as Jamie Smith's?
151 for 4 at the end of the Walter over, 2 runs coming from it. A first-class average as high as Jamie Smith. What's his overall average?
41.6.
41.6. Well, let's run through a few. Let's just play. Well, Samo's ruined it by saying Ollie Pope. He goes, Pope. Yeah, right.
We could have riffed on that.
Who's the second highest then? Who's the second highest?
I'm just thinking about the batting debutants of the last few years.
Vince, Wesley, Milan, Hales and Stoneman all happened in a hurry. They all made their debuts within 12 months of each other in 16 through 17. All Hales had his debut before that, but first got an extended run in the team from the start of 16. I doubt any of them were averaging 40 when picked, possibly Vince. When he first started out as an England international.
Lawrence in the high 30s.
Yep.
James Bracey mid 30s.
Yep. I'd guess Vince would be the one after Pope, or the one before Pope. Sorry. It's a good point though. It used to be that to bash the door down, you needed to have a number of seasons averaging in the 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever it was. Maybe I'm benchmarking that against an era when averages were generally higher, but still. Whereas now that doesn't happen quite so often.
Yeah, I think we had a few particularly low run scoring years, and the effect of those years still last in what players' batting averages look like.
Yeah. Felt like that first year out of the pandemic, 2021 was a year where we were just routinely seeing sides knocked over for 150.
You know, the sort of players that were then catapulted into England contention were doing so not necessarily off the back of major run scoring sprees, because to stand out actually averaging 40 odd was enough to stand out. You know, if you go back to 2021, Hasib Hamid recalled after very little in reality.
Picks out mid wicket. Nick Brown's patrolling. Yeah, the Hasib recall was on the back of twin centuries and I think one more 100. But yes, it was clearly in great nick at knots, but it didn't feel like the kind of run that would get you thrown straight back in there. I suppose he was seen as a bit of a special case. They wanted to see him play for England again and had the chance to pick him against England in 2021. Beautiful. Yeah, it was there on leg stump. It was a half volley by the time he met it, but glorious swing of the bat. Another boundary for Smith, up to 68 from his 100th delivery.
Yeah, another really good example of Smith waiting on the ball. You can tell he gets in position so early, but he waits and waits and waits and ensures that ball is on the ground the entire time, looking to be aggressive but doing it in a risk-free way.
Ball is found, I think.
Welcome boundary for Surrey. Been a while since the ball had been sent to the fence off a Surrey bat.
Helter-skelter start in the football. Both ends, all happening. No goals. Yellow card out as well. Oh, there he goes again, Jamie Smith. Reminiscent of the shots he played earlier in the season here against Warwickshire. Up and over the top, thudding into the seats. Short boundary side of the ground. He has raced through the 60s into the 70s. 161 for 4 the score.
Yeah, there's a couple of balls in a row that Porter's dropped short. 2 and 3, and this time Smith pounces on that delivery that's just short of a length and comfortably clears the leg side boundary. And he picks up his first maximum of his day. He moves on to 74 off 101 deliveries. Sorry, now 161 for 4. I think we've got a double change.
We have. I should apologise if there was any obscenity that bled into the commentary there. But,
Dan Norcross has replaced Adam Collins, and Phil Walker's going to take over from me.
Yes, because the football boys want to go and watch England stinking the house out. Whereas the dedicated cricket lovers who are perhaps watching Jamie Smith in a county championship game for one of the few remaining times. You never know. You never know. Obviously, things can work out in all sorts of different ways. Ollie Pope, of course, played plenty of county championship matches, but don't know how much more Surrey are going to see of Jamie Smith this season with the red ball. Perhaps right at the back end. Last couple of games with a bit of luck. But he's looking in sublime touch again. It's a genuine privilege to watch him bat. So you made it, Phil.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I have made it, and I'm settling in for a long session, Daniel.
I've heard you're taking over from the kids.
Yeah.
You're going to do 2 hours of this while the football currently takes place.
They're not yet battle hardened.
They're not, are they? They've not learned the lessons of Iceland.
Exactly. Forget that. I mean, I'm taking all the way back to 1986. Don't worry about that.
Oh yeah, 1986. Yeah. Well, I remember 82, my friend. Scored the fastest goal in the tournament's history, and that was a high water mark after about 45 seconds. Didn't lose a game in 1982 World Cup.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Anyway, let's not fall into this trap of discussing bygone England failures at football championships.
I did break my foot.
Sorry?
I did break my foot because of a bygone England failure of yours.
Right.
David Beckham sending off. I kicked my radiator so hard I broke a toe.
Okay. The only broken toe I've encountered playing football, or involved in football, was Mo Salah scored in the last minute against Spurs.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
You kicked something?
I kicked the sofa and broke my little toe.
Yeah. I don't know why we do it. I've never broken a toe watching cricket. I have broken a toe playing cricket.
For sure.
I was diving to stop a ball, and in the end went the wrong way, dived feet first and smashed into a concrete stair.
That sounds nasty.
And it was. I was trying to like scoop the ball back with my foot.
Oh yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah. I broke Dean Wilson's toe.
Oh well.
With a searing Yorker, aged 15.
You've been playing against Dino that long, have you?
Yep. Yeah. I didn't remember this moment, but he certainly did. So when he saw me when we were grown-ups, he collared me down at the Ken Barrington Cricket Centre, and he came over to me and said, "You're the so-and-so that broke my toe."
You said you should have used your bat.
Well, exactly. Yeah. I was quick back in the day, though, Daniel.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I had a very quick arm.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, there's a cricket match taking place.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there is a cricket match. It's very finely poised, isn't it? A couple of wickets for Essex. They'll be right back on top. There's, oh my goodness me, what a shot. Be still my beating heart. It is a glorious cover drive. It's the speed at which it comes off the bat, the effortlessness with which he hits it, it seems, takes Smith to 78.
Yeah. It's the economy of movement again.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
What is there? Everybody reminds people of someone. Ollie Pope reminds a lot of people of Ian Bell, for example. Kevin Peterson with Jamie Smith. I see the comparison, but it doesn't quite work for me.
It doesn't work quite. I mean, he has similar physical attributes. And
shoulders,
he has reach. He has reach. To me, there is an echo of Jacques Kallis in the way that he plays. Because defensively, he plays very, very late, right under the eyes with soft hands. But then when he opens up into the offside, there's just enough flourish. But it's kind of contained. It's contained exuberance.
Yes. Porter continues.
Also, in the setup as well, they have that. If you watch Kallis' setup, he's like a boxer, and he has that perfect sort of balance between being able to thrust forward or hold back and duck and weave or play the cross-bat shot. And Smith has a similar kind of setup. There's no great waggling taking place or exaggerated backlift. The unweighted bat is there.
Yeah.
And
see, I've got to confess, so squeeze just a singular. No, They won't come back for the second, quite rightly. I have to make a confession, and I feel very, very bad about it, because I acknowledge that Jacques Kallis has a very strong claim to being the second greatest all-round cricketer that's ever existed behind Gary Sobers. And up there with him, very close in many ways. But, you know when they say, when you die, your entire life will flash before your eyes? I fear that it may all flash before my eyes, except for Jacques Kallis, whom I found to be one of the most forgettable batters I've ever seen. Another nice shot, but it won't yield him a run. He had a sort of bovine quality to him that, which it just speaks to that solidity you're talking about. I mean, the balance of a big cow at the crease.
Right.
Yeah, hard to get past. It's a very significant barrier, solid, firm, but
Andrew Samson seated to our left here.
He remembers every ball.
He remembers every ball of every cricketer.
Yes, that's right.
And there was a late era Kallis 100 when he was injured, right? And you saw a different kind of side to him, because it turned out he was vulnerable, and he wasn't just this impenetrable force field. And I think he had a rib problem perhaps, but he battled on through, and it was a real soulful 100 in a way that you don't necessarily associate with him.
The eyes of a sad cow.
Talk me through it, Andrew. Can you remember? I'm not talking nonsense here, right? You know, okay, we have the nod. We have the nod.
It's so good when you get the Samson nod, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
Late era Kallis.
It's a bit like when you get a smile off ramps.
It
just fills you with joy. You suddenly
well earned.
Lifts you up, doesn't it?
Well earned.
Yeah.
But yeah, that notion of the unweighting of the back lift, right? Rohit Sharma was a very good example of this. If you watch him, so there's minimal pre-delivery movement, and he rests his bat slightly above the horizontal, right? So the angle of the bat is slightly pointing up, but only just. So it means that you can just move onto the front foot without having to then take the bat up behind you. Because the wrists are cocked, they're already there, and you just have to drop the bat onto the ball. Similarly, if the ball, if it's short, then you're already in that position with the hands up near the body, and you can just move into the short.
Entirely unlike the subject of your latest book,
Indeed.
Ryan Lara,
Indeed.
For whom the sort of the cocked wrist would almost send his back lift vertical and then clanking down with such fast hands.
Yeah.
Maybe we get a chance here with Jamie Smith on strike to just zero in on that quirk. He also has a couple of quirks in his batting. One is it has a little compression, and then the other one is his front foot. Is if anything just slightly beyond his back foot.
Right.
It's almost you'd be saying he might be closing off the front shoulder.
But then you're right. But then he opens himself up. So it is a peculiar idiosyncrasy, and he presses his hands past his front pad initially, and it looks like in his first part of the setup that he's quite an unconventional player, but then it all falls into perfect place, and I think this is why England are so excited about him, because he's the old world and the new, right? He has the old values, the old orthodoxies, with a sort of modernist,
like Thomas Paine.
Yeah, perfect. Tim Paine's Rights of Man. I wrote that in a magazine once.
Very good.
Yeah, it was. I was pleased with that. I think this is a key part of the day. I thought that Harmer would be out immediately after tea. Actually, he bowled a useful over before tea. This is the first time we've seen him, and they've already got away from them a bit in this session. I feel like Harmer is the key here. He's had by his standards, relatively quiet summer. I think people are not working him out as such, but I think groundsmen are working him out. I think opposition captains are working him out, trying to nullify the Harmer threat a little. And definitely batters are more aggressive towards him. His economy rate has gone north. He's still a massive threat, of course, and he'll enjoy bowling, I think, to the left-hander. But he beat Jamie Smith's bat with an arm ball in the first, well, in his first over just before tea. I think he'll be a key.
2009 Centurion.
There you go. It was a broken rib. Jacques Kallis made 120 against England
with a broken rib.
With a broken
Have you ever
rib.
broken a rib?
No.
Deeply, a most appalling pain there is.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Oh, because you will sneeze at some point.
And how does
there's no pain like it on
how
earth.
does a man with a 40-a-day habit manage a broken rib? Dare I ask?
Well, there are two English cricketing legends that I blame for it, but I'm not going to name either of them. But suffice to say that in 2020, on a rather bibulous evening at Old Trafford, well, one of them was giving me a wedgie.
Wow.
Over the arm of a sofa, another came tumbling.
Oh dear.
And a rib got broken, and I have immediately the pain is not quite there.
Yeah.
But a cough or a sneeze is something. It's just appalling. You just don't want it. So yeah, avoid that at all costs.
Noted.
Don't take up boxing or anything daft.
Okay. Don't think I've got the physique for that. Yeah, the Jacques Kallis knock. Anyway, it was in the game when England got away with a draw, the Graham Onions draw.
Oh,
do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember it.
Kallis makes 120 with a broken rib in the first innings from 225 balls against Anderson, Onions, Swan, et al.
Lizzie Hammond, by the way, has just shown me a scorecard, extraordinary scorecard. Scamper through, get home safely enough.
Go on.
Well, Sussex against Northants. 20 wickets have fallen there already today. Sussex making 143 all out. Northants all out for 97, and a presumably somewhat aggrieved Ollie Robinson, not Durham's, but Sussex's, taken 4 for 42 in 9 overs.
I'm surprised.
Seems rather.
I'm really surprised by his omission, actually.
Are you?
Yeah. I don't know if they've made a proper call on it or if they are choosing these games to have a look elsewhere, but I was very surprised to see his name outside of that group.
Of course, Anderson will be.
Yeah, but this is a squad for the first 2 tests, so you'd have thought if it was a straight replacement, then he would have been named in it.
True, yeah. And
yeah.
no Mark Wood either, so expecting him.
I guess you know he was in the Caribbean until this time last week, and so perhaps that makes sense. He's had a long winter. I can understand Wood not being. I can understand any of the T20 squad not being named in it. Bairstow,
apart from Duckett.
Apart from Duckett, but then he hasn't played, has he? He hasn't
No.
played. Still, it's been a long winter for all of them.
There's been a lot of India involved, one way or the other. Now they've got a little hand on that, I think.
Yeah, that's hurt him.
And Smith was back in his crease at the non-striker's end, but that has hurt.
Yeah.
Which hand is it that's hurt?
It's his left.
It's his left hand, which he's holding behind his back. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's what he put out.
The captain's first thought will be, okay, at least it's not your bowling hand.
That's the only thought.
Yeah. It may well just be that he's flicked a digit out of place there.
Dislocation. Done that.
Well, he's certainly in the severe discomfort. You can see that, and he called for the physio straight away. Oh, we could be in for one of those moments. The Graham Gooch at Guyana moment, where you have to pop it back in.
You had to have that done?
I have actually, yeah. I broke my little finger and dislocated my little finger when I was about 12 or 13, catching a ball, and it looped to me, and it was like a ground catch, you know, and it wedged my little finger into the ground, ball and ground. Took the catch, good catch, but yeah, it did not.
At that hand, is that? I don't know whether there's a little cut on the webbing, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps it is a surface wound rather than a.
And as you say, it's not his bowling hand, so he'll be back, I've no doubt, in this game. But he's going to have to go off for some running repairs for the time being. So it's going to be Paul Walter who's going to complete the over. This partnership now worth 70 between Smith, Sai Sudharsan. Sudharsan's only got 14 of those, but he's provided a stout foil at the other end for Jamie Smith.
In other developments in that game that you mentioned, Sussex are now 9 for no loss off 0.3 overs.
That's all happening.
Yeah, so it's a different approach. Second dig.
Yeah. Well, I did rather get the feeling, actually, that Northants were sort of going hard. I wonder if that pitch is, as they say, going to have a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
We just see the little finger of Porter's left hand. Oh, and I think that is being put back into place, and it is very painful. What I would say, though, that nearly went back to the bowler Walter there, trying to whip the ball to the onside, nearly presented a return catch, is that the pain is short-lived and very much worth it.
Sure. Yeah, it looks awful, it is awful. In that clip, it looked like he had a towel wedged into his mouth.
Yeah, well, it's a horrible, brief second and a half to 2 seconds in which
and then
everything goes into a tiny tunnel, doesn't it? From my memory.
And then it dissipates, yeah.
And then it does, yeah. Edged, gone. Yep, a little floater outside the off stump. Sudharsan went after it, driving thick edge through and kind of looped to second slip, and the partnership has been broken. Big wicket for Essex. Surrey 170 for 5.
I would say, Dan, that's the first shot he's really let go of, where he's let the hands really go at the ball. He's played nicely for 45 deliveries, looked rock solid in behind it. That's the first shot where he's just pinned the ears back and let it go.
Gentle swing, wasn't it? Really gentle swing, but no great pace, but eyes lit up. I think he thought he saw a fullish drivable ball, but then it just swung onto the edge of the bat, not the middle.
Yep, Essex needed that, because on a pitch that is going to offer swing, I think, throughout the whole of the game and seam, I think they needed to, the feeling is, for me, I think they need to win this day, because it's going to be a good track to bat tomorrow, day 3, it'll start to wear a little on day 4, and I feel like Essex needed to win this day in order to put themselves in a position where they can get a result here, because taking 20 wickets here against a side as good as Surrey is a challenge. No one's done it this year, and the emphasis is on Essex really to force this result. They can accept a draw with just 12 points between them. They can take a draw, I think, but a defeat makes it very, very hard with just 5 games after this to come.
Yeah, that would be a significant margin then. That'd be a lead of it, you'd imagine, about 26, 27, 28 points.
Yeah, and Surrey do not have bad weeks. They have weeks where they're slightly off the boil, but you can't see them really going down in too many other games. Of course, they do yet play Essex at Chelmsford, so
that's flowed through to the keeper. I tell you, there's stuff in this pitch. Well, it was Paul Walter who made the breakthrough, and he only bowled in those 3 balls because Porter injured his hand off the 3rd ball, so maybe a slightly fortuitous injury for Essex there. Surrey 170 for 5 at the end of the over, and as a result of someone coming in and bowling those 3 balls, you'll have to bear with our scoreboard at the bottom, because it's not quite as intelligent as a human scorer, these things.
Yeah,
they get very confused.
Yeah, okay, that's gonna befuddle me as the evening session rolls on.
Yes,
I can tell you that.
I'd look at the actual scoreboards if I were you, the ones run by humans. Slovakia have taken the lead, have they?
They have indeed.
Well.
Only a game.
It's barely that.
So Smith's on 81. He's barely broken sweat. There's been only 1 or 2 minor concerns. Ran down on a couple of inside edges against a couple of in-duckers when he was getting going. But aside from that, he's been in complete control, really. A couple through the cordon, perhaps, but played down.
There's a lot resting on him here, though. Surrey is still 80 runs away from getting even a bonus point.
Yeah.
And you would imagine, look, it's been a challenging pitch to bat on, but it's not had demons in it, so where would you put par? About 280? That sort of general area?
I think this is a result pitch.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I think with both sides are strong attacking bowling attacks. Surrey are almost a complete cricket team. Essex aren't far off, but you would feel like Surrey's seamers tomorrow. There's going to be a bit more cloud cover around tomorrow, if the forecast is correct. You feel like they're going to turn up and enjoy tomorrow's play.
But you imagine Dan Worrell would play quite a significant role.
Yep.
Gordon Clark, of course, he had a terrific season.
Yep.
End of the over, a maiden on 70 for 5.
So I think if you take bonus points out of the equation, if you're talking purely as a result cricket match, I think anything north of 250 and Surrey are well in the game. I think anything north of 300, 320 and they are boxing the game. Having watched it today, and I know that it will flatten out up to a point tomorrow, but only up to a point. There's still going to be a bit of live grass on that track. And with the overheads in their favour and with the quality of that seam attack, they're going to create chance after chance tomorrow. And Essex are going to have to bat out of their boots when they do get in to keep them at bay.
They do, though, have a number of players in good form with the bat at the moment.
For sure, and they have in Dean Elgar, a player who is born for that kind of scenario. If Dan Worrell is trying to arc it, boomerang it back into the left-handers' pads, and he's upended many a good player in Surrey colours for the last couple of years, then Dean Elgar, you literally wouldn't want any other player in that scenario.
None shall pass.
Yeah, and he's been a great signing for Essex.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous ball from Walter, that holding up and going away.
Yeah, he's been useful today. I think the height on this track helps get that little bit of extra nip. You've seen it with Gus Aktinson this year, from this end in particular. He bowls that kind of length. He's not as tall as Tall Paul, obviously, but he still comes from a high trajectory. And it's the age-old oval pitch. If you really put something in, you get something out.
Don't quite know how he's supposed to play that previous ball. Having looked at it on the replay,
yeah.
His bat was in theoretically the right place. The ball wasn't.
And again, talking about players in form, he's coming off the back of a really good 100 last week, where Essex were in trouble, and he came in, I think, at 6, and ensured that they were in a position where they could save the game on day 4 against Durham after giving up 500 and plenty in the first innings against Durham. So yeah, that they will fancy it tomorrow, Essex, but they will have to really play out of their boots.
I mean, other news, you mentioned Durham there.
Yeah, skittled out for 190.
Yes, but
earlier
they're
in the piece,
bouncing back.
Right.
Wickets for Potts, Stokes and Siddle, 77 for 4. Adam Hose, the latest to go. And the sticky Jake Libby is gone.
It's been Worcester's problem, runs all year.
Other side I'm keeping my eye on. Somerset. They started really well, but Barnard and Burgess have come to the party with a 99-run partnership for the 7th wicket, and now an unbroken partnership of 58. It's got Warwickshire to 302 for 7. Chris Wokes is in alongside Burgess. Solidly forward in immaculate defence. But it's another maiden over this. A lot of pressure being applied here by Essex. 170 for 5. The score remains.
Yeah, that's it. It's good by Paul Walter. It's a good combination as well. I think the off-break bowler from the far end and the left-hand giant from this end as we look at it. Yeah, just running through the table, you feel like the winners are going to come from the top 4, really. Somerset lurking in at third, and Durham are dangerous. You feel like they are the kind of team that can go on a run. But both of those teams would have to play basically immaculate cricket from here on in and winning cricket.
They're going to lose Stokes and Potts as well, of course.
Yeah, Potts named in that squad this morning on the back of a good year.
I say they lose them. They don't lose them until the back end of August.
True.
If that's assuming that Potts is still in the side at that stage. So it's...
Yeah, that's a fair point. This is just like a mini little touch of red ball before we revert back to the instant gratification. And then the red
back
ball
on the
stuff.
tools for that?
Yeah. Been enjoying it, Yas and I, on a Friday evening. Got a message from you, didn't I? From an airport somewhere, I think it was.
Yes, I think I was thoroughly enjoying you. Yes, I could tell it was fun.
Well, genuinely, the games have been fabulous. There was the blowout last week, but that was the only forgettable game, really.
Glamorgan, was that one?
Yeah.
Well, that result is a long time coming, because Glamorgan are Surrey's bogey team, especially here at the Keir Oval, where inexplicably they seem to win most of the time.
Colin Ingram always gets runs, it would seem. Yeah, well, he didn't this time round, and Surrey having lost to Sussex and then tied to Gloucestershire, who were fighting for their lives. It was an incredible game of cricket. Someone was going to get it, and unfortunately for Glamorgan it was them.
Well, as I say, I'm not going to lose any sleep over Glamorgan getting beaten after the years of pain they've inflicted on us.
But no, it's been good. The numbers are always great through the gates.
Good atmospheres?
As always, but what I would say is that the people who have flooded through the gates on these Fridays, they are really engaged with the game. Sometimes there is that feel that a portion of the crowd are here for a good time, which is great and fine, entirely up to them, but the cricket is perhaps slightly incidental to their Friday night, and all power to them. But the sense that I've had doing these games with Yas is how invested the crowd are in the fair, and it's been genuinely compelling stuff.
It's been quite a diverse crowd. It sort of reminded me more of a sort of 100 crowd than an old-fashioned T20 crowd.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Well, I asked somebody about this, and they said that since COVID, Friday night hasn't actually had quite the same feel, because you used to get a lot of lads come down from the city Friday night, but actually since COVID, quite a lot of people take Friday off.
Indeed.
Work from home.
Yeah. And that's quite evident. They've not been sellouts, and so I think that naturally results in a kind of a deeper attachment to those people who have come through. So now they've been treated well, the punters, this year, and that game against Gloucestershire will live long, because
I watched that.
Yeah, I think that was when you messaged us, actually. And that was an extraordinary game of cricket, really. And all credit to Gloucester, because they were down on their luck. They'd lost 3 on the spin, and they went out there. And I think there's something about Friday nights in South London. I think when you turn up here it's the fixture, you always put a big red circle around when you're looking at it. And I think players tend to raise their game when they come here.
Well, the strapple up and over mid-on. You wondered when Smith was going to play a shot in anger, because Surrey had just been a little bit becalmed in and around the loss of Sai Sudharsan just before that, and then since Ryan Patel's come to the crease, but Smith pouncing on length there.
It was almost like he just got tired of getting in behind it and playing slow heartbeat cricket, and so he just thought, okay, well, now's my time. I'm going to clear my front hip and bunt it down the ground.
And then a nice little guide through the pigeons for a single. So I think I was in Florida watching that game. It was one of the miracles of the modern world. So I could lie in a hotel room on my bed and just go to YouTube and hear you and Yas and watch a better quality stream than I used to grow up with watching Test cricket on the BBC in the 70s and 80s. More cameras, more replays.
Who were your favoured commentators from the TV era, but the early BBC TV era? Who did you really enjoy?
Well, you see, the problem is that as a kid you don't know any better, so you enjoy them all because you love the cricket. But I did love John Arlott on a Sunday on the telly.
Right.
I used to do John Player League.
Yeah.
He didn't really care for it a great deal.
And that was evident sometimes in the length of time between one utterance and the next.
Correct, yes, he apparently did manage to get through a whole half an hour without saying a single word.
Chance to be a fine thing.
Off the mark, finally, Ryan Patel, just a bit of width. So to guide it down to backward point. I used to love Jim Laker because his voice, I suppose it's partly it's associations, isn't it?
Yeah.
His voice just, I felt warmth on the back of my shirt, and I felt cricket every time I'd hear him say glorious shot, and it was just, I was in a happy place.
Slightly before my era, Laker and Arlott.
Richie, of course.
Yeah, just on Laker though, he was the voice of my Botham's Ashes '81 video, my VHS that my nan bought me for my 7th birthday. Oh, well, maybe my 6th. Formative moments, you know. And Beefy in conversation with Richie Benno, smoking a cheroot by a fireside, different times.
Yeah.
And Jim Laker's voice was all over it. And again, to a wide-eyed kid intrigued by this mad netherworld, to hear this fella use the word superlative, but to make it sound like he's just putting the bins out, you know, there was just something so magnificently understated and kind of.
Oh yeah, there was no hyperbole.
No, it was just beautiful, really, and obviously in keeping with the way that he went about his business when he was a player.
It came as a bit of a
strolling
shock.
off Old Trafford with his jumper on his shoulder, you know, head down, slightly uncomfortable with the whole scene, you know. But so my era was more Tony Lewis, Jack Bannister. That was my. So I was coming in late '80s, turn of the decade.
Yeah.
Ray
Illingworth, yes. Tom Graveney, bit of that. Did you get a bit of Tom Graveney? Or?
Not really, actually. No. I think he'd had his time by that point.
Christopher Martin Jenkins did a little bit on the telly in 1981, of course. He's for the Headingley.
Right place at the right time.
Made a strange comment at one point. It describes a cut shot that Botham plays as a pure, thoroughbred stroke.
Yeah, I remember this commentary.
Yeah, would never occur to me to think in those terms, really, but something faint echo of eugenics in it. But you know, I'm sure it wasn't meant that way. But
yeah, I remember the Pakistan tour, '92. Yeah, '92.
Yes,
and I remember a stint of commentary with Jack Bannister and Asif Iqbal. And both of them desperately trying to conceal their mutual antipathy of one another, and it was great. It was obviously a very controversial summer, you know, with the ball tampering brouhaha going on.
There's a somewhat hopeful appeal, I would have thought. Ball drifting down the leg side, and by given, so no edge on that.
And rather like you and I, Daniel, both of us hopelessly partisan commentators, and that was the case with Asif and Jack. Yeah,
less partisan when it comes to England, I have to confess.
Oh yeah.
Somehow.
No, of course.
I can be entirely detached from them, but
only the Shires.
Yeah. Oh, I say, that's a leave. That's quite the leave.
Yeah.
Pepper has his hands on his head, as does Harmer. You can understand why. That was just coming straight on. I think Ryan Patel, though, has played for some non-existent turn. Let's see how close that got. Oh, dear. Yeah. Close.
Yeah, I'm giving Patel that. I'm giving him that. Not that one.
No, he'll be a bit cheesed off there, actually, because it was certainly there for the shot.
I think Harmer's been excellent, Dan, just in this mini spell and in the over before tea as well. He settled into a rhythm straight away. And as I said earlier, he's not had it all his own way this summer. But, 5 overs for 6, I think? Yeah, 5 overs for 6 already. He's put the brakes on. Smith has been becalmed against him. I think he's going to have a big role to play in this game, especially in the third innings as well. Good to see from Essex's point of view that he's in good rhythm. That was the only drag down of his spell so far, that final delivery.
And Walter's continuing because I haven't seen Jamie Porter come back onto the field yet.
No. But that's no bad thing. 8.5 overs, 2 for 26. Good for it as well.
He and Bosch have been the wicket takers today. Again, that's nicely played by Smith. He's just going to get the single for it.
It's a good onomatopoeic name, isn't it? Bosch.
Bosch, oh, very much so.
Yeah.
There's is there an Annika Bosch that plays for the women's team? Annika Bosch.
Yeah.
The head nod. She plays it like you'd expect an Annika Bosch to play as well, I'm delighted to say. She doesn't hide from her nominative determinism.
Yeah, I once had a housemate with my student digs at university called Bosch, who emerged from the backwaters of Basildon. It wasn't entirely clear why he was there, but he slept in the spare room and paid us a couple of months' rent as and when he could.
Bosch.
David Boschel, I believe was his full name, and then he just vanished one morning. We never saw him again. He was with us for 3 or 4 months. A lovely lad. And then just vanished.
Like
his mum located him and turned up on our doorstep.
Oh, now he's gone after that. It's Ryan Patel, and he's got hold of enough of it to send it the boundary for 4. It's his first shot of real anger and intent.
Important knock this, really, for Patel, who's the perpetual 12th man, isn't he, in this setup? He's the new Aaron Haranath, who I played football with on Friday night. He's in fine fettle, by the way. But yeah, it's an important knock, really, for Patel, and with test call-ups beckoning and more, if you like, selectorial chaos due to how good Surrey's ranks are, you could do with a few here. He's a fine player. He'd have had a long and very happy county career anywhere else. And he's a good, useful resource for Surrey because he can, if a top order player breaks a finger or gets called up, he's made good runs in the past against the new ball, and he's in here in the middle order. Useful cricketer.
Handy bowler as well.
At Guildford in particular.
Now, I meant to start this conversation sooner, but I'm going to start it now. He's going to pick up at least one here. They should come back for a second. They do, because this is very much in Adam Collins's wheelhouse. But we've got Andrew Samson here. So I'm just going to put the question out there that I've received, and this is something that, as I say, Adam Collins has talked about on many occasions, but because Jimmy Anderson's playing his last test match and Jamie Smith is going to play his first, I think you can have a bit of fun with this. Nicely nudged out into the offside for a single. 187 for 5, the end of the over. This partnership just starting to get into its work. 17 runs they put on since the loss of Sudharsan. So the question that's put to me is, hello Daniel. Spanning 3 centuries, 7 titans of the game, their test careers begin, slightly overlap, not missing one single year, excepting war years, in that time frame. He then says up to 2013. Who are they? Now, I want you to work out a way of going backwards. They don't have to play in the same team. I think the suggestion is that, because I said, I just threw out Anderson, Stewart, Gooch, Close, someone or other, Rhodes, Grace. I'll mull it over on the Surrey live stream. He says overseas very much included. So, if you want to make your way back in time from
to 1877
to 1877, then I think we've got just the man for it. And I'm going to vacate. But with Andrew Samson alongside us, he might be able to confirm or deny whether what Colo comes up with is the most efficient, speedy, fewest people. I'm going to get out of the way because I think you're all going to look forward to this.
What a lovely time to join. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Adam.
I think I caught most of that. So you want to go back the most efficient way to the first Test match, including Anderson and link in the chain. Is that the proposition?
Yep.
I think I've got a relatively decent handle on this, but we'll see how we go. I've got Samo here to help. I won't consult my notes.
Was it up to 2013, Daniel, did you say?
Initially, but
yeah.
I want you to go back to 2013.
Yeah, so if we start with, we get to Grace in one hop, because he didn't play the first Test matches, which is a shame in many respects.
Doesn't feel right, does it, that?
I know, it would have been so much better and more elegant had he played the first Test matches. But Grace did play through until the debut of Wilfred Rhodes.
Mm-hmm.
They crossed over at Trent Bridge in 1899, July 1899. Quite the week that. Trumper's debut as well as Rhodes. Pretty useful players. And it was Grace's last Test. Make that link 1.
And then Rhodes played what, till 34?
30. Jamaica 1930. Rhodes crossover point. I think I'm right in saying, and I'm going to get some verification for this. I think he crossed over with the Nawab Pataldi. 187 for 5. and Nawab Pataldi crosses over with A.H. Carter.
Right.
A.H. Carter played like a Nawab for two countries. They played together after the war for India. A.H. Carter goes on to play for Pakistan when they first start.
Is this the Carter who took the wickets here?
No, that's in 1956. What's his 54? Sorry, who took the 6 wickets on the final day here in 54? Samo, for Pakistan. Fazil Mahmood.
Of course,
yeah, the other great of the early Pakistan era. I hope I've got that right with Nawab Pataldi playing with Rhodes. There might be one more link there, but either way, I'm pretty sure we go via India, via Pakistan, and then Carter goes on to play. There'll be at least one, maybe a couple here, with Hanif Mohammed. Hanif Mohammed makes his debut with A.H. Carter in the side, and Hanif Mohammed takes us through to another Pakistani. Oh gosh, I hope I have this in my head. Zahir Abbas. Zahir Abbas played. Catch, not quite. That's a big moment, and he knows it too, Harmer. He knows it too. To his left. Not the first time today he's had to move in the cordon.
Yeah.
He's now 1 for 3, which doesn't reflect a degree of difficulty. The catch to dismiss Lawrence was at a crucial time. And since tea, Surrey have added 88 runs, losing 1 wicket. That's again Walter. Drew the conventional outside edge of Patel, isn't able to drag it in. That was an easier chance than the one he put down earlier in the session. That second slip away to his right.
He's very close in, as needs be, but You wonder if maybe he could have gone with both hands there.
Makes the most of it immediately with at least one. Happy with that. So the only bit I'm... Final attendance today, by the way, 6,300, which
is excellent.
Is an excellent attendance. You can ignore the colour and movement around attendance numbers on county cricket. That is a significant number of people who've come through the gates at the Kia Oval today. So A.H. Carter played with Hanif Mohammed, who played with Zahir Abbas. And Zahir Abbas played with Salim Malik. Out to cover, no run there. And then from Salim Malik, you can kind of take your pick. With him, you get to Nasser Hussain, and from him, you get to James Anderson. I think that's the most efficient route. I did do this a couple of years ago. I'm going to try and, because, you know, that's what I do in my spare time.
Naturally. So run through the final legs again. So Zahir Abbas up to...
Zahir Abbas, you pick it up with Salim Malik.
Okay.
And Salim Malik, who debuted in 82, I think. Oh, look at that. Jamie Smith, when he targets that short boundary, doesn't just target it, nearly hits it out of the ground. What a way to move to 94. To say that's in his swinging arc is an understatement. 195 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a real, dare I say, test class innings this, because he has moments where he's becalmed, but not concerningly so, and then moments where he just breaks the rhythm, shifts the tempo up. And he's climbed into Paul Walter a couple of times now in this spell. Flat batted one past mid-on over his head, and now deposited one 20 yards back. Not the first time he's played that shot in this session either.
Never in doubt, indeed. Prompts the misfield with the complete commitment to the bit there, Smith. I mean, it's the quick single and all the rest of it, but it's the scampering through and putting the pressure on and getting the second on the misfield and making sure that he's going to be within 4 runs of 100. Patel back on strike at the end of a busy over, 197 for 5. Okay, I realise the error of my way here. So that it was Grace, then Rhodes, then Victor Richardson. That's who I'm missing. Victor Richardson played against the Nawab Batauri, who played for England before partition, in India after partition. Carter, well, after the war, Carter, who played before partition, then played for Pakistan. Then Hanif Mohammed, Salim Malik, Shahid Afridi, Steve Smith. Because Shahid Afridi and Steve Smith cross over.
Yes, right. In that summer over here, right? When
2010, when Shahid played his final test match.
His final test match, yeah.
First series.
And retired, just like that. He was captain, then just said, no, I've had enough. This isn't for me.
And yes, the Salim Malik Shahid Afridi crossover is a brief one at the start of their, the end of Salim Malik's career and the start of Shahid Afridi's. So that's, I think, the most efficient way. Although I stand to be corrected. Quick single. Can you go quicker? Can you get from Grace to Anderson in fewer links? I know this has been done many times by people in articles and that kind of thing. There might be a better way of doing it, but that's one way that I happened upon last year, which isn't a bad one. Love this stuff. So Jamie Smith, James Anderson made his List A debut. Oh, past the edge with the one that goes straight on that Harmer's made an art form of across his long career with Essex. Doesn't quite kiss the edge. Smith on 96, so close to another first-class 100. Seeing it back here. Happy in defence.
Yeah, but he's not really played a shot in anger against Simon Harmer. No need to. He's only taken 128 balls to get to within boundary 4 of his 100 here. So he's going at a good lick.
Goes back and finds the gap, threads it through, and it won't quite get to the rope. So great bit of work there from Paul Walter, getting to the contest and parried up and He receives the applause of the crowd, denies 2, and Smith will have to wait. Well, tension building. 200 up as well. Last ball. Smith down to long on. 99. 201 for 5. The game within a game. Keeps the strike as well. 19 overs remaining on this busy, eventful first day. Essex winning the toss and sending Surrey in.
It's going to be Critchley then, Adam, for the first time today.
At last.
Yeah. You're fond of him, aren't you?
A little bit.
It's a good time to bring him in, belatedly nonetheless. It's a good time to bring him in with Smith just a single away from what would be a notable 100, considering all the noise around his selection. And, you know, he would have woken up this morning and ambled into the ground feeling slightly different. And as Yas asked me this afternoon, penny for his thoughts. He knows that his life is going to change forever this week. And so people who would have ambled into the ground themselves to watch a nice day's cricket, who may have seen a bit of him, may have heard the name, such as my dad, by the way, who came in through the doors today, well, now they know why. And he'd have felt a different kind of pressure, a different kind of stress on the mind today. Perhaps he's the kind of cricketer that enjoys it. Perhaps he wants it. Nonetheless, it would have felt different. And so to be a single away from 100 speaks volumes for the kid's temperament.
Critchley, 25 wickets at 28 this season. And very effective as the second spinner. Smith on 99, doesn't thread it through. How about the drama down in front of the Feds to stand with Paul Walter?
Yeah.
Previous over. Nearly made it anyway after the stop.
I'd bring deep square up.
Smith, does he get through? He does! Jamie Smith, such a huge day for this young Surrey star. Picked to play for England. He'll be making his test debut next week at Lord's. Well, just a little bit of unfinished business. The chance to make the very most of the opportunity to walk out today and be the best player in this team. His 10th first-class 100, 4th here in South London at the Keir Oval, 2nd of the season and his first against Essex. Jamie Smith 100 not out. Phil Walker.
Yeah, look, there's 100 reasons right there why he has jumped ahead of various other very, very good candidates and why there is a passing of the mantle onto him. Some say it's prematurely early. I don't. I think when you have a player like him come along with his gifts and his maturity, then you find a way. You find a way to get him in. And that top 5 for England is sewn up as it stands. And Stokes is back and fit at 6. And so what do you do when you have an outlandish talent like this who can't be held back any longer? Well, you find a way to get him in there. And it's harsh on other cricketers, but that's the name of the game. He's brilliant. Simple as that.
And he's bowled on an even 100. Critchley gets one to skip on and hit the off stump. Smith tried to plant him over deep mid-wicket. Wasn't the shot. So a fine innings comes to an end 2 balls after he's completed that century. A shake of the head. He'll be frustrated by that. But in the game situation, that is a big blow. Essex have taken their 6th wicket and they have a chance here. Plenty of time left on the first evening to really run through the home side. 203 for 6. Jamie Smith gone for 100. Phil.
Well, it's a shot out of character. It's one of those where you feel if you'd got to the end of the over and just taken a breather and just taken it all in, then perhaps he'd have started again. But for whatever reason, the adrenaline of the 100 just kept on coursing through the veins. It was well bowled because it was up above the eye line, and it just came in as well, a tiny bit on the air. If you have a look at it, it begins on off stump and drifts into leg. Perhaps he's trying to go a wee bit too square, a bit more mid-wicket rather than long on. If he'd given the full face to that ball, then it wouldn't have cleaned him up. But it's a shot out of character and out of and out of tone, really. It wasn't the right time to be playing this shot in the context of the game.
So we're seeing that the 100 back here. We'll see the wicket again. The fact that he's beaten on the inside edge from a ball that comes back towards him, on the outside edge, my apologies, that's an unusual way to imagine what is, if you're being generous or wrong, and probably more a top spinner.
Yeah, but look, you see the way that it drifts.
The drift and the dip, that's what's done him there, isn't it? It's not the spin, it's the way that it's come down. So much work on the ball from Critchley. That's his 26th wicket in the season, averaging now somewhere in the 26-27 mark, and he has been an exceptional player for them this year with plenty of runs as well, averaging 45 with the stick. Matt Critchley, introduced belatedly, I think, in the 61st over, breaks through with his 4th ball. Very, very good cricketer.
Yeah. The more you watch that delivery, the better it becomes, you know. Because I think he is eyeing up. He is thinking it's going to be a conventional leg break and it's going to land on off stump slightly outside and I have a free shot at it. But it drifts in, which is only really what you get with the wrist spinners. Drifts in on the air due to the revolutions that he's put on the ball, and it befuddles Smith, and he misjudges the final line. He's committed to the shot, tries to overhit it a touch, and he's done.
Clark middling his second ball to deep point for a couple. Clark's had a really good time of it with the bat this year as well. 106 not out here, a century in a session against Hampshire. Made 98 after making 42 not out against Worcester before the break. So that's the third score of an even one. It's a good one from Samo. The third even 100 at the Oval this season. So we saw Tom Lammonby and Dom Sibley in the same game, wasn't it? Viewed from memory, the Somerset fixture. And Jamie Smith adds his name to that list. Well, I suppose better getting out for an even 100 than 99. That's for sure.
So we have Jamie Porter off the field and Tom Wesley's just run off as well. And so we have a 13th man. Now I can't identify him. He's just coming into 45 perhaps.
Well, that to me, on the face of it, doesn't look like a professional cricketer.
Well, I didn't want to put it in those terms, Adam.
I'm just being...
But it does have the feel of...
He's wearing a number 22 on his back. That's the number of Paul Walter. That's not Paul Walter. I'd love to know who it is. What a great chance that is to field in a first-class game.
Oh, penny for
Oh, that's not made it on the full to short leg. My instinct was that might have been
right.
Half a chance there not to be. Game on. Sub-fielder on. Here we go.
Right, penny for a top edge sweep here. Cricket, you spoil us sometimes.
Well struck for none.
Tom Wesley's run off, so I reckon he's just popped to the loo. So we have 4 deliveries to go.
I think I've got it here, by the way. I've got the coaching staff up on my screen. You can tell me if you think I've got this right. We've got what's not. Let's play a game of who it isn't. Is it possibly Tom Huggins, the batting coach?
It's Huggins. It's Tom Huggins.
It's Tom Huggins. I don't think it's Harry McQueen. It's a similar profile, I've got to say, in terms of the beard and the bald bonds.
It's Tom Huggins every day of the week.
There you go. Oh, that just stuck in the pitch. So Tom Huggins, who did play professional cricket.
Yep.
Let's give him his 15 minutes of fame. Might only last 2 more balls if it was a quick pit stop. Again, inside edge, second time in the over, he's got it to kiss the surface and go straight on there, Harmer. Bit of overspin.
So it's a leap of faith to say that it's definitely Tom Huggins, but we're going with it.
I think it is, you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Batting coach, 41 years young. Played a few games back in the day for Northants. I do remember the name.
Uppish. Not the most serene 10 minutes of cricket since I've jumped on commentary. 205 for 6. Maiden from Harmer, conceding just 10 runs in 8 overs. And when was the last time he turned out in a game of something resembling professional cricket?
Well, he's in form because he made 168 not out for Suffolk against Staffordshire on the 31st of July 2016. So he's in form, and he's off.
Oh no! Bring him back. Someone's got to get the post-game interview with the batting coach. So normally when they put up a batting coach or a fielding coach or something like that, the team's had a pretty bad day.
Yeah.
When Paul Farbrace was the assistant coach of the England team, bad day Farby, he would always be rolled out by Trevor Bayliss to front the media. Can we get Tom Huggins to do a little post-game for us?
He does have 4 first-class catches though, so my long-time colleague Ian Sykes has a first-class catch. Do you know about that?
Stop it.
Yeah, has a first-class catch. Good one as well, apparently, so he says.
Tell me more.
This was 2001 or 2. When did Surrey last win the championship under Adam Hollyoake? Let's have a look. Anyway, they'd already won the championship with a game to spare. And so Hollyoake, who was a friend of my colleague Ian Sykes, he said, right, Sykesy, you're 12th man for the game.
Oh.
So he wrote it up in a magazine for the time and all the rest of it.
He's come back from Critchley too much, and he knows it.
Just going down, but again,
good questions.
He bowls good pace. Yeah, so anyway, I think he was at backward point. Can't remember who the batter was, and he snared one.
Oh, tap in. Foden scores for England. 1-1. Game on. They were woken up by that goal earlier on. I watched the last 10 minutes of the first half, Phil. So in the 50th minute, England are equalised in Germany. Critchley wrong one again. I'm excited by every ball this guy's bowling.
Yeah, he's really good to watch. I wonder how much he is on their radar, the selectors.
He'd have to be, wouldn't he? And I'll give you my considered thoughts on this after this ball, which is placed at the deep point. Keeps the strike. Clarkie's 3-2, 6 for 6. Doesn't he just strike you as the right mould for a?
Disallowed, by the way, Adam. I think your goal.
Dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. What's happened here, I ponder? I suppose we'll see a bit of VAR retrospectively on my screen. A bit behind, I'm sure. But you'd think that Critchley is, by dint of being an aggressive middle order player who bowls spin and takes wickets, he would meet the profile, would he not, of someone who England would think, well, you chuck him in a test team, he's gonna win some matches. Offside, by the way. Disallowed goal.
Yeah. I think as a bowler, he had a quietish start to his career with Essex. He was making good runs, but he was relatively in the background as a spinner in the shadow of Harmer.
He's bowling here, change of angle.
But last year he really came through and became a far more significant key figure in the bowling attack for Tom Wesley, and we're seeing it again this year, as you say. Very, very good numbers.
Yeah, last year he finished up with 990 runs, Critchley at 40. So that was where he took his Essex career to the next level. Made 100 on Essex debut in 2022. Brought up with a straight 6. Just a cross Clark here. It's well negotiated by him to the offside.
Yeah, well, all he can do is continue doing what he does. And I remember asking Tom Wesley about him at some point last summer, and he said, look, he's as good an attacking spinner as there is in the English game.
Shovelled out for 4. A bit better than that, actually. Seemed to get on a wee bit late, but adjusted in the crease, Patel. Up to 16, 2-11 for 6. Often only gets chances when players have been managed or injured out of the side in recent years, having played so well in 2022, playing every single game for Surrey, including the non-championship first-class fixture against the Sri Lankan development side. He played everything and did so well, but with Dom Sibley back at the club, squeezed out of that opening spot, can he make the most of his chance today?
Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's an important knock for him, really. He's the perpetual spare man at the moment.
Got to 41 against Hampshire and got an absolute beauty that late in the day. He was mortified. It's the only game he's played at home this year. Critchley, after, as we get some stats here, ended the over 211 for 6. So after 46 first-class matches, he averaged 51, which, again, that suggests what you're saying, part-timer. And since then, the 56 matches since then, 119 wickets at 30 and a bit.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. And you're allowed. I mean, you're allowed to improve. I often think this about the way players get reputations in their early 20s, right? Oh, they're not going to be good enough to perform at this level and so on. But we had a conversation earlier today about the way Moeen Ali turned himself into a test quality off spinner.
Yeah.
Well, there is that room to improve. The more you play and the more conditioned you are to taking on good players, high quality players. He's got one of them already today. Got Smith for 100 with his 4th ball into his 3rd over here, Critchley. Wouldn't mind seeing that a bit of a batting breakdown as well from Samo Critchley of late. It's his first drag down. Nothing coming from it. I also think with wrist spinners, Phil, that it's been made that much more difficult on the way up because of that Shane Warne fella. The expectations on what you do and how consistent you must be. Race back for 2. No, they're not. Good send back there by Clark. He would have been in strife. Coming towards the danger end. But yes, the way in which Warne was able to land it on a handkerchief for 20 years, and most wrist spinners, mortals, can't.
And I think English cricket has been wrestling with that problem for 30 years now, or whatever it is. God, it is 30 years.
Yeah. Shouts. Sliding.
Yeah.
Which is how it felt too. Perhaps pitching outside leg, but again, he's trying to get it over the top of the wrist. Let's see it again. Yep, just that. Pitched outside leg. Safe to sweep from there, Patel. You can go all the way back to Robin Hobbs if you want. Essex context. Leg spinners who got a chance but weren't persisted with.
What a character.
The late Robin Hobbs.
Yeah, brilliant man, Robin Hobbs. Yeah, penny free in Salisbury's thoughts. He took 800 plus first-class wickets, was basically unplayable here for a number of years in cahoots with Sack Lane.
Another sweeping opportunity. This time, Patel makes the most of it. Up to 20 with a boundary.
But he had blonde floppy hair and bowled a lovely googly from time to time. I mean, you're on a hiding to nothing, right? If you're fated to grow up in the 90s with that fella over there in the other dressing room. And I think English cricket has been trying to find its peace with wrist spin ever since. It's fascinating to watch Adil Rashid continue to beguile us over the last few weeks, and you can't help thinking the combination of a Stokesian Test match team and Adil Rashid, this iteration of Adil Rashid, is that door shut forever? What a shame it would be if it is.
Did you catch the spell that Mason Crane bowled to Middlesex a couple of weeks ago?
No, but I heard about it.
Or the passage of play. It won't sound like anything overly remarkable. When I say to you that he was bowling for Toby Rowland Jones at the time, you're like, yeah, okay, guy that bats at 9, sure. But it was the skill. It was clipped up really nicely, and it was the countless leg breaks going past the edge, perfect leg breaks, one after another, and then eventually throwing in the wrong one, and zipping through and trapping him leg before. I mean, the stuff you dream of as a wrist spinner. Mason Crane being an example of someone who was good enough to get into the Test team, which is not for nothing. Yep, very unusual circumstances. We were there, Phil, weren't we, for that Test in Sydney?
In the kiln.
Yeah.
The chaotic kiln.
What a time that was. Anyway, in 2018. And because he didn't perform in that one-off Test match that he was playing, it was almost like, okay, well, you're not a test quality spinner. You're allowed to improve, allowed to get better, change clubs. So let's hope will be the way for him.
Yeah, he was really unlucky in that game, I remember that. I think England gave Usman Khawaja about half a dozen chances and Crane had 4 of them against him. But I think one day, and it may be that Rayan Armour is the answer, it may be that Matt Critchley in the fullness of time is the answer. Shot.
Had one man to beat and did so. Long boundary, but that's the second time he's gone in that direction, Patel, in a couple of overs. Gets to 24 from his 50th delivery.
Yes, lovely shot. Best shot of his innings up to now. Yeah, one day England are going to find one, and he will leave a mark on Test cricket. And I think the way that the game is going, it opens up a wrist spinner more and more. I don't think England's approach of putting a high price on a wicket is going to just die away when Stokes jacks it in. And the way that the game is playing out, with wrist spin so integral to 20 over cricket, 50 over cricket, well, I think that will bleed into Test cricket as well. And I think with batters coming at you more than ever, that brings in the wrist spinner in a way that English cricket could never have countenanced that. And so I don't know who that person is, but they're out there, and it's going to happen.
Can I give you a bit of a theory on this that I've landed upon in the last few weeks? Because you've played, gosh, I don't want to know how many club games you've played. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of club games across the journey. So you would have netted a lot, of course. You would have netted on those synthetic tracks with the horrible cages and so on. I've realised that there's a design flaw in the nets in the UK, having grown up clearly in a different part of the world. The netting in English nets, the top bit, by that I mean, starts way, way, way too close to the bowler.
Right.
Compared to what I was conditioned to growing up. And it means that it's pretty easy to end up hitting the bar, or worse still, ending it up on top of the net. What do we teach young spinners? Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, back yourself. It's a bit harder to throw it up in the nets. At least a few that I've had a trundle in recently. I thought, hang on, you wouldn't want to be a leggy here.
For any number of reasons. But yeah, that's a good shout, you know.
I reckon it's a design thing. There's a net at Highgate, there's a net over here at Kennington Park, there's a net up at Southgate, and all of them I thought the same thing. The top bar is way too close. You wouldn't want to be a kid trying to learn how to bowl leg spin in here. Anyway, there's the theory.
I grew up facing my dad bowling left arm leggies. So it was a joy. You know, he'd come round the wicket, left arm, wherever we could find a net, and he'd always bowl them out the back of his hand, but left arm round. Oh, it was always a joy to face him. He stopped bowling to me when I was about 12 because he couldn't get me out anymore.
Here today?
Here today. First time he's been at the Oval in a number of years.
Great.
Loved it. Absolutely loved it, he did.
Here to watch Essex, of course, in his case.
Yeah, but he's a cricket fan, you know. He's a cricket fan first and foremost. But he took me here in 1990 as well, you know, to my first ever test match, and this place is very different now to what it was back then. It's half the size, to begin with, of a playing arena. It was a vast field back then, and they've chopped into it to develop this incredible amphitheatre. It's a beautiful place now, and quite awe-inspiring. He was quite taken with it, quite shocked.
Ends the over. We've got a bit of a disconnect today between what's going on at the bottom of the screen and what's actually happening. 224 for 6. Hopefully that'll be fixed by tomorrow.
So it's a key moment, really, for Surrey here. Can they, as we move into the last 45 minutes or so, can they just hold their position here? It's been Essex's day, but Surrey have not got away from them.
Hey, I've got one more over with you, Phil, before I jump off and Daniel takes us through. Samson's pulled together a list here where our conversation began, but it's a bit of a different one. It's not links in the chain. A list from 1877 to date of players who played for the longest. That's a bit of extra bounce to Clark from round the wicket. After making their debut in the year, the previous player played their last test. So work with me here. Jack Blackham, 1877 to 1894. Then Archie McLaren made his debut in 1894. Went to 1909. Doesn't find the gap. Frank Woolley.
Yes.
Long one here. 1909 to 1934. Then from 1934 to 1952, 2 Indians, C.K. Naidu and Mushtaq Ali. 1952 to 1969, Hanif Muhammad makes it in both lists. Across the line, deep boundary, and gone. He's picked him out. One man to beat out there. That's not a good shot. To the long side of the ground. A lot needs to go right to clear that rope. And sure, Clark's been hitting the ball beautifully at the Oval this year, but he's popped it straight down the throat of the man at deep mid-wicket. It does give Essex a 3rd breakthrough in this final session, a 7th wicket on the day. And with 11.4 overs left on this first evening, there is work to do for Surrey, make no mistake.
Yeah, he's looked like he's been desperate to get going from the time he walked out. He tried to clobber his first ball through the covers. He's hit a number of strong shots for no real value, and he's just got a bit frustrated, I think, and tried to take on that man. But as you say, Adam, it's a long boundary out there. The pitch is way to the right as we look at it. So that's a good 80 yards, I would say, to that boundary, and he just could not clear. I think it was Robin Das, the keeper. Aaron Beard, in fact, sorry, the reserve substitute fielder, taking that easy enough catch straight down his throat. One man out there on the boundary, and he's picked him out. Barely had to move. So Essex's grip on this day is pretty rock solid now. And it's going to be Tom Laws, who's a very useful lower order bowling all-rounder.
So Tom Laws, who's been grappling with that heel injury, but in the side today, didn't play last week. One of 3 men to come into Surrey's 11 today. Sudharsan, Laws and Patel joins the ladder on 26. And Harmer, who's been frugal, he conceded only 10 runs from his first 8 overs, went for a couple of runs in the 9th over, but now in his 11th, gets in the book, and he'll be happy with that. Yes, getting caught on the rope can give a certain impression, but for a finger spinner, you set a fielder out at deep mid-wicket as much for a catch as you do for saving a boundary.
Oh, for sure, and he's changed the complexion of this innings, really. There was that sense that Surrey were quite comfortable with Sudharsan and Jamie Smith post-tee. Harmer came into the attack belatedly for me, but once he did, then he took a grip of this session, really. And he's very good for that wicket. Surrey they'll be cranky with themselves, Adam, here, because they got themselves to 40 for no loss, and they were playing quite nicely, and there's been a handful of slightly rash shots. Dom Sibley's throwing his hands at one, and Dan Lawrence as well pushing out side the eye line. Jamie Smith's shot on 100, you can forgive him, of course, because he's made a brilliant 100 there, but nonetheless he will be frustrated with himself to have given it away. A limp finish there for him, and it's been the story of their day, really. 2-2-4 for 7 is no disaster, but still 26 shy of that first batting point. It wouldn't have been what they would have been hoping for or expecting, and there is that sense that they've left a few out there today. I'm talking into the void because Adam Collins has gone, but replaced by Daniel. So it's me and you to the end.
To the bitter end. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. Yes, I heard what you were saying there, and amidst all this,
is it a fair comment? Do you think that?
Yes. Very much so. Did he spot that the batting coach was out fielding at one point?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was fun.
So we figured it was him, Huggins. We went through who the likely candidates could be. Yeah, he does have 4 first-class catches before, so so it wasn't quite the moment, but nonetheless it was good fun to see.
It's all happening out there. Essex could still be batting tonight, you never know. If the light holds this time of year, it ought to. Oh, he's got him. He's gone straight through him. Snater back at the attack, takes the 8th wicket. Patel's gone now. And this mini collapse has now yielded 3 for 21. 4 for 54. Sorry, 224 for 8. Even one batting point is now looking a long way off as Patel goes for 26.
Yeah, well, he bowled tidily up front, did Shane Snater, and he's good for that wicket. Just beating for pace, really, it seemed. Maybe kept a tiny bit low, but Ryan Patel wasn't really in any position.
He's hit top of off there, isn't he?
Yeah, skimmed through. It's the Essex length. That's where they bowl.
The Essex length.
Yeah. And again, going through this scorecard, Daniel, 26, Rory Burns 24, Dom Sibley. Dan Lawrence came and went, Ben Folkes came and went for single scores. Sai Sudharsan looked nice for 14, but again played outside the eye line, lost a bit of shape, nicked off, second slip. Ryan Patel now goes for 26, so you have 3 men in the 20s. Sai Sudharsan batted for best part of an hour and a half, but only Jamie Smith's offered any real significance out here. And
well, his innings was a cut above, wasn't it?
It was, and it's not been an easy track to score runs today, with the overheads as well. It's asked questions consistently across the course of the day. Nonetheless, Jamie Smith's innings here stands as a beacon. 224 for 8. Essex, having been relatively innocuous, I thought, for the first hour's play. 14 overs in, 41 for no loss. Since that moment, they've been strong and insistent. There's been a bit of pep about their game as well.
Couple of drop catches as
well. Couple of drop catches.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, they've created chances throughout the day. I think Harmer's been excellent in this evening session. And they've done it well here. Tomorrow looms very large in this cricket match.
And indeed this season.
Yeah.
James Taylor's a new batter after this just Dan Worrell, who can fling the bat, but how does Surrey approach this at this stage here? They just try and bat the time, just hope that they can eke their way up to 250.
Well, this is it. It becomes quite an important point, really.
It's been a strange old day of injuries as well, hasn't it? Porter and Bosch.
Yeah, we haven't seen Porter since.
Beats the outside edge again. Seen that all day.
Yeah, we have, and we'll see it all day tomorrow as well, you feel?
It's a 68.5 overall ball, and it's still talking in tongues. Speaking of which, did you I didn't hear the church this morning, did you?
No, actually.
No. Do they have a break?
Maybe. It's because it's the Euros.
I don't know if that's how worship works, but
there's a few agnostics out there now, certainly.
Here's an update of the football, still 1-0.
1-0 to the blue team. The white team kicking it around aimlessly at the back. There you go.
I'll take your word for it. I can well believe it's true. Three slips in place. Now Tom Laws, we know, can bat. The most productive for Surrey, probably the 50-over competition.
Well, we can tell you that James Taylor's first-class career amounts to 118 runs, with the highest score of 31 not out.
Sorry, you take that now, I tell you.
Yep, indeed.
We've got a change of field coming in. What's happening here? We've got a leg slip, haven't we?
I think so. It's been a popular position today.
You see it increasingly. Looks like kind of like a leg gully, really. Survives the over a wicket maiden. Saw the demise of Ryan Patel for 26. 10 overs remain in the day. So if Essex were to wrap this up in anything fewer than 7 overs, they'll have to go out and have a little bat. Forecast for tomorrow is decent enough. Cloudy-ish, I think, we're led to believe.
Is there a time cut-off point?
Don't believe so.
Right.
Let's bowl those overs.
Right.
Essex are currently -2 on their over rate. They have been a bit sluggish today, but in fairness, they've had various repairs taking place to their players, which may get taken into account at the close of play, if they haven't been already. Wickets have been tumbling across the county championship today. Some games with their 3rd innings. Nice use of the feet. They'll get Laws off the mark.
Yeah, Sussex 82 for 1 actually in their 3rd innings against Northants. Important game actually in the context of the 2nd division.
Well,
Sussex
another one.
top going into this one with 4 wins in 8.
Leicester and Middlesex. Leicester, who came so close to pulling off an astounding victory last week. Lewis Kimber played the innings of his life. Now Taylor's going to get off the mark and just stick to the single. It's another game which is into its 3rd innings. Leicestershire 29 without loss, lead Middlesex by 122 after Middlesex were bowled out for 86. Can you believe it? Sort of can.
Yeah, wickets everywhere, you're right. 17 wickets fell as well in the game between Gloucester and Glamorgan.
I think we're going to enter a 3rd innings at Chester Street, because Worcestershire have just been bowled out for 112 in reply to Durham's 190. Meanwhile, poor old Kent have picked up just the 3 wickets against Hampshire.
Well, James Vince is 148 not out. That would have been fun.
And Warwickshire have done what they do so frequently. Lower order runs. Ed Barnard 92, Burgess still there, 126 not out. Wokes made 39, 373 for 8. Close of play there. So 2 runs off the over. Surrey survive. 9 overs remain in the day. 226 for 8. You said earlier you thought 280 they're ahead of the game, 250 kind of par, 300 they're way ahead.
Yeah, I said sort of 300 to 330. Take that. I just think there's going to be chances.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Throughout the game here. I think it could be a cracker, this. Because the weather is cloudy-ish but set fair. I had a look this morning for the rest of the game, so I think this is a result pitch. And when a team on a result pitch gets, especially when the favourite gets something slightly under par in that 250 to 275 slot, then it often heads up a really good game of cricket, and I think this one will bubble away over the next couple of days. This could be a real humdinger, Daniel.
Well, it could be. They often have been. There was an absolute humdinger at the end of a season. Would that be 2018 when Surrey won the title? Am I getting that right, or was it 2022 when Essex came here and Surrey recovered from a terrible first innings deficit to set Essex a very modest target, which they just squeezed over the line?
Yes, Ryan Tendershata was not out at the end.
It was a brilliant game of cricket, that one. There's a lot more on this game than there was on that, though. in the air for a little while, but falls well short of mid-off.
Bumped into Alan Butcher earlier.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Obviously once of this parish, but also of Essex as well. He's looking in fine fettle.
His son Mark has just released another album.
Yes, I know. I've heard it actually. He sent me the early recordings of it. Sickeningly talented man, isn't he? Really?
He is really. Seems unnecessary, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, be good at one thing.
Yeah,
and
one
that's
and a
enough.
half things is allowed.
Yeah, okay.
Now this might just sneak over the boundary. It does. Didn't quite get hold of all of that. Might have come off the glove. Surrey are going to take any runs at this stage. 230 for 8, inching closer to a batting point. It's getting a little bit darker. No sign of the lights coming on. It's going to be a long old day by the time we finish up here.
And this is a long old session for me, Dan.
You've done tremendously well. That was a tight leave. No, you've done very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unlike the team in white, I believe, who are still labouring somewhat.
Yeah, still doing their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're making pretty triangles.
Yeah, kind of Dairy Lee style, really. It's not particularly attractive stuff.
Right.
But, you know, doesn't matter.
As you say, it's only a game.
Yeah.
A muted appeal. Also heard some squealing in the background, which suggests to me that something may have happened. No. No, nothing's happening.
Yeah, so throwing it forward to tomorrow, Daniel Worrell, who's one of the best swing bowlers I think I've seen in years, against Dean Elgar. So get here early for that one.
Looking forward to that, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beats the bat again with the last ball of the over. 230 for 8 as my producer shouts hit the post loudly in the background. Wonderful noises taking place. He can't get over it, can our producer? Someone may need to get the defibrillator out, I think, at some point. How long's left in that game?
What?
10? Plus lengthy injury time. Now, those are hardy souls. They're not distracted by the cricket, by the football, I'm delighted to say.
The other player I'm really looking forward to seeing tomorrow is Jordan Cox, who's been superb this year. He's in the top 3 run scorers in the top division. Brought into the side when Dan Lawrence moved on from Kent. He had a number of options and he chose Essex. And he's been irresistible, really, especially in red ball cricket this year.
Lights coming on, I should point out. Oh, now then, not really a chance. Hit straight at short leg. As you see, the lights coming on. I don't think we should have bad light as an issue on the 30th of June. Sunset's not due for another 2 hours and 40 minutes yet. Oh. Beats the outside edge, appeals for a stumping. Umpire's not interested. Umpire's standing at point, not square leg, interestingly. It's that ball that Harmer bowls as an off spinner when he beats the outside edge of the right hander. Time after time. At Chelmsford, though, you'll often see him with a kind of leg slip or a leg gully. A bit more bounce, a bit more turn. Is that the issue at Chelmsford?
Certainly a lot more lateral turn, yeah.
Now he's shifting to round the wicket. See if he can bring LBW into play here.
But definitely English batters, or batters in the English game rather, have changed their approach to him. And it's in keeping, I guess, with the way that the Red Bull game is moving on a pace anyway. But the idea of just sitting on him and trying to just bat time, pick up your singles. Well, when I interviewed him about this 3 or 4 years ago, he said, OK, James Vince can play me. And he actually said, Gary Balance, he says, was a useful player, county level against him. But he said, everyone else in English cricket, they either try and hit me for 6, or they're trying to smother my off break, and I'm going to get them in the end, and they know it and I know it. And so I think there's been a change in approach generally within the county game. I think players generally have tried to be a little bit more on the front foot against him, try to upset his lengths and not play the man but play the ball, and it is shown. His economy rate has crept up. He's not quite as imperious a figure in county cricket as he was. That said, coming into the business end of this year, could well be a different story. He's been brilliant today.
He has, hasn't he?
He's been fabulous today, because the game was drifting a little for Essex until he came into the fray, and he's been broadly unhittable. 5 maidens in there, 13 overs, 1 for 23. He's been superb, I think, today.
You'd fancy if Smith was still there, he might have been a bit more proactive against him. But Smith was undone by the arrival of Critchley.
Yeah, and it was funny because he didn't really play a shot against Harmer and was happy to sit on his bat. And
oh, it's another beautiful ball. Such a delicious shape. You see where the wicketkeeper took that in front of first slip. We'll see it again here. Not quite in front of first slip, but arcing away. At first glance, you assume he must have got an edge on it to make it move that far. I do wonder how long these two can last playing this way. Just feels like there's a ball coming. We've had 3 slips in place pretty much most of the day. 2 slips minimum.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost like they have 20 to win here. 250 is a bonus point, and every point is vital, obviously, at this stage of the season between these two teams. And so after that flurry of action, you feel like these two have been instructed.
Well, it beats him again. Came advancing down the wicket there, Taylor.
Yeah.
Sharply swinging at the gloves of Pepper. This ball is nearly 73 overs old. It's a lush outfield. It won't have got too scuffed, I guess. Been hit for the odd 6 though today by Jamie Smith.
Yeah, Shane Snaith has been impressive today. He only picked up the 1 wicket, but he's beaten the bat all day long. And he's carving out quite a useful career for himself here at Essex. 120 wickets now. An average just a tick over 23.
It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad. I think there were a few loyalists who remained to be convinced of him when he first emerged into the team, because he doesn't look like a particularly imposing cricketer. Not much of him, not much pace, not exactly an imposing physical presence. He's got an interesting haircut.
It's slightly dubious.
Yeah.
It's going to raise an eyebrow or two.
Well, it will divide the good faith of Chelmsford, trust me.
Oh, and he beats him again. 3rd time in the over. Another maiden. Surrey going nowhere here. 230 for 8. I mean, you know what he's going to do, but time after time, I wonder how many balls have beaten the bat today. It's been quite the feature of the day's play.
Yeah, the skill involved as well. And you saw it earlier with Bosch in particular. That ability to bowl decent lick away cutters, leg cutters, when you rip your fingers down the left side of the ball And Shane Snater's become a real expert at bowling these deliveries. Again, not much pace through the air, but gets movement everywhere he goes. And he's taken wickets as well away from home. It's not necessarily a Chelmsford thing.
That's a nice bit of proactivity from Laws as Harmer continues, increasingly resembling a Norwegian long-distance skier.
Good shout.
I sort of imagine him doing the biathlon, stopping to fire at a few targets with a rifle. It does seem extraordinary to me how anybody can decide that the type of skiing they want to do is the really hard one, where you're often skiing uphill. Skiing is basically only fun if you get to use gravity to go downhill.
Yeah.
Another thing, I'll be interested to see if Laws uses his feet again here. Just wonder if he's decided he doesn't want to get stuck in his crease, going nowhere.
Yeah, it's his first championship game, I think, this year, Tom Laws.
He's played one
early
early on the season, yeah.
Okay.
Early on. Was it
Stand
maybe the
correct.
first or second? perhaps?
Okay.
And then he had that heel issue.
Yeah.
I'm told.
Yeah. But again, yeah, similar traits to Essex's seamers. And again tomorrow on this track, I think he'll enjoy himself.
Actually feels a bit tailor-made for Laws, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Swing, it's like a sort of quicker version of Snater, perhaps. Three off that over is relative riches. Only 5 overs remain in the day. Essex's openers can start to contemplate a more relaxed evening. Surrey inch closer to the holy grail of 250. The point is important, but there's also there is a strange psychological thing about 250. It's sort of something very skinny about the 230s. 250 feels like, well, you know, in there.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Yeah, I think whatever happens over these final 2 wickets, I think this game goes all the way down. I really do.
To the wire.
I can't see Essex going significantly past them out of sight. But you never know. You know, a couple of players could play out of their boots tomorrow.
Cox, Elgar, Critchley, they're all in good form. Walter.
Yeah, yeah. But with one innings already virtually completed today, I think it's hard to see Essex 370, 400. I mean, it would take a monumental performance, I think, against this bowling attack to take the game that far past what Surrey will inevitably end up with here with their first innings. And so I think Surrey will feel like they'll be within touching distance, whatever Essex do.
That's a fine shot. Let's get
lovely
the signal
shot
for it. Good bit of
Lovely
fielding and extra cover. Andrew Samson I need to ask this question of, because 17 overs have been lost today. Am I right in thinking that they can claw those back in the next 2 days? Do they get add an extra 8 overs to the day? So we've got 2 long days in prospect. It means if you were thinking of coming down around about tea time, you'd have that a little bit longer.
Free after tea as well, Dan, of course. Always worth mentioning that.
Oh yes, free after tea.
Yep.
Been free all day at Leicestershire today.
Yeah, I gathered that.
And they've had quite the day. They've seen, as you say, a lot of cricket today. Stumps at Leicestershire. And the hosts are very much in charge. 40 for 1, a lead of 133 against poor Middlesex. Oh, that was in the air. Just short of the bowler in his follow through. There's a certain heretical comment behind us, so I will not repeat. Has the white team lost yet?
3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. And then injury time?
No, 3 minutes of injury time remaining.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, as great Windsor Davis's character used to say in the day, Tarf Hot Mum. Swing and a miss. Oh dear. Hogs hard. Never mind.
Yeah. We could do with a bit of that. Oh, I've heard a cheer.
It'll be offside. Well, our producer's not getting excited. But maybe it won't be oh dear, how sad, never mind after all.
It can't be because of the imminent first batting point, that cheer, can it?
I don't think so. I don't think it's that. Unless it's a gaggle of Slovakians. Oh, beats the bat again. I cannot count how many times Snater has beaten the bat today, or indeed in his last 3 overs. Bellingham has apparently scored for England in the 95th minute. Is he offside?
Oh, it's good actually.
Was it good?
Yeah. It's one of the. It's like an overhead kick down.
Oh, I like those.
Yeah.
What was there? Wasn't there a great Mexican who did that now? Came back in the 80s.
Hugo Sanchez.
Hugo Sanchez,
yeah.
It's one of my favourite goals of all time.
I could probably comment about the sort of transference of weight and how he kept his shape. And
could you?
No, I'm not going to do any of that. Yes. Yes, I've just been handed my Schindler's List sheet music, a gift from my father. He's a ray of sunshine. He
he is a ray of sunshine, isn't he? Yeah.
He takes pieces of music and he rewrites them in his own way.
Oh,
right?
I see. Homer continues.
He plays them on the piano.
Yeah.
And these are his interpretations.
Oh, I see. How lovely.
Yeah. And then he hands them to me, and then I learn them, and then we have a nice little chat about it.
Oh.
He's posting me next week. I hope you like this, Daniel. Sunshine on Leith by the Proclaimers.
Oh yes, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful piece of music. And he's done that one for us. I say for us, for me.
So we've got 3 balls left in this over.
Yep.
Then Essex will not have to bat tonight.
Correct.
That's nicely put away. Much needed boundary for Tom Laws. Just dragged it a touch short, Starmer. And Laws got it past the diving short extra. And Surrey inch ever closer. This partnership is now put on 14 when they came together at 224. They needed 26 to get to that 250. They've got over halfway there. They pick up another single for his troubles, which means that barring a run out or a stumped off a wide, run out for no ball. That will mean Essex will not bat tonight. Is it full time yet?
Yes. So extra time it is, Daniel.
Well, that's exactly what fans of unbelievably tedious football will want, is an extra half an hour of it. Oh yes, don't forget the penalties, yes. So 3 overs remain in the day.
Keaton Jennings, 183 not out, batted all day long.
Not bad.
344 for 8, Lancashire. He's a really good player, is Keaton Jennings. Next highest score in the innings, 41 by George Balderson. He's 183 not out. As they approach the close, still playing there.
Jimmy Anderson will get a bowl on that tomorrow.
Yep.
Our first chance to see what kind of fettle he's in. Such a weird season he's going to have, isn't it? I mean, is he going to play any more cricket again after the Lord's Test?
Well, you tell me, Daniel.
I just
you have his ear.
Don't go that far.
Your WhatsApp picture is the two of you together. I mean, do me a favour.
Well, there's a reason for that.
I'm sure.
I was teaching him how to do a Chewbacca impersonation in a Perth hotel at 3 in the morning. It tickled me. It's also my favourite shirt.
It's what the kids would call a flex. I think that should be your chosen photo.
Well, you see,
you and England's finest seam bowler in history. I see what you're doing.
But interestingly enough, I'm sure you won't believe this, but if you know me well enough, you should. I didn't know how to put a picture on my profile. So my goddaughter went into the pictures and not knowing who Jimmy Anderson is.
Is this true?
Saw a picture of a man lying on a bed laughing while I'm making a strange face.
Okay.
And so she put that on, and I haven't really been bothered to find out how to change it.
No, that's really good then. It paints it in an entirely different way now.
Well, I wouldn't know how to find that picture.
No, sure. No, it's now beginning to fall into place. Yeah, of course. For a moment there, I thought that you were actually capable of picking that one out yourself.
No.
And it was a show, but no, of course not. That was a tired effort mid-on.
Oh. Well, it's been a long old session, really, hasn't it?
It has for everyone, Daniel.
Well, it's
for
been
everyone.
a strange day because we had 2 overs before lunch. We'll then have had 77 overs after lunch, which is quite the thing. A 2.5-hour session, and then tea finished at 4:15, so this is a 2 3/4 hour session and counting.
Yeah. Some of our younger, more youthful colleagues owe me one, I think it's fair to say. As I tick into my 3rd hour.
Well, it's very good of you to do it, you know. I think you reach a certain age when it's about giving back, isn't it?
Totally.
To the kids.
I've had my time.
You've had your time, yeah. You've enjoyed watching, heartbreak before.
This is it.
And now it's time for somebody else to get needlessly upset.
I'm focused only on bonus points, Daniel, at this point.
That's all I care about. It is all I care about is bonus points. Honestly.
Absolutely that.
Extra time, schmextra time. There's a pleasing dotage of fans still around here watching as well. And these are people that need articles writing about them. You should be out there interviewing them, Phil.
It's good to see, isn't it?
It is good to see. These are our people.
Yeah.
You know, if Armageddon were to come, these are the ones I want with me.
Absolutely.
Just taking a look at this. Short ball doesn't really get up on this occasion. Probably a sort of tired bit of fielding. That's a tired bit of bowling. Snater's just coming to the end of his 19th over.
Yeah, he'll bowl worse than this and pick up better figures. 1 for 49 does not reflect how well he's bowled today.
Wider of the crease on this occasion. Surrey survive another over. They're 8 runs shy of a batting point. And this partnership is now put on 18 valuable runs. 224 for 6. They would still have entertained hopes of 300, but losing a couple of quick wickets as they did, both Patel and Clark. See that batting card dominated by the man who's going to make his debut at Lord's in Jimmy Anderson's final Test match, Jamie Smith. And there appears to be another cheer. Doesn't sound like quite the same level of cheer.
Do you think it sounded like maybe a penalty?
Well, there's a woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, which could
actually,
mean
no, it
anything.
is a sustained.
It is, isn't it? It's just worked into the
You'll hear it here
offside.
first, folks.
Well, or possibly not.
Yeah, no, indeed.
If you're watching now, do get in touch. There's a lot of screaming and excitement. How far behind are you on your...
Oh, I don't know. I think they're going to score from a free kick, Daniel. I'll let you know, mate. I'll let you know.
I'm just strangely invested suddenly. Harry Kane, apparently.
Harry Kane's done a goal.
He's
from
done
a
a goal
yard.
thing. Oh, now that's nice. He played a little dab through backward point. It'll only be the single. Every run feels absolutely precious at this crucial stage in the County Championship Division 1 title race. We remain focused on two things only.
Laser focus.
This game and the extraordinary high-pitched squeals of somebody in the concourse away to our left. Two balls here for Taylor to survive. He's batted manfully, actually, these 31 balls, keeping Laws company. In these sorts of matches, of course, because we're assuming we're going to get a result, but anything can happen tomorrow if the pitch flattens out a little and Essex have a good day with the bat. Then just batting into the second day, using up a bit more time. You never know how important that's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
End of the over. Another one survived. So Surrey will be batting tomorrow, even if they lose a wicket in this over. There's a lot of excitement behind me. It appears that England had turned things around. There'll be talk of things being written in the stars soon.
It's all about character, something.
Character, resilience.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, Phil, don't forget, it's how much do you want it?
Totally. Yeah.
Because if you want anything enough, apparently you get it.
You get it.
You get it.
It's the story of
the modern world.
Well, I was going to say the Western world. This is the myth that's presented to us. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. If you want it enough, you can have it.
Apart from all those times when you really want it and you don't get it. Apart from those occasions.
Yeah, we shouldn't be entitled, should you?
No, I guess not, no.
It's very confusing, I think, for the young. Right. Critchley's going to bowl the last over. Not a bad move, I wouldn't have said. The lights really taking over now. See shadows. Because the spinner's on, I don't think there's any danger of going off at this point.
Only a sense of indifference and inertia would take us off at this point, I think.
Well, there's plenty of that around in first-class cricket.
Never.
We may not feel it. But sometimes you do get that sense. Now then, is a second slip coming in or no? Leg slip, perhaps. No, he doesn't. He's not quite sure where he's going to go. Short leg. That's it.
Fighting to the last here, I like it.
Bat pad from the googly,
yeah,
that sort of thing. That's why he's there. Forward short leg. Just a little too full. Easy enough for Taylor to defend. There'll be more runs here. That might make it all the way. It does.
Yeah.
248 for 8, Phil. Two runs away.
And you know what? They've put on 24 here. And they're useful, aren't they? They're useful in the context of this cricket match. Essex will be okay to get off the pitch. 250 for 8. They'll be fine with that. But they would have liked to have got it done tonight, I think. And in the context of a low scorer, as this may well be, this is useful stuff. As you say now, just a couple of singles away from that first bonus point.
If they can get there, then they can start dreaming of 270. Solidly defended on the front foot. 2 balls remain. But a new ball will also be available.
Yep.
1 over into the day's play tomorrow. Now short legs moving to sort of leg slip here. Not remotely interested in the runs here. Taylor is just looking to get through to the close of play. 1 ball remains in what has been an absorbing day's cricket. Essex won the toss, elected to bowl. Taylor survives. And that is the end of a lengthy, if rain-shortened day. Surrey finish on 248 for 8. Essex probably the happier side as they go into the changing rooms, but my word, it's been absorbing cricket. Tightly fought. 1 man for Surrey has stood head and shoulders above the rest. A man named in England's side for the Lord's Test match starting next Wednesday. Jamie Smith with exactly 100. He batted quite superbly today. A cut above everything else on show. There's been some really good bowling as well from this Essex bowling attack. Shane Snater taken wicket, Harmer, Critchley, Bosch, and Porter, who has hurt a finger in the process but not on his bowling hand. There's been wounds, there's been injuries, there's been punches and counter punches. It's been absolutely fascinating, and Surrey will come back tomorrow with just 2 wickets in hand, 2 runs required to get themselves a bonus point. They won't want to stop there. They want to get up as close to 300 as they can, but anything over 250, they're in the game on a pitch that's given stuff to bowlers all day. It's been swinging around corners, been hooping about. It's been brilliant watching the 2 best sides in the country. The 2 best sides in the country for the last 7 years going head to head. Always fabulous, absorbing stuff. It's kept us glued to the cricket, while there is apparently the small matter of a football match taking place that the rest of the country is fascinated in. I'd like to thank everybody who has stuck with us. I'd like to thank Andrew Samson, our producer Mark, Yas Rana, who was with us earlier today, Adam Collins and Cameron Ponsonby, who all actually just couldn't take it anymore and had to go off and watch the football. But most of all, Tin Man, most of all, I'd like to thank Phil Walker for putting in truly the most extraordinary stint of commentary ever known to man.
Give me more.
He's a Spurs fan, so
this is it. I'm immune to this nonsense.
He's immune. He's immune to teams in white.
They can't hurt me anymore.
Phil's done a great 2-hour stint there. As the covers come on, we will be back at 10 to 11. We think it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We think there's 104 overs, and in theory there'll be 104 overs the following day if the game goes on that long, to be able to make up 16 of the 17 overs lost. It's tight. It could go either way, but what's sure to be true is that we're going to get another crucial day of county championship cricket. As you see the match summary there, Surrey 248 for 8, 3 wickets for Bosch, 2 for Walter, 1 apiece for the spinners Critchley and Harmer, and there JB Smith 100 from 133 balls. It's been a privilege to watch them all. It's been a privilege to have you listening to us. Until tomorrow at 10 to 11, it's goodbye from us all.